the button. The button that makes me unmuted. Hi, chat. How are you doing? So yeah, I feel like I've been covering this shit for a month. But it's kind of like it's a story, and there's more to the story. We didn't get to the end of the story last night, so we're gonna finish it up today, hopefully. Look, if Sunday knows what's good for him, he's going to take the alternate route and not become the destiny to Tyler's Hassan. Because, I mean, like, you know how that story went, right? Like, when you get so mad at somebody that is, you know, destined to, like, outgrow you, it's just not a pretty picture, right? And that seems like what's going on right now with Sunday and Tyler, right? It's like the same kind of thing. Like, it's like, you know, somehow Tyler gets under Sunday's skin in a way that he doesn't even have to say anything. I feel like everybody gets under Sunday's skin. I guess I get under Sunday's skin. Shakespeare gets under Sunday's skin. Destiny is a Goebbels? A Goebbels? Oh, you mean the dude. But yeah, we got a lot to cover today. Even aside from presidents and signifiers and oh my gosh. I came unprepared. I came unprepared to hit the button. And that's right. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, Destiny. Haven't talked to him in a while, and it feels good. It feels good not to have to worry about that weird fucker. Is this Wario's skinny brother? Yeah, basically. What's up, Woody Black? What's up, Soul Life? What's up, Schmegly? What's up, Moe Noape? What's up, Philip? Donald Duck is in the chat. Binu, good to see you. Rob Ford, great as always to see you. Roel, good to see you. And Choki, great to see you. Glad to have you all here today for a very special show where hopefully we'll be putting, like, you know, we'll be closing the book. Closing up the book. Yeah, that would be great. That would be great. Sunday just, like, maybe he's apparently on the beach. He's taken some days off. He's going to touch some grass. He's going to jump in a lake or jump in an ocean or jump into some kind of body of water. I'm pretty sure. You're here for the President Sunday violence. We're going to see that today. He's doing violence to himself. And honestly, taking Aiko down with him, I don't know what Aiko's thinking. Like, even if Sunday doesn't realize this is a good look, you would think that Aiko would realize that being attached at the hip to this guy might not be doing her a lot of good in the long term. It's an ugly feeling trying to talk to people. Yeah, well, it was a long time ago for me, and I didn't really know much about the guy. He was just a friend of a friend, and he wanted to come into my Discord, just like Sunday. It's the same thing. It's the same story of just like I opened my Discord to the wrong person, and all kinds of weird stuff happens. When last we saw Destiny, he was ratioing me on Twitter. And trying to bait me into coming on his stream for a conversation, which I'm sure would have gone really nicely and not ended up in a torrent of harassment. He's gonna touch sand and walk into the ocean. Look, I'm not wishing any ill on anyone, okay? Just to be clear, I'm just saying from what I've seen, right? He did take a few days off, which seems like the right choice. So maybe he's realized something. Like it's like I don't know. I don't know how it could not dawn on you. I don't know how it could not dawn on you that raging about somebody, like talking to a larger content creator is just, it's just not a good look. Like when being just like transparently jealous like that, it's not helping him. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So what have we got on the menu for today? We got leftovers, and chat is choosing leftovers, right? As is chat's prerogative to choose. They can choose leftovers if they want to. Just like Sunday can choose violence if he wants to. And I just have to deal with the truth or the consequences, or both the truth and the consequences at the same time. But yeah, we've got some stuff going on today in addition to that. What am I thinking? I'm thinking Kamala finally sat down for an interview with Dana Bash along with Tim Walz. And I don't know, you're gonna have to see. I don't want to spoil it for you, okay? Look, I've got a friend who Destiny actually like went after, and it's kind of like he sicks his community on you, like when that happens, right? So it's sort of like if you disagree with Destiny on Twitter, then you know some of the community becomes aware of you, some of the community doesn't like you, but there's a limit to that. That shit kind of stays on Twitter. But if you talk to Destiny on stream, it's worse. It's worse, right? And if he makes a video of you talking to him on stream, it's way worse. And if that video pops because you happen to be some kind of an archetype of a leftist that they do not like, it can get really ugly. It can get really, really bad. And I've seen people quit content because of this. And I think it's on purpose, right? When I did have a conversation with Destiny, he said something to the effect of like wanting to drive Demon Mama, who he was beefing with at the time, wanting to drive her off the internet. And so, you know, I mean, he knows what the effect of that kind of stuff is. That didn't work with Demon Mama, although, I don't know, maybe it kind of did. Maybe it kind of did. But yeah, we need to, wait. I feel like there's two things I really need to cover today other than, I'm just trying to make sure that I remember everything. I'm in a weird mood, chat. Oh God, I almost forgot. Yeah, Trump and Tulsi sitting in a tree. Coping, something like that. I don't know. No, Trump and Tulsi at what is it called? It's one of those things. A town hall. Yeah, they did a town hall, and somebody forgot to tell Trump that it was a town hall. He came to the town hall expecting, I guess, a speech in which, you know, Tulsi would speak first and he would speak after, maybe even yell for her to get off, or you know, when you speak alongside Trump, sometimes he gets angry, like if you're upstaging him or you're taking too long or anything like that. You know, we've got screenshots, we've got photos of messages being sent to speakers over the teleprompter, right? Of like wrap it up, you know, like they'll add wrap it up into the teleprompter to tell the speaker that they are no longer welcome to occupy Trump's podium. Trump wants it back. And apparently Jordan Peterson talked to Tommy Robinson. Did you know that, chat? We got Jordan Peterson and Tommy Robinson. Yeah, so I feel like that's everything. I feel like that's what we're going to cover today. I've adequately previewed you for that. What we're going to talk about today, and of course the President Sunday thing. We'll finish that up. Vamps with a resubscribe. Meow. Yo. I forgot how big it was my daughter's idea to talk to Tommy Robinson. Is that guy a Nazi? I mean, he's something. He's a something. She said I should interview a British influencer. Well, I mean, that's an interesting influencer to interview, Tommy Robinson. But yeah, Vamps, thank you for the resubscribe. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I've got to get this out. Okay, so I want to do something different a little bit. Something special. All right, look, I've been like dealing with so much shit today. Don't even know how to explain it. But I've got a long weekend in front of me, and you've potentially got a long weekend in front of you. I guess it depends on how many of you are American. Right? The Americans have the long weekend, right? I don't think anybody else does. It's a long weekend if you are living in America, like the Rammstein song. Oh, that's right, yeah. See, like, we celebrate Labor Day, but not on Labor Day. Not on the real Labor Day. They want to make sure that we're not celebrating Labor Day on May 1st. I have to... Oh, yeah, good luck with that, Dr. P. Good luck with that. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to try something a little bit different today in terms of introducing the bonus topics. See, you hit that, and you hit that. There you go. So yeah, I put some cool stuff on here, including theory, including a little bit of theory. I thought that we might jump into some theory by looking into Duginism, because it's, I don't know, is it relevant again? I can't tell. I can't tell. I mean, obviously Jackson Hinkle has blown up, and he's sort of part of this whole MAGA communism thing. This new fake communist party that Haas and all the sussy bakas are involved in. And so I thought it might be time to see what Dugin is actually about, because, you know, you might hear some strange things about Dugin from the mouth of the MAGA communists, right? You might hear some denials of some of his early work that are not really true. So yeah, we're going to kind of go back to the roots of Dugin, to his 97 work. Well, wait, let me show you. Let me actually show you. That might be the best way to do that. I'm all like, wait, what was I going to do? Yeah, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the content that you could have if we hit that dono goal. And I'm also going to put us up to 6% since Vamps resubscribed. And what do you get when you resubscribe? What do you get when you get a sub on Twitter? What do you get when you sign up for the Patreon? What do you get when you do anything that could possibly be considered a donation? You get to determine, to a small degree, the outcome of our poll. Now, we've got Fallout New Vegas at 100, so I'm kind of thinking, unless something beats 100, that we play Fallout New Vegas tonight, but that doesn't mean that we necessarily will. Here, I gotta look at my theory, my history. All right. So what do we have here? We have Alexander Dugin and Haz Alden, also known as Infracell. One in chat if you know this guy. Not the guy on the left, that's Dugin, but the guy on the right. Are people familiar with Haz? Haz is like an old enemy of mine, right? I was one of the earliest people to kind of react to this guy, not as a joke or a lulcow or, you know, content, but as an actual danger. And I think that, you know, in a time when you're trying to raise class consciousness, third position fascist nonsense like this, like the diarrhea that streams out of Haz's mouth, is actually really dangerous, and it's actually really harmful. So whereas you had people like Dylan and Sansol and Vosch kind of like laughing at this guy and not even knowing what he's about. Like, I swear to God, half of these people hated him because they were like, oh yeah, he's a tanky, right? Is that what he is? He's a tanky, he's an authoritarian communist. No. This is a fascist in communist clothing, all right? This is a fascist in communist clothing, is what Haas is, right? And I think it should be more clear now. I think at least more people recognize when they start to see what's going on with Haas and Jackson Hinkle, and Haas getting access to like Manosphere podcasts such as Fresh and Fit, where he recently debated a tradcon known as Big Papa Fascist over socialism, religion, Christianity, all kinds of stuff, right? I think people are starting to see that this isn't just he's not just a clown. He is a clown and he is clownish, but he's not just a clown. So yeah, this is what we have right here. Let's let it play for a second just to give you a little preview of what this is.
Formed American quote-unquote Communist Party.
So yeah, there's the American Communist Party. There's Haas. This has got some Midwest. Yeah, there's Jackson. Now, I don't recognize Midwest marks, but I think they might be here too. I know they definitely swim in these waters, but yeah, they're trying to make a new American Communist Party. And it's like, surprise, all fascists. Surprise, no communism.
Or ACP. If you like this video.
So yeah, this is Socialism for All that does this video, sort of deep dive into Dugin, right? And if you don't know Dugin, then you don't really understand Haas. And I don't think enough people really know what he is, other than Putin's brain and oh God, there's that picture. There's Caleb Maupin. Now he's out of the picture now, right? Caleb is I guess he's embarrassed these people to the point where they do not want to associate with him anymore. But he was a patriotic socialist. He was a MAGA communist back in the day. This is Caleb Maupin meeting with Alexander Dugin. You see behind here this is the symbol for Eurasian National Bolshevism. This is the Eurasian Conference. It's a splinter group from the Russian Nazbol Party. And it's got I've done some videos on Eurasia, just the basics of third positionism and the different flavors of it, from different eras and different places, and yeah, the Eurasian thing tends to be big in Russia, and strangely enough, right, chat, do you recognize this symbol? Now it's not exactly the same, but it kind of looks a little bit like the Chaos Star. The Chaos Star, I think, would have, like these would be stretched out too, right? It looks a little different, but like that always freaked me out. That the Eurasian symbol looks a little bit like a symbol more associated with anarchism, but no, they don't have anything to do with each other. It's a weird coincidence, but there's the symbol for the Eurasian Conference that Dugin heads after he splintered off from the National Bolshevik Party of Russia. All right, so that is option one. I'm just like, what I'm doing for you, chat, here is, you recognize the Duginism symbol? I'm more than just a clown, That's what he said to me. Look, I feel like I'm the only one who got the better of Haas either, right? Because I knew not to let, like, a fascist into my Discord. Look, I may have let some sussy people into my Discord before. Sunday, that was probably a mistake. Destiny, that was probably a mistake. Dylan, that was definitely a mistake, right? There's some people that you don't really need to have a conversation with, but at least I had the good sense not to bring Infrared Haas, who was chomping at the bit to debate me. But I'm just like, what do I have to debate with a fascist? Like, right? Honestly, like, it's a cliche, but at some point you got to just call somebody a Nazi and leave the room. All right. At some point, when the red flags are clear and unambiguous, you gotta be like, all right, fuck off, Nazi. And you don't really need to have any further conversation with them. So yeah, this is what I'm doing, chat. I'm going through all of the possibilities for bonus content. We're 6% towards the dono goal. If we hit 100% by the end of the stream, which means me covering, I almost said Hillary. God damn, chat. I did have that moment when I was watching Kamala's speech at the DNC where I almost like saw Hillary's image superimpose itself on her. It was like a Baron Harkonnen sort of thing that was going on there. But no, I do mean Kamala's latest interview. We're going to watch that. We're going to watch Trump and Tulsi fail to Trump's going to unironically do a little bit of, I guess, what would you call it? Chair fucking? It's what we call in the biz chair fucking, right? A very untalented comedian. They've got to do physical stuff with a chair. Well, Trump's getting physical with that chair today, so we'll look at that. And then, of course, Sunday, we'll watch the rest of the Sunday Aiko cope stream about Westside Tyler meeting at FD Signifier. And it's so weird. It's so weird. Like when we left them, right, they were in the middle of like trying to decide whether they want to poison the well for the audience against FD Signifier. Like Aiko was mentioning somebody that FD had recommended that had some, was doing some Harvey Weinstein kind of stuff. And we also had we also had them like, hey, I wonder if FD knows about this take of Tyler's, right? Which, I mean, I think that FD knows enough to know that he doesn't agree with everything that Tyler says, right? He classifies Tyler as a problematic white dude that he like a problematic white dude that he likes, right? That's like kind of the category that he puts Tyler under. So I mean, that right there tells you that he knows that he and Tyler are not in agreement about and I think that's part of the reason that FD wanted to talk to him. I think actually FD Signifier is kind of more interested in people that are not going to be like 100% in line with his perspective, with his opinion. And that's part of why he talked to Tyler. But yeah, apparently he's aware of Sunday too. We got that screenshot, and Sunday definitely got that screenshot. He was excited to see FD Signifier talk shit about, and it wasn't really him talking shit. It's just like FD Signifier saying he's aware of Sunday's video. That's what we got. Okay, so yeah, the first thing we got theory, Dugan. Oh wait, oh wait. Is this for Dugan and his dick riders? I think this is. This is Dugan and his dick riders, right? Then we got the real leftovers. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to find this. I'm gonna have to dig this out. What's this dude's name? Bradley Martin or something? There we go. So yeah, Ethan Klein sitting here with Bradley Martin and somebody named Steiny. I mean, these guys are kind of right wing. Ethan's talking to them, and he momentarily goes over the reason for the breakup with Hassan, the reason for the end of Leftovers. So some people seem to be interested in that, and in fact, people are voting for that. So yeah, we've got that. I guess I won't really. I could show you like the here.
Just a gross, terrible.
How does this start?
Being. Also teabagged. Not that there's anything. He is actually just a gross, terrible human being. Also,
so yeah, that's Ethan talking about Hassan. Just kidding.
Teabagged. Not that there's.
Also, what is wrong with his Crocs?
Anything wrong with that? But he's like mega alpha, and he's been teabagged by a man, balls in his mouth. Basically.
Oh, Crowder. Are we talking about Crowder?
Basically, while his girl was getting. You didn't know? You don't know that story?
Well, I know.
Oh, it's Sneeko. It's Sneeko.
But I don't know about him getting teabagged.
Yeah, basically, he said he was going down on his girl while a dude was fucking her from the back. And
oh my god. Okay, well that's spicy. That's spicy. Yeah, apparently there is a There's a debate between Ethan and Sneeko, but yeah, there's also an explanation of what happened to leftovers, and there's also, it looks like a bunch of debates that Ethan probably isn't really prepared to have, like about trans people in sports and stuff like that. So we'll skip that stuff. We're not going to watch all this, obviously. This is like a 2 hour and 30-minute beast of a VOD, so we won't watch all of it, but we'll hit the high points. We'll maybe watch a little bit of the Sneeko reacting to Sneeko teabagging another man. Seriously, what is this? Anyway, that's what that option is. All right, what other option do we have? What other options do we have? We got Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman. It's this one.
With the rise of social media algorithms influencing our thoughts and our beliefs every single day.
So chat, if you have just joined us, I'm showing you the possibilities for bonus content, right? I never do this. I always like mention the content, sort of tell you what it is, but I feel like I can show you better than I can tell you. So I'll give you a little preview for all the stuff that you can vote for, and that maybe will help you inform your decision. Remember, when you donate, to let me know which of these topics you want to see, because I will actually put your money where your mouth is. I'll actually add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and if that makes the topic win, yeah, it'll add percentages. It'll add points to the vote, basically. So you can screw with the vote. You can also de-screw with the vote by choosing Vox Populi. That's the opposite, right? That's if you want to minus from all of the donos, right? You want to make it so that it's more about the vote and less about the donations. You can say Vox Populi. You can also add to the kitty for Fallout New Vegas. The radiation meter is kind of off the scale here. So again, like I said, if nothing beats this in terms of total points, that is, you know, adding the donos to the vote totals, right? Then we'll do Fallout New Vegas. But if one of them goes over 100, then that one wins. That's how we're going to do this. But yeah, I'm just letting you know. So I showed you Dugan and his dick riders. I showed you the real reason for the end of leftovers. And I showed you... This is Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman. This is that video.
With the rise of social media algorithms influencing our thoughts and our beliefs every single day, paired with the United States 2024 presidential election coming up this November, I had a burning question that I wanted to find the answer to. How many videos does it take until YouTube recommends alt-right content? With the brand new YouTube
Great question.
account and only using the autoplay feature, will YouTube eventually start feeding me far-right or alt-right videos?
I mean, if it doesn't, then this video's gonna kind of be a bummer. Like, if it just shows you, like, I don't know, like, okay, here's my prediction, all right? 50% it shows him alt-right stuff, right-wing stuff. Like, yeah, it gets him into manosphere stuff, and then from there it goes, like, harder right than that. And 50% he ends up on a cow hoof video, right? Like a video of somebody sanding down a cow hoof. You know what I'm saying? You know those videos? Or like a ear pimple, somebody popping an ear pimple and like juicing out all the, right? There's other stuff that YouTube could kind of like resolve to other than like alt-right content, but I do feel like alt-right, far-right stuff is kind of like one of the resolution chords that that YouTube could definitely hit. So yeah, I'd say it's like 50-50.
Well, let me tell you, what I found was pretty insane, to say the least.
Yo, okay, well, that tells us that maybe something right-wing gets touched on. Anyway, like I said, chat, that's what Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman is. It's this guy exploring the YouTube algorithm today and seeing what the alt-right rabbit hole looks like now, right? This was a thing. Xander Hall made a video about it, talking about how he, through watching anti-SJW content, he got kind of like pulled into some right-wing stuff that he didn't realize how far right it was until he started watching Destiny videos. Or so. That's Xander Hall's story. But I mean, that's an old story. That was like 2019 or something when Xander Hall made that video. and the algorithm looks a lot different today. So, you know, we're kind of asking the question of, you know, it was like that at one point. Is it still like that? Did it change? Has it changed and then changed back? Right? I'm kind of thinking it changed and then maybe it changed back. And then MAGA communism's latest flop. What shall we do for that? I feel like we got 2 MAGA communism things on here accidentally. Anybody else experiencing YouTube just like being really slow for them? Okay, so they got a channel called Communist Party USA. Wait, wasn't there... Is it Communist Party USA? Wait, I'm so confused now. There used to be an American Communist Party.
He is inspired, including infracell of the recently formed American quote-unquote Communist Party.
Yeah, wait, there's an old party called this. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, if that's, wait, I'm seeing, okay, maybe they had to switch. Maybe that's why it's called that, right? Because I'm seeing a channel, right? No, Communist Party, CPUSA is different. This is not the same thing. God damn it. That's when I type in American Communist Party, though, that's the first result I get is the CPUSA, which is not the same thing. So please understand, with this infrared stuff, we are not talking about the CPUSA. They did try to take it over. They were not successful. So they, I type in American Communist Party Haas. Okay, here is their... They've got, what? One video. The announcement of the American Communist Party. I mean, we could straight up watch Haas. I tend to prefer, though, watching other people's takes on Haas to Haas himself. Yeah, his channel's not really doing that well, at least on YouTube. Maybe he's on Kick. Okay, here, I'll put this in here. We'll have some Haas tent. We'll make this the Haas tent one, okay? And then I'll try to find some commentary on this as well. All right, so let's take a look and see what we got here. Yo, it's built Ford Tough. This is like a truck commercial. Also, the music is probably gonna fuck me over, isn't it? It's mecha tankies. Chat, those are mecha tankies. You know how that they're mecha tankies? So if you don't know, this is something that Infrared Haas came up with to differentiate his form of communism from, I don't know, like actual communism. Is that if you are a mecha tanky, you own your equipment for doing your work, right? You own like a mech suit of some kind. You know, you're like a large scale industrial farmer that owns like it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. because it's kind of like about owning the means of production on some scale, but you know, maybe you're a contractor with it. Here, I'm not sure if the music is licensed or not, but yeah, so he's still running this like mecha tanky grift. But yeah, the famously Haas said that that Starbucks baristas were petty bourgeoisie, right? That there's something cultural about being a barista. There's something about the fact that like coffee is like a extravagant, bourgeois, decadent thing, and that if you are working for Starbucks to give, wealthy people as well as not so wealthy people like their coffee, then you are that makes you petty bourgeoisie. You're you're literally a barista and you're a petty bourgeoisie. So yeah, this is a very twisted version of communism. This is a very twisted I mean, they're Nazguls, right? So what do you expect? Is this AI? Did they use AI for this? Okay, that's stock footage. Wait, that's Snowpiercer. That's kind of like Snowpiercer imagery, right? American Communist Party. Unlike Demon Mama, we got our logistics down.
What does that mean exactly for the? I want to talk about Marxism, Leninism, and what does that mean exactly for the party? And
I know what it doesn't mean, and it doesn't mean the ideology that you're advocating, right? And this is the whole thing, is like somebody like Dylan, somebody like Destiny, they hear Marxist Leninism out of Haas's mouth, and they're like, oh, okay, cool, I can classify you. You are a tanky. You are a tanky, and it's Duganism is what it really is. Anyway, so that's what that is. That is the MAGA communism's latest flop. That's the fourth option. I'm just going through all of your options for the bonus content. Right now, people seem to be choosing the real reason that leftovers ended, with Dugan and his Dick Riders in second place at 24%, and Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman, the YouTube algorithm as it exists now, at 22%, and MAGA communism's latest flop, which is this thing that Haas is doing along with all these other weirdos, in fourth place. So there you go. Those are your options. Remember, when you donate, no matter what form your donation takes, you can let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see covered, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, so you'll actually help it out in the polls if you want to. Or you could say Vox Populi to screw over everybody else that's trying to donate to get a certain thing, right? That's kind of like they exist in a contradiction. Ah, it's an antagonistic relationship, Chad. Either you have the poll and the votes being what counts, or you have the donos and the money being what counts, and it's kind of like, you got to resolve this contradiction somehow. I've compiled a comprehensive list of everything that Haas cares about. Here it is. Haas sounds like the list for everything that Trump cares about. But yeah, chat, we should get into speaking of Trump, we need to get into this content. We need to make this happen. So what do I do? Okay, chat. I need to get this other stream going. And yeah, after we finish Kamala and in her interview. This is too loud. This is too loud. It's too loud. Can we find something that's softer? Yeah, there we go. That's better. Okay. Like I said, we're gonna cover the interview, Dana Bash's interview with Kamala Harris. Then we're gonna cover Trump's ill-fated town hall with Tulsi Gabbard, where he arrives not even knowing that it's supposed to be a town hall. So Trump's not doing great. Let's just put it that way. And then we're gonna cover the rest of President Sunday's, I don't know what you want to call it, like a cope stream. It's a cope stream. It's a Sunday and Aiko cope stream. We'll cover that. And after that, then maybe we could get some bonus content. We hit 100% by the time the stream is over. So we're starting off with Kamala. First interview. We got Kamala. Trump struggles through a town hall. There she is. And here we are. It sounds like an episode of Sonic. I mean, is it in the same era? When did Sonic take place? Canonically. Oh yeah, somebody in chat is bringing up something fairly important. A super chat or $5 or more gets you a question and an answer right away. That's true. It actually interrupts me. So, and sometimes, you know, that's good. Sometimes it's nice to have a little interruption. A super chat of less than $5 will still get answered, but it'll get answered at the end of the segment. So that's the difference between that and that. But yeah, $5 or more, it actually reads out your question to me. So in a sassy voice. So that's kind of cool. Here we go, hitting my buttons, the requisite buttons that need to be hit. That and that. And last but not least, this button. And here we are. And here we are.
Madam Vice President, Governor Walz, thank you so much for sitting down with me and bringing the bus.
So why is this a big deal? Because Kamala hasn't done one of these before. And she's been too busy kicking Trump's ass. but there's like a sort of buzz in right-wing spheres that she's not doing this because she's afraid to. It's a weird thing, right? If Democrats aren't doing big rallies, then the Republicans are accusing them of having no enthusiasm behind them. But when Democrats are doing big rallies, bigger than Trump's rallies, then the criticism changes to, well, why aren't you doing interviews? And, you know, like there may be some reason, there may be honestly like some reason in that specifics from a politician pin them down to a certain degree, cause them to have to run under one banner or another, right? And maybe do a little give and take between their progressive base and the donor class and they think at the independents, right? The thing that they don't get is that there is something from progressive politics. There's something, especially the economic, progressive policies that actually do appeal to independents and conservatives and everyone, but they really, really don't appeal to the donor class. So the Democratic Party has kind of been, holding back on that. Biden is a little bit of an aberration in that, in what I call like the third way, the ascendance of the third way in the Democratic Party. You could trace it back to Jimmy Carter, honestly. Like people always talk about it starting after Reagan. I think it started with Carter, if I'm being completely real with you. And it's an attempt by the Democrats to sort of give up on the New Deal consensus that sort of ruled the day for years and years and years, and move more towards a neoliberal economic consensus that has ruled the day since Reagan. The Democrats did lose to Reagan in 1980, Reagan again in 1984, and Bush in 1988. And that gave them, a kind of anxiety that manifests as them being afraid of their own shadow. And their own shadow is like, I don't know, FDR or Johnson. Their own shadow is like safety net kind of programs, right? And so they've run away from that. They have, if you're Bill Clinton, cut the social safety net substantially, gone tough on crime, adopted a lot of right-wing policies, right? The tough on crime thing kind of dates back to Nixon. And so you see Democrats becoming more and more like Republicans and, offering kind of a Republican light option to people who might like the idea of supply side economics, but they don't want to vote for a Reagan or a Bush or a Dole or a Bush. God, two Bushes. So, with Biden, there was some hope that might be changing. He's given different signs, right? He's like labor is the standout thing in terms of his National Labor Relations Board, but at the same time, he hasn't been there for things like the train strike. So it's a mixed record, but it is better than what I guess we've seen from the Obamas and the Clintons and the DLC type Democrats, the third way type Democrats. There has been sort of a change there, and the question is like, is it going to get more pronounced with Kamala, or is it going to get somehow dialed back? And that's what we're going to take a look at.
The bus tour is, well,
there's also answering questions about foreign policy. Biden's foreign policy when it comes to the quote unquote bear hug, embracing Netanyahu, embracing Israel, showing overwhelming support for Israel, and not even considering something like conditioning that aid on a ceasefire or something like that. This has been another issue that Kamala does not seem to want to be pinned down on. However, she has started to pin herself down in terms of her speech at the DNC, and it's not good. It's not good. It's very both sides. It's very similar to what Biden's been doing so far. So, you've got a lot of areas where people would like to know what Kamala is about, both on the right and on the left. And whereas in a speech, she can kind of choose what she wants to talk about, in an interview, you've got a third party who is directing the line of questioning towards her. And so this sort of forces her to answer some of those questions, right? She's been fairly good on certain issues as a primary candidate, but she's shown signs of wanting to give up those positions to please a more centrist audience. So yeah, that's kind of what we're going to look at today. What this is, you know, this is seeing which way the wind blows with the Harris.
Super chatted $5. I am the great cornhole EO. I need TP for my bunghole.
Well, that is a question that I don't know how to answer. I don't know where you get TP, Soul Life. I don't know where you find TP. And if you're under the Trump economy of 2000, right, you might really have some trouble finding TP. There was a few months where TP was in very short supply. But yeah, we're going to see if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can answer the questions of where you get TP for your bunghole, and whether or not Soul Life is the great cornholio.
Well underway here in Georgia. You have less time to make your case to voters than any candidate in modern American history.
You know, she says that, but it's also like you have less time to be scrutinized, to be defined, to be oppo researched, right? She says this as if it's a bad thing, but in general, like, this is a political candidate's dream, right? The less time you have, the less expectation there is of you making campaign promises and specifics, and it kind of lets you, you know, slide in there, maybe based on personality and biography alone, right? So I don't know. She says that like it's a bad thing. I don't know if that's how Kamala's thinking about it.
Voters are really eager to hear what your plans are. If you are elected, what would you do on
It was deleted, probably because you said bunghole.
day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the
Yeah, this is an annoying thing about Democrats. They'll never talk about doing anything for the poor. They'll definitely won't talk about doing anything for unhoused people. But they'll say middle class, and that's also because Americans have a fear, an aversion to considering themselves anything lower, right? Nobody wants to, you know, nobody wants to admit that they're like lower class, that they're working class, right? That's why they don't use that phrase anymore, right? And you know, it kind of alienates workers further away from class considerations. In reality, you know, high paid, low paid, if you're earning a wage.
Philip BL, super chatted $5. In 1970s neo-libs, BC of their sexism, thought it was a clever insult to call New Deal Dem.
Are you serious?
Democrats. Unamused,
What?
I'm proud to take their Eleanor label. Rock cowboy hat face.
Oh, thank you for that bit of history, Philip. That's actually, wow, I didn't know that. Eleanor Democrats, right, as an insult. Yeah, so Democrats have been running from their shadow for 50 years now.
aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people. I think that people are ready for a new way forward, in a way that generations of Americans have been fueled by.
Yeah, I don't like these captions.
I think, sadly, in the last decade, we have had in the former president someone who has really been pushing an agenda and an environment that is about diminishing the character and the strength of who we are as Americans, really dividing our nation, and I think people are ready to turn the page on that.
So what would you do day one?
Day one, it's going to be about, one, implementing my plan for what I call an opportunity economy. I've already laid out a number of proposals in that regard, which include what we're going to do to bring down the cost of everyday goods, what we're going to do to invest in America's small businesses, what we're going to do to invest in families, for example, extending the child tax credit to $6,000 for families for the first year of their child's life, to help them buy a car seat, to help them buy baby clothes, a crib. There's the work that we're going to do that is about investing in the American family around affordable housing, a big issue in our country right now. So there are a number of things on day one.
What about you?
Well, I'm excited about this agenda, too. As I said, the idea of inspiring America to what can be. And I think many of these things that the Vice President's proposing are things that we share in values. And the child tax credit is one we know that reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We did it in Minnesota to have a federal partner in this. Unbelievable, I think, in the impact that we can make.
You talked about, you call it the opportunity economy. You are well aware that right now many Americans are struggling. There's a crisis of affordability. One of your campaign themes is we're not going back. But I wonder what you say to voters who do want to go back when it comes to the economy specifically, because their groceries were less expensive, housing was more affordable when Donald Trump was president.
Okay, so I'm cutting her off before she can answer. The real answer is that people don't want to go back to Trump. People want to go back before the lockdown. People want to go back before COVID. That was a fucked up thing that happened, and it greatly perturbed an already precarious situation for American workers, right? And so the answer is, the question is not, were you better off 4 years ago? You definitely weren't. And you know, no matter what you think, you do not want to go back to other than maybe getting that stimulus check. And, you know, and unless it's like something about just like, well, you know, I got time off of work and I you know, had the stimulus, and unless it's something like that, like but in actuality, the situation was not good. And that's where all the job losses came. And that's where that's where the inflation came from, right? So all of these things, you know, inflation, insecurity, making already a precarious lifestyle, the lifestyle of the working class in America, more precarious, right? You want to go back to before that, but to do that, you got to go back 5 years, right? And the truth of the matter is, you can't go back. This is like something that happened, and you know, the thought pattern where you say, I want to vote for Trump because shit was better, you know, in 2019, it's cope. It's not helpful. It's not realistic. You can't undo what happened with COVID, right? And all you can do by bringing Trump back is to make it worse, because it was his leadership that led that situation to be as harmful as it was. Like I always say, you can't completely blame Trump for the inflation and the job losses that happened, you know, during that time. But I do think that his bad leadership and the lack of confidence people felt when they saw the president go up there and say, it's going to be gone, folks. It's going to be all gone away in just a few weeks, right? And then, no, maybe you can get rid of it with bleach, right? All this shit that Trump said, like, gave people no confidence. It was a really scary time, right? And that fear, you know, probably made things worse, right? So now, this is not an answer that I would expect Kamala to give. Exactly, right? It's too wordy. It's too long. It's not snappy enough.
Well, let's start with the fact that when Joe Biden and I came in office, during the height of a pandemic, we saw over 10 million jobs were lost. People, I mean, literally, we were all tracking the numbers. Hundreds of people a day were dying because of COVID. The economy had crashed. In large part, all of that because of mismanagement by Donald Trump of that crisis. When we came...
Okay, so actually there's more of my answer in what she's saying than I expected.
Our highest priority was to do what we could to rescue America. And today, we know that we have inflation at under 3%. A lot of our policies have led to the reality that America recovered faster than any wealthy nation around the world. But you are right. Prices...
You know what's weird, though, is that, like, that what she's saying is true, but I don't know how helpful it is to say that, right? It's a true fact. You can look it up, like, right? You can look at the statistics, but you also know that Americans are not going to look through the statistics. Like, that's not going to happen. So I wonder how useful of an explanation that actually is, right? Other countries had it worse. The rest of the world had it worse, right? We're in a more globally aware, internet-based culture than we've ever been before. But that transmission of information through the internet really depends on engagement, and there's nothing like less engaging than statistics. What is engaging is a clip, a video. What is engaging is rage bait, right? And so all of the invectives that, like, the state of the economy, the state of food prices are because of something that Joe Biden did, that gets a kind of traction that her actual explanation that this was a global situation and that the United States suffered less than most of the world from that global situation. I don't know. I don't know.
In particular for groceries are still too high. The American people know it, I know it, which is why my agenda includes what we need to do to bring down the price of groceries. For example, dealing with an issue like price gouging, what we need to do to extend the child tax credit to help young families be able to take care of their children in their most formative years, what we need to do to bring down the cost.
I feel like she should have started with doing something about price gouging. Now, price gouging doesn't just solve itself, right? You need a policy to do that. And there's a number of different ways you could go about that. A discussion of specifics is going to get her more likely like called a communist, not just by Trump, but by the media. And so I kind of get why she's avoiding that. But yeah, talking about price gouging, talking about, if she was a little bit braver, I think she might mention the record profits that a lot of companies, particularly, grocery stores and the like have made during this crisis.
Cost of housing. My proposal includes what would be a tax credit of $25,000 for first-time home buyers, so they can just have enough to put a down payment on a home, which is part of the American dream and their aspiration, but do it in a way that allows them to actually get on the path to achieving that goal and that dream.
So you have been vice president for 3.5 years.
Yeah.
The steps that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
Well, first,
that's actually a really good question, right? And I know the answer. The answer is that the steps that it would take to alleviate people's pain at the point of sale are steps that would piss off the powers that be in the United States, that would piss off capitalists, the people that are making those record profits, right? That is probably why she hasn't done anything yet.
First of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%. The work that we have done to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. Donald Trump said he was going to do a number of things, including allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices. Never happened. We did it. So now, as I travel in the state of Georgia and around our country, the number of seniors that have benefited. I was in Nevada recently, a grandmother who showed me her receipts. And before we capped the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month, she was paying hundreds of dollars, up to thousands of dollars a month for her insulin. She's not doing that any longer.
You maintain Bidenomics is a success.
I maintain that when we do the work.
Okay, so there is a real big point that Kamala should explain, and really Biden should explain, right? And she's not going to get asked this by Dana Bash, right? But Biden came in, and instead of continuing the stimulus, right? Instead of continuing the stimulus, he lowered the stimulus by $600 and then cut it off. These are things that that like literally any president in the United States would do. But if you want to reach people that are feeling pain from this situation, you don't need to be any president. You need to be exceptional. And when people get used to something, that is a time that you can lock something like that in, right? There were so many choices that Biden made early on that were just like, let's get back to normal, Jack, that he shouldn't have made. And that actually have helped Trump. Like I said, Trump did that one policy that I approve of, which is the stimmy, which is the stimulus checks. And, he didn't want to do it. It's not a normal Republican policy. It's not a normal anyone policy, but the situation sort of forced him to do that. And then Biden, instead of trying to, at least lock some of that in, he immediately thrust it away to signal that, he's not a Eleanor, as Philip was saying earlier, or a New Deal Democrat, despite the fact that he is maybe more like that than Obama.
Of bringing down prescription medication for the American people, including capping the cost of the annual cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000. When we do what we did in the first year of being in office to extend the child tax credit so that we cut child poverty in America by over 50%, when we do what we have done to invest in the American people and bringing manufacturing back to the United States so that we...
Okay, so the child tax credit is good, but it is, targeted at parents. You could target it more broadly. You could do more.
Created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, bringing business back to America. What we have done to improve the supply chain so we're not relying on foreign governments to supply American families with their basic needs, I'll say that that's good. More to do, but that's good work.
I want to get some clarity on where you stand on some key policy issues.
Okay, so here is the moment, right, where they ask Kamala, you've said all these things that are way too progressive, right? Nobody says this kind of stuff outside of a primary, and particularly outside of a primary where the Democrats have actually been pushed to the left for once. That was the 2020 primary, right? This is the put up or shut up moment of are you going to stand by the truly progressive things that you've said, or are you going to bow down and kiss the ring of the Washington consensus? So pretty big moment.
Energy is a big one. When you were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, "There is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking." Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
Oh my God, she really needs to stop feeding into the idea that the vice president has power, right? This is one of the ways that Trump attacks her by saying that you were vice president for 4 years. Why haven't you done anything? And the real answer is that the vice president...
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
The vice president serves at the pleasure of the president, right? The vice president is not a mover and a shaker of the system. The vice president is essentially an employee of the administration. So, I mean, she's kind of feeding into, something where she's going to get attacked on it. And, I wish Americans understood how this stuff works.
In 2019, I believe, in a town hall, you said you were asked, would you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day in office? And you said, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024.
She said frack yes, chat. She said frack yes. That's her answer.
And I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed. I believe it is very important that we take seriously what we must do to guard against what is a clear crisis in terms of the climate. And to do that, we can do what we have accomplished thus far. The Inflation Reduction Act, what we have done to invest, by my calculation, over probably $1 trillion over the next 10 years, investing in a clean energy economy. What we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs. That tells me from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking. In fact, Dana, excuse me, I cast the tie-breaking vote.
Oh, is it Dana?
That actually increased leases for fracking
Yeah.
as vice president. So I'm very clear about where I stand.
And was there some policy or scientific data that you saw that you said, oh, okay, I get.
I want to point out all the issues in which the Democrats have been pushed to the right, because I acknowledged earlier some issues where the Biden administration had kind of pushed further left than the Obama administration or your standard kind of third way Democrat, right? Labor being the foremost, right? But I want to point out all the places where they've given ground, and it's kind of astounding.
Get it now.
What I have seen is that we can grow and we can increase a thriving.
So what she's not saying, the second part of that, what she's really saying, my values have not changed, my priorities have changed. So her goals, what she sees as important has not changed, but the way to get there, or maybe what's practical. If we're being honest, right? I mean, Dana Bash acknowledged in the very beginning, you've got this must-win state of Pennsylvania where fracking is very important. What say you now to fracking, which you once said you wanted to ban, Kamala Harris, right? What do you say? And she says, frack, yes. Frack, baby, frack.
Clean energy
Pennsylvania, I want to frack that place up.
economy without banning fracking.
I want to frack them hard. I want their freaking...
Another issue, big one, is immigration.
I want their drinking water to be... God damn it, did I change the... Oh. I hate the YouTube control things. Fuck.
We have had in the former plan for what I call an opportunity economy. Americans have been fueled by is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the
I'm so confused. Madam
Vice President, Governor Walz, thank you so much for sitting down with me and bringing the bus. The bus tour is well underway here in Georgia. You have less time to make your...
Okay, so this is the one that we watched.
Pushing an agenda and an environment that is about diminishing the character and the strength of who we are as Americans.
What the hell?
Highest priorities is to do what we can to support.
Voters are really eager to hear what your plans are. If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward, in a way that generations of Americans have been fueled by hope and by optimism. I think, sadly, in the last decade, we have had in the former president someone who has really been pushing an agenda and an environment that is about diminishing the character and the strength of who we are as Americans, really dividing our nation, and I think people are ready to turn the page on that.
So what would you do day one?
Day one, it's going to be about, one, implementing my plan for what I call an opportunity economy. I've already laid out a number of proposals in that regard, which include what we're going to do to bring down the cost of everyday goods, what we're going to do to invest in America's small businesses, what we're going to do to invest in families, for example, extending the child tax credit to $6,000 for families for the first year of their child's life, to help them buy a car seat, to help them buy baby clothes, a crib. There's the work that we're going to do that is about investing in the American family around affordable housing, a big issue in our country right now. So there are a number of things on day one.
What about you?
So far, as far as, and I haven't really talked about this, like, right, so I've got two interests in this speech. One is, what do I think about what this interview says about her policies going forward, right? Whether this is encouraging, whether this is disheartening, what we can expect from a Kamala Harris administration. And the second one is whether I think that what she does or what she says, or more importantly, maybe how she says it, is going to work in terms of getting her elected. Now, I notice already that she does something that I do a lot, which is, when you're asked a question in the context of an interview, you kind of go into your head and you're thinking aloud and you're rambling a little bit, right? I mean, obviously the opposite of that would be she gives a very pat answer. She's sort of rehearsed everything and she's got talking points that she's going to go on. So she's not giving you talking points. There's an authenticity to it. But there's also a degree to which she loses people. She loses the audience, right? That answer is not something that most Americans can concentrate on, especially with the sort of TikTok, attention spans that we have now, right? So I'm noticing a big difference in her speeches, in which she's very energized when she's got a crowd out there. And potentially her debates, which I would assume are good because she's a prosecutor. She's used to sort of, debating people publicly. And then now her sit down interviews when there's no crowd and it's just, her responding to somebody. It's a little bit less, put together.
I'm excited about this agenda, too. As I said, the idea of inspiring America to what can be. And I think many of these things that the vice president's proposing are things that we share in values. And the child tax credit is one we know that reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We did it in Minnesota to have a federal partner in this. Unbelievable, I think, in the impact that we can make.
You talked about, you call it the opportunity economy. You are well aware that right now many Americans are struggling. There's a crisis of affordability. One of your campaign themes is we're not going back. But I wonder what you say to voters who do want to go back when it comes to the economy specifically, because their groceries were less expensive, housing was more affordable when Donald Trump was president.
Well, let's start with the fact that when Joe Biden and I came in office, during the height of a pandemic, we saw over 10 million jobs were lost. People, literally, we were all tracking the numbers. Hundreds of people a day were dying because of COVID. The economy had crashed. In large part, all of that because of mismanagement by Donald Trump of that crisis. When we came in, our highest priority was to do what we...
Yeah, I mean, I like what she's saying in terms of, it working. The only thing I don't like about it is it's like, it's not snappy enough, right? She could have said that in a shorter way and, kind of gotten up front with hey, you're talking about Trump's crisis there, right? Which we came in right in the middle of.
To rescue
like we're not the ones who made the crisis, we're the ones who fixed the crisis. And look at how inflation is right now prices are another matter. Yeah, if she, oh my god, chat, this would have been the master stroke if she had talked about the difference between inflation and affordability, because Americans don't care about inflation. All right, now that's going to sound weird to some of you, but hear me out. All right, inflation is a very abstract concept. It's an abstract economic concept that involves a lot of things that don't actually directly touch Americans, as opposed to affordability, which does. Affordability is when I go to the grocery store and I put all the items I want in the cart. Do I need to set some of those items aside before checking out? Do I need to take some of those things back, right? Can I buy what I need at the grocery store, or am I having to make really tough choices, right? That's affordability. That's what touches people. And she could say that there's, in inflation, which we've gotten under control, but affordability, we don't. We don't. And that's because some very greedy corporations have taken advantage of this situation in order to increase their bottom line, in order to make more profits. And if she had the guts, right, she would talk about corporate profits during this time, because that right there is catching them red-handed, is placing the blame where it actually goes. Now, I told you before, right, she's beholden, as any politician is, to corporate donors, to capitalist donors, right? And so there's going to be a reluctance to actually pin the tail on the donkey responsible for this situation. But yeah, if she were to disambiguate those two things and talk about, like, I want to think less about inflation since we've gotten that under control. I want to talk about affordability. Things still aren't affordable. And I got to ask why. And the real answer is price gouging. You're getting fucked over. And I am going to do something about that as president. But obviously, the next question is, why hasn't Biden done something about that as president?
And today, we know that we have inflation at under 3%. A lot of our policies have led to the reality that America recovered faster than any wealthy nation around the world. But you are right. Prices, in particular for groceries, are still too high. The American people know it, I know it, which is why my agenda includes what we need to do to bring down the price of groceries. For example, dealing with an issue like price gouging. What we need to do to extend the child tax credit to help young families be able to take care of their children in their most formative years. What we need to do to bring down the cost of housing. My proposal includes what would be a tax credit of $25,000 for first-time home buyers, so they can just have enough to put a down payment on a home.
Look, lead with the goodies, okay? This is something that I don't do nearly enough, but when you're giving a speech, you gotta, or answering a question, right? You gotta start with the good stuff. You gotta start with what people really care about. And then maybe get more granular for that. And you got to realize that people are going to pay more attention to the first two sentences that you say answering a question like that than they are going to do to the rest of the minutia. So she's kind of getting, like I said, she's in her own head. She's getting caught up in words and stuff like that. Some of what she's saying is good. Some of what she's saying is what she needs to say, but she's not being as upfront with what am I going to do for you, right? That's what she really needs to concentrate. What am I, as president, going to do for you, the American people, right? That's what people want to hear.
Which is part of the American dream and their aspiration, but do it in a way that allows them to actually get on the path to achieving that goal and that dream.
So you have been vice president for 3.5 years.
Yeah.
The steps that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
Well, first of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%. The work that we have done to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. Donald Trump said he was going to do a number of things, including allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices. Never happened. We did it. So now, as I travel in the state of Georgia and around our country, the number of seniors that have benefited. I was in Nevada recently, a grandmother who showed me her receipts. And before we capped the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month, she was paying hundreds of dollars, up to thousands of dollars a month for her insulin. She's not doing that anymore.
You maintain Bidenomics is a success.
I maintain that when we do the work of bringing down prescription medication for the American people, including capping the cost of the annual cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000, when we do what we did in the first year of being in office to extend the child tax credit so that we cut child poverty in America.
So her answer is essentially, we had to recover first. Now, I don't know what she's thinking, and I don't know how that's going to translate in people's minds to somebody just like hearing this. But maybe a mea culpa here would be in order. We didn't anticipate that even after we brought down inflation, that the corporations were going to continue to price gouge the American people, and particularly in the areas of the goods that they need to survive: housing, groceries. Right? We weren't quick enough to respond. And we didn't think that after a crisis like this, that, so many people, so many of these corporations, their minds would just be on maximizing their profit. So I do apologize for that, but we're aware of that now, and I've got a plan to do something about it. I don't know. In this case, like some people say, don't ever apologize. That just causes a feeding frenzy. I almost think in this case, a mea culpa might be the best strategy, because there really was a policy failure there. I don't see how you explain that with we needed to recover first. What? You can't help the American people out while you're recovering? That's not part of the recovery? Yeah, I don't know about that answer. I don't know about that answer. Again, I'm analyzing it from the point of, whether this is going to benefit her, in terms of the campaign, rather than don't take any of this as shade as like, well, I don't know, maybe you should vote for Trump. I'm not saying that. I will not say that. I think the choice is really clear between Trump and Kamala Harris, and but I do I'm looking at this in terms of, is she making the most of this opportunity or not?
By over 50%. When we do what we have done to invest in the American people and bringing manufacturing back to the United States so that we created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, bringing business back to America, what we have done to improve the supply chain so we're not relying on foreign governments to supply American families with their basic needs, I'll say that that's good work. There's more to do, but that's good work.
I want to get
Look, bringing back industries, bringing back jobs is, I understand why you want to use it as a talking point. It's a talking point that the American people have heard a lot. And most of the time it's been an empty promise, right? When you talk about supply chains and stuff, again, you're getting too abstract, right? You need to concentrate on affordability, and you need to concentrate on the fact that that the inflation that the Biden administration has been able to cut, the inflation has gone way down, hasn't translated to affordability, to prices going down. You need to recognize that, place the blame on that, and then tell people what you're going to do about that, right? This is apparently, this is in her policy. It's just like, I'm not sure how much it's getting through.
some clarity on where you stand on some key policy issues. Energy is a big one. When you were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, "There is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking." Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
In 2019, I believe, at a town hall, you said you were asked, would you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day?
So my question here is not so much at Kamala Harris, right? She is apparently saying what she has to say to get elected. It is a sad thing that the Democrats have essentially given up this issue. It is a sad thing that the priority of the, that they haven't been able to advocate for green energy better than they have. But notice that this is coming from Donna Bash, right? This is coming from the mainstream press. People always say that the mainstream press is incredibly liberal. You just saw the mainstream press force a candidate to bend down and kiss the ring, okay? And I guess that's just how our electoral system works. But yeah, and this is one of the issues. This is one of the issues where the Democrats have gotten pulled vastly to the right. And, it's really disturbing because when you're voting for a candidate, your ultimate goal is policy. You want to see good policy passed, right? It's not about whose name is on the 45th and 46th and 47th president of the United States, whose picture is on that wall, right? In the end of the day, that means nothing. Everything is about policy. And yet the Democrats are so willing, and they have been for so long, to give up any policy that they think is inconvenient and to throw constituencies under the bus. And when you're talking about energy, when you're talking about climate change, when you're talking about the environment, that person that they're throwing under the bus is the world, is all of us, right? But that's just another example of the sway to the right that you've seen from the Democratic Party. But again, like I said, like the fact that that question gets asked like that shows you how strong the Washington consensus is for an issue like that, right? There's no room for disagreement there. And, she's sort of forced into this situation.
In office, and you said there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed.
So that's not enough. She says frack, baby, frack. She says frack, yes, but that's not enough. We need to, well, you said bad things about fracking this one time. Are you sure? Are you sure you're not going to go back to the bad banning of fracking?
Campaign.
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
What made you change that position?
It's a weird way to say, that I kept my word when you changed your position. Anyway,
At the time.
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed. I believe it is very important that we take seriously what we must do to guard against what is a clear crisis in terms of the climate. And to do that, we can do what we have accomplished thus far. The Inflation Reduction Act, what we have done to invest by my calculation.
look, I mean, I guess it could be worse, right? She could be saying, she could be endorsing clean coal as a bridge to greener technology. It could be worse. It could be worse, but
Over probably $1 trillion over the next 10 years, investing in a clean energy economy. What we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs. That tells me, from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking. In fact, Dana, I cast the tie-breaking vote that actually increased leases for fracking as vice president. So I'm very clear about where I stand.
So yeah, the casting of the tie-breaking vote is the one quasi-independent action a vice president can take. It's not really clear how independent it ever is, because the vice president serves at the pleasure of the president, and ostensibly if the vice president was to break the tie in a way that the president did not like, that vice president might not last. But yeah, that is the one duty, that is the one actual role, that is the one the vote essentially that the vice president has, is on a 50-50 Senate tie, the vice president comes in and casts the deciding vote.
Was there some policy or scientific data that you saw that you said, oh, okay, I get it now?
What I have seen is that we can grow and we can increase a thriving clean energy economy without banning fracking.
Okay. Another issue, big one, is immigration. As vice president, you were tasked with addressing the root causes of migration in southern.
So here's another issue in which the Democrats have been pushed to the right, where the Democrats have essentially adopted a Republican policy and thus, really moved the Overton window. Time was where the Democrats would talk about a pathway to citizenship. Time was when the Democrats would talk about programs like DACA. Now you've got a Democrat talking about, we need a strong border, we need a tight border, we need an impregnable, hermetically sealed border, rather than the actual answer, which is that our policy, our foreign policy, has a lot more to do with immigration rates than how many miles of wall we build, right?
Countries and
northern part of Central America.
The northern part of Central America that affects the southern border of the U.S. During the Biden-Harris administration, there were record numbers of illegal border crossings. Why did the Biden-Harris administration wait 3.5 years to implement sweeping asylum restrictions?
Well, first of all,
So if you don't know, asylum is a human right, right? If you were to be in a country where an evil dictator took over and oppressed you, right, based on your identity, went after people like you, and you were in danger, you would want other countries to open their arms to you and let you escape that. That's considered a human right. That's what we're talking about when we say asylum. Donald Trump will always talk about the late, great Hannibal Lecter. But, in reality, asylum is something that it's a human right that needs to be defended. The reason that it's difficult is because there's actually not enough infrastructure. There's not enough, judges in a situation like this where you've got, where you've got a lot of asylum seekers to actually hear those cases and decide in where is that a cat that got stuck in my room, chat? I'm going to have to let my cat out of my room, I think. It's not my cat, it's my roommate's cat. That's what happens when I shut the door. I know. Here you go. Here you go. That's especially awesome considering
Root causes work that I did as vice president, that I was asked to do by the president, has actually resulted.
Okay, so she's touching on it now. She has done negotiations with other countries that where some of that, immigration is coming from, and that's sort of closer to the idea of what you should actually do about immigration. Look, people don't like pull up their roots and leave their home for no reason. Like, immigrants aren't like sitting there being like, let's fuck up the United States. Actually, immigrants don't fuck up the United States. They commit like lower rates of crime than citizens, and they contribute to the economy. In fact, in some cases, they're contributing maybe to your Social Security, right? You've got to have a Social Security number to be able to work, and in some cases, the immigrants will just use a random person's Social Security number, and that results in them actually contributing to your Social Security, right? So, yeah, I mean, this is a demonized group of people that you would hope that the Democratic Party would have some concern towards defending, but instead, no, they've absolutely caved on this. So here's another issue.
A number of benefits, including historic investments by America.
But like, what the point I'm trying to make, chat, is that like, the United States is a global hegemon, the most powerful military in the world, a very influential economy through the dollar, right? The United States has a lot of influence. The United States is the 800-pound gorilla in the room. And the phrase being like, where does the 800-pound gorilla sleep? Wherever it wants to is the answer, right? The United States has a lot of impact on other countries and on their situations. And in the case of, like, say, Venezuela, Donald Trump's policies of enacting sanctions against Venezuela is what resulted in a large wave of immigration from Venezuela. So you've got a problem that Trump caused, and then it manifests during the Biden administration. And instead of calling that out, instead of telling it like it is, because maybe it's too complicated to explain to the American people how immigration actually works, how the United States has a lot of effect on what's going on in other countries, and that affects in turn, people that need to get out of there, people that want to immigrate, right? Instead of that, we're just gonna kind of be like, build the wall. This is where she's at now. She's on the build the wall train.
American businesses in that region. The number of immigrants coming from that region has actually reduced since we began that work. But I will say this, that
now she's talking about Guatemala, I think.
Joe Biden and I,
to be clear,
and our administration worked with members of the United States Congress on an immigration issue that is very significant to the American people and to our security, which is the border. And through bipartisan work, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, a bill was crafted, which we supported, which I support. And Donald Trump got word of this bill that would have contributed to securing.
Okay, so now this actually tells you a lot about how broken the American political system is on both sides, right? You got the Democrats who were supposed to advocate against anti-immigrant policy, folding and saying, no, actually, we're for building that motherfucking wall. We are against asylum. We are against human rights, right? You got the Democrats folding on that, right? And then you've got the Republicans who wanted this bill to go through. Donald Trump calls up the House members and he says, don't pass that bill. You know that bill that I was telling you got to pass? Right? Because we were gonna pass it, and then the Senate was gonna kill it, and we'd be like, aha, the Democrats don't want a strong immigration policy. That's why you got to vote for Trump. Or it was gonna go to Biden, and Biden was gonna veto it, and they'd be like, aha, see, Biden's against, against a strong border, right? So that's why you got to vote for Trump, right? That was the plan. And then when Biden says, Jack, I'm gonna let that bill come through. I'm gonna sign that bill, right? When Biden changes his mind about it, Trump changes his mind about it. No, I no longer want that bill to pass. Trump. So in other words, the Republicans were trying to pass a bill that they had no interest in through the House, that they had no interest in having signed into law. And once it became clear that that bill would become signed into law, Donald Trump told the Republicans, don't vote for it anymore. That is a broken system. That is a broken system on both sides. Democrats who are too cowardly to advocate for sane immigration policy, and Republicans who are so conniving that even when they get what they want policy-wise, they won't take it because it might hurt Trump's chances in the next election. It's wild. It's wild how broken our politics are.
Our border, and because he believes that it would not have helped him politically, he told his folks in Congress, don't put it forward. He killed the bill. A border security bill that would have put 1,500 more agents on the border. And let me tell you something, the border...
Sue Triangle says in all caps, which I don't recommend, all caps. It's the equivalent of shouting, which you don't need to do because I can hear you just fine. She's in office now. Why won't she fix it? If she wanted to do it... Oh, okay, well, let me explain to you something, right? So there's presidents, that's like Joe Biden, and there's vice presidents, all right? The president has a lot of executive power. A president can do a lot of things. The vice president has one power, and that is to walk into the Senate when the vote is tied 50-50 and cast the deciding vote. Right? So you're asking, why doesn't she do XYZ? And the answer is because she's not the motherfucking president.
Border Patrol endorsed the bill. And I'm sure in large part because they knew they were working around the clock and 1,500 more agents would help them. That bill would have allowed us to increase seizures of fentanyl. Ask any community in America that has been devastated by fentanyl what passing that bill would have done to address their concern and a pain that they've experienced.
So you would push that legislation again. I just want to
Not
ask
only
about...
push it, I will make sure that it comes to my desk and I would sign it.
Just one other question.
So there's two things going on, right? There's the legislation that the Republicans tried to pass that Biden agreed to pass, and that then the Republicans changed their mind when they knew there was a chance that this bill might actually become law. So this is something that the Republicans were asking for, that they ended up voting against it, right? So you got the House, you got the Senate, you got the president, right? Senate is 50-50, which means effectively the Democrats control it, but ever so slightly. If the Republicans really want to fuck something up, if they want to stop something, they can filibuster it. You got the House that's controlled by the Republicans, right? So the Republican-controlled House went from wanting to pass a bill when they thought that the Senate or the president would kill the bill to wanting to not pass the bill when they knew that the bill would actually become law. Because if the bill becomes law, then Biden can say, I am strong on the border too, and Trump has a less chance of being elected, right? Trump wants the House to vote yes, and either the Senate or the White House to say no, right? So in terms of why doesn't she do XYZ in terms of this bill, literally because the Republican House voted against it. Why did the Republican House vote against it? Because Donald Trump called them up and told them not to vote for it. Because Donald Trump placed his, re-election, chances as a priority over the legislation that the Republicans wanted to get done, the Republican border bill that the Democrats had caved to. So there's your answer.
About something that you said in 2019 when you first ran. There was a debate. You raised your hand when asked whether or not the border should be decriminalized. Do you still believe that?
I believe there should be consequence. We have laws that have to be followed and enforced that address and deal with people who cross our border illegally, and there should be consequence. And let's be clear, in this race, I'm the only person who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations who traffic in guns, drugs, and human beings. I'm the only person in this race who actually served a border state as Attorney General to enforce our laws, and I would enforce our laws as president going forward. I recognize the problem.
Generally speaking, how should voters look at some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here in your policy? Is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more about the information? Is it because you were running for president in a Democratic primary? And should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
Dana, I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time. We did that with the Inflation Reduction Act. We have set goals for the United States of America, and by extension the globe, around when we should meet certain standards for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, as an example. That value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed. I spent 2 terms as the Attorney General of California prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the passage, illegal passage of guns, drugs, and human beings across our border. My values have not changed. So that is the reality of it. And 4 years of being vice president, I'll tell you, one of the aspects to your point is traveling the...
Look, the truth of the matter is that, like, it's sadly not about values with the Democratic Party. It's about expediency, it's about elections, and it's another example of how broken our politics are. The fact that these policies are not put in place due to the values of a president or of a representative, that they're put in place due to, with the Democrats, A, what they think will get them elected, and B, you know, where the donor money is leading them. Yeah, there's not actually, like, if the value was first and foremost, like, you know, save people, to save humanity from the worst effects of climate change, then the very different policy would have been enacted, right? That's obviously not what the Democrats are doing.
Country extensively. I mean, I'm here in Georgia. I think somebody told me 17 times since I've been vice president in Georgia alone. I believe it is important to build consensus. And it is important to find a common place of understanding of where we can actually solve problems.
On that note, you had a lot of Republican speakers at the convention. Will you appoint a Republican to your cabinet?
This fucking interview, seriously, like, there's so much pressure on Kamala to turn right from this interview.
Yes, I would.
And this is the mainstream media pressing a Democratic, you know, candidate that they obviously think is too far left to be more right, more towards the right.
Anyone
Yes,
in
I
mind?
would. No one in particular in mind. We got 68 days to go with this election, so I'm not putting the cart before the horse. But I would. I think it's really important.
Again, chat. We're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through this this interview, and then I'll read donos after that. If you super chat $5 or more, I'll take your question like as it comes. But for the rest of the donos, I'll read those after this segment. And make sure to let me know when you do donate in any way that you do, right? Anything that's a donation, getting yourself a membership, gift memberships, anything like that. Let me know in chat which of these topics that is over on the poll that's either down there or it's up in the you know, the poll on the full scale stream. Let me know which of these topics that you want to see for the bonus content, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I'll apply your donation towards the points that the topic is getting in the poll, so you can help get the bonus content that you want to see at the end of the stream by donating and letting me know what your choice is.
Important. I have spent my career inviting diversity of opinion. I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences. And I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican.
That is fucking wild. I don't know what to say. The Democratic Party. Can you imagine Trump saying this shit? I mean, he would, but it would be like RFK. Yeah, I got a Democrat in my cabinet. I got Tulsi Gabbard. I got Robert F. Kennedy Jr., right? It's they did have a lot of Republicans speaking at the DNC due to the fact that there are so many Republicans that after having worked with Trump, after having been part of Trump's administration, now actually see him as a danger to the country. So, I mean, you know, obviously one of those people is less harmful than, like, we're going to bring in MAGA Mike Johnson to the cabinet. We're going to bring in, you know, Lindsey Graham. We're going to bring in Ron DeSantis, right? You know, she's not saying that. So it's going to be somebody that's like critical of Trump. But at the same time, it just shows you how much the mainstream, the supposedly liberal media is pushing the Democratic Party, is pushing the Democratic candidate to the right, in a way that they would not do to Trump or to a Republican candidate.
I want to ask you about your opponent, Donald Trump. Okay. I was a little bit surprised. People might be surprised to hear that you have never interacted with him, met him face to face. That's going to change soon. But what I want to ask you about is what he said last month. He suggested that you happened to turn black recently for political purposes, questioning a core part of your identity.
Yeah.
Any
Same old tired playbook. Next question, please.
That was a good answer.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Let's talk about some foreign policy issues that would be on your plate.
Look, this is Trump hurting himself, hurting his own electoral chances. She did the smart thing when somebody is, you know, when somebody is electorally hanging themselves. Give them more rope. Let them have all the rope. Get out of the way. Let them harm their own campaign. Right? There's nothing more that needs to be said.
If you become commander in chief, President Biden has tried unsuccessfully to end the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. He's been doing it for months and months, along with you. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I'm unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense.
So that might have sounded like an invitation to let her lefty flag fly. It's not what it was, right? It was a trap. It was a trap. And if she had said something like, well, yeah, actually, I think that, you know, since Israel's been so unresponsive, or even identified the Netanyahu government as being particularly bad. Now, in reality, like, Israel, no matter who's in charge, is going to be, you know, is going to be right wing, and it's going to be encroaching on Palestine in all kinds of ways, right? There's not a good option. There's not a viable political entity in Israel that's going to ever come in and take things in a different direction. But what she's really doing there is just like assuring that, yeah, are you on this, like, you know, Israel, you know, pro-Israel, no matter what they fucking do, right? No matter how high the numbers of casualties go, no matter how obvious that it becomes that what's going on is an attempt to ethnically cleanse Palestinians out of Gaza. Are you ride or die? Are you ride or die with Israel, even if it's Netanyahu and Smotrich and the furthest right wing government that they've ever had? That's really what she's asking. And of course, well, I think we know what Kamala's going to answer here.
On the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I'm unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. But let's take a step back. October 7, 1,200 people were massacred. Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And
so what's getting omitted out there is the in between 40,000 and 180,000 Palestinians who have been killed since then, right? We talked about in fact, that 12,000 number, I think, is a little bit more complicated than that, right? 12,000 people did die on that day, but I don't think they were all Israeli, right? That is essentially, you know, this is the stuff that got reported right in the beginning. You know, we're talking about Look, I mean, I guess at least she didn't say 40 beheaded babies. But yeah, if you want to talk about where, sex crimes are going on in terms of the Israel-Palestine conflict, how about in Israeli detention centers? And how about, we're talking about people having, hot metal rods shoved up their orifices and shit like that, right? And we're talking about a country that in Israel that just had its own January 6th to free the soldiers that were accused of doing those rapes to Palestinian prisoners, right? No word of that whatsoever. No word of that whatsoever. So I've described, her speech at the DNC as kind of both sidesing the issue, but it's actually kind of worse than that. It's actually kind of worse than that. She's not even saying both sides, right? She's just concentrating on the side that has suffered the objectively lesser number of casualties in this conflict.
How it does so matters. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. And
you wanna put a number on that? Because it's way bigger than that number that you just cited in terms of October 7th.
And we have got to get a deal done. We were in Doha. We have to get a deal done. This war must end.
In the meantime,
and we must.
Yeah, and if you want that done, then you have to be willing to cut off arms to Israel. You can't just say, Netanyahu, I would like you to sign a ceasefire with the Palestinians, a real fucking ceasefire, and get this conflict over. You can't say that's not going to do anything. That's not going to achieve anything, right? You need leverage, and you have leverage in the fact that the United States is arming Israel. You've got to be able to say, yes, I would condition that military aid at the very least. This is the bare minimum, right? This is a very low bar. I would condition that military aid on a ceasefire settlement.
Get a deal that is about getting the hostages out. I've met with the families of the American hostages. Let's get the hostages out. Let's get the ceasefire done.
But no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
No, we have to get it.
Why would we use leverage? Our negotiations so far have been so incredibly effective. Seeing how Netanyahu has blown up every single peace deal that's been thrown in front of him. Seeing how Israel assassinated the negotiator on the other side. Yeah, no, why would we need to do that? Why wouldn't we need any leverage? I'm sure he'll come around after what? 200,000 are dead? 300,000, 400,000, 500,000? Like, how many innocent people have to die?
Deal done. Dana, we have to get a deal done. When you look at the significance of this to the families, to the people who are living in that region, a deal is not only the right thing to do to end this war, but will unlock so much of what must happen next. I remain committed since I've been on October 8th to what we must do to work toward a two-state solution, where Israel.
Netanyahu has bragged about ending any chance of a two-state solution, right? We are now looking at a one-state solution, but not in the correct way, right? Not a singular secular state where everybody has got the right to vote, where everybody's got the right, everyone is enfranchised, Palestinian or Israeli, right? But a one-state solution where Palestinians are ethnically cleansed out of the way. That's what it's heading to, right? The two-state solution essentially has been something that's been held out in front of Palestinians for decades. And it has never been offered in good faith. It has always been some kind of a roadmap to peace way down the line. If we can, get to the point where there's, then you'll get your two-state solution, right? You'll get your state, and obviously, that's not an ideal solution considering how many Palestinians actually have roots in territory that is now part of Israel. The real solution that makes sense is a one-state solution, a singular, secular, democratic state. But that's not on the table, and now neither is a two-state solution. It's kind of rich to hear Kamala say, still, holding out that carrot of two-state solution at this date.
Israel is secure, and in equal measure, the Palestinians have security and self-determination and dignity.
Governor Walz, the country is just starting to get to know you. I want to ask you a question about how you've described your service in the National Guard. You said that you
Oh my God, really?
carried weapons in war, but you have never deployed actually in a war zone. A campaign official said that you misspoke. Did you?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud. I've done 24 years of wearing the uniform of this country. Equally proud of my service in a public school classroom, whether it's Congress or the governor. My record speaks for itself, but I think people are coming to get to know me. I speak like they do. I speak candidly. I wear my emotions on my sleeves, and I speak especially passionately about our children being shot in schools and around guns. So I think people know me. They know who I am. They know where my heart is. And again, my record has been out there for over 40 years to speak for itself.
And the idea that you said that you were in war, did you misspeak as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar's not always correct. But again,
Okay, I don't know. So, yeah, my grammar's not always correct. I don't think this should be a controversy. I think what he's trying to say here is that, yeah, he misspoke, and that should be a simple thing. That should be a simple mea culpa there, but Jesus Christ, did he have to say the grammar things makes it sound like he's obfuscating, right? I don't think that Walz has anything to be ashamed of, all right?
if it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me, or it's an attack on my dog. I'm not going to do that. And the one thing I'll never do is I'll never demean another member's service in any way. I never have, and I never will.
I don't know, Chad. I don't know. It depends on how sticky that is. It depends on how viral that gets. If my grammar is not always correct, because he's definitely not talking about grammar. Like, I don't know how that could be grammar. God, he just like, that came out really wrong. And it's funny because like Walz is a great speaker. I mean, an amazing speaker, probably the best speech maker that the Democratic Party or really any politics has seen since Obama, right? He's good at making speeches in front of crowds. I'm noticing here though that something about this atmosphere, and it is a hostile atmosphere. They kind of are, you know, they are under duress, right? From Dana Bash, who represents the mainstream media, the Washington consensus, which in fact is not liberal, is not friendly to the likes of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and really does look at them as being too far to the left. And yeah, it's just wow, my grammar's not always correct. I don't know.
One other question, because again, this is all new.
Yeah.
I mean, this was not. However many days ago, this was not on either of your bingo cards, especially yours. You had to clarify that you had said that you and your wife used IVF, but it turned out you used a different kind of fertility in order to have children. And then when you ran for Congress in 2006, your campaign repeatedly made false statements about a 1995 arrest for drunk and reckless driving. What do you say to voters who aren't sure whether they can take you at your word?
Well, I've been very public. I think they can see my students come out, former folks I've served with, and they vouch for me. I certainly own my mistakes when I make them. The one thing I'll tell you is I wished in this country wouldn't have to do this. I spoke about our infertility issues because it's hell, and families know this. And I spoke about the treatments that were available to us that had those beautiful children there. That's quite a contrast in folks that are trying to take those rights away from us. And so I think people know who I am. They know that record. They've seen that. I've taught thousands of students. I've been out there. And I won't apologize for speaking passionately, whether it's guns in schools or protecting of reproductive rights. The contrast could not be clearer between what we're running against. The vice president's position on this has been clear. And I think most Americans get it if you've been through that. I don't think they're cutting hairs on IVF or IUI. I think what they're cutting hairs on is an abortion ban.
Splitting hairs, I think. Yeah. I mean, he's nervous, I guess.
And the ability to be able to deny families the chance to have a beautiful child.
Vice President Harris, you were a very staunch defender of President Biden's capacity to serve another 4 years. Right after the debate, you insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people?
No, not at all. Not at all. I have served with President Biden for almost 4 years now, and I'll tell you, it's one of the greatest honors of my career, truly. He cares so deeply about the American people. He is so smart and loyal to the American people. And I have spent hours upon hours with him, be it in the Oval Office or the Situation Room. He has the intelligence, the commitment, and the judgment and disposition that I think the American people rightly deserve in their president. By contrast, the former president has none of that. And so, one, I am so proud to have served as vice president to Joe Biden. And two, I am so proud to be running with Tim Walz for president of the United States and to bring America what I believe the American people deserve, which is a new way forward, and turn the page on the last decade of what I believe has been contrary to where the spirit of our country really lies.
But the last decade, of course, the last 3.5 years has been part of your administration.
I'm talking about an era that started about a decade ago, where there is some suggestion, warped I believe it to be, that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down, instead of where I believe most Americans are, which is to believe that the true measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. That's what's at stake as much as any other detail that we could discuss in this election.
Because we haven't had a chance to talk, I'm just curious, staying on President Biden, when he called you and said he was pulling out of the race, what was that like? And did he offer to endorse you right away, or did you ask for it?
It was a Sunday, so here, I'll give you a little too much information.
Go for it. There's no such thing, Madam Vice President.
My family was staying with us, and including my baby nieces.
Because it was so peaceful
and
here,
we had
but now
just had
communist
pancakes
radicals.
and, you know, Auntie, can I have more bacon? Yes, I'll make you more bacon. And then we were sitting down to do a puzzle. And the phone rang, and it was Joe Biden. And he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said yes. And that's how I learned about it.
And what about the endorsement? Did you ask for it?
He was very clear that he was going to support me.
So when he called to tell you, he said, "I'm pulling out of the race and I'm going to support you."
Well, my first thought was not about me, to be honest with you.
You know, some people have picked this moment out and said that this seems inauthentic, said that if you are the vice president and the president calls you to let you know that they're, you know, pulling out of the race and that, you know, they're going to endorse you, that there's just no way that you're thinking about him. But remember, at the time, like, you know, this is somebody that she's worked with for 4 years, somebody that she was apparently really close to. He's had a really bad debate and then been stricken with COVID. So it actually, to me, makes sense. I mean, she's not really providing the context that would sort of drive this home, as far as reminding people that this is a Biden that, you know, is stricken with COVID. That's calling her a very, you know, he's really down, right? So considering his state, it actually doesn't surprise me that she might think of him before she thinks of herself. Obviously, also the gravity of that situation is pretty stark. that you are now going to be the presidential candidate when before you were the vice presidential candidate. So I can imagine that taking a while. So I don't think it's her being inauthentic. But I guess I see what I see why people think that.
My first thought was about him, to be honest. I think history is going to show a number of things about Joe Biden's presidency. I think history is going to show that in so many ways it was transformative, be it on what we have accomplished around finally investing in America's infrastructure, investing in new economies, in new industries, what we have done to bring our allies back together and have confidence in who we are as America and grow that alliance, what we have done to stand true to our principles, including the one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity.
You know, the thing that I'm surprised about as far as Dana Bash, like her confronting Kamala on the issues where there's a perception that she might be out of line with the Washington consensus, where she might be too far to the left, according to that consensus, right? That stuff doesn't surprise me. It does surprise me, though, that the one issue where she kind of like lets her off the hook is she could have asked this question in a lot more confrontational manner, right? Dana Bash could have, interrogated her essentially on, it was very clear to the American people that Joe Biden was not up to the task of presidential candidate. Some would even say he's not up to the task of president. What responsibility do you think you have, Kamala, in not being so close to the president, in not speaking up earlier, right? And I mean, that's a question that really does trap her, because she does have to be loyal to, her president. She's in this, she also probably feels legitimately bad for him and does not want to hurt him anymore, does not want to, beat him up. But at the same time, I feel like that could have been asked in a more sort of in a harsher way, and notice that she's not doing that. She's giving her, it's more about like, what did you feel when you were faced with the fact that you were going to be the presidential candidate and the guy that you'd worked with for 4 years was dropping out?
And I think history is going to show not only has Joe Biden led an administration that has achieved those extraordinary successes, but the character of the man is one that he has been in his life and career, including as a president, quite selfless and puts the American people first.
I just have to ask you both about two standout moments, aside, of course, from the addresses that you both gave, but standout moments that were perhaps unexpected during the convention. You mentioned one of them, Governor. A moment that you shared, that the world shared with your son, Gus. You were speaking, the camera caught him, so incredibly proud of you, so emotional, saying, "That's my dad."
Yeah, I don't know as a father I could have ever imagined that. I'm grateful for so many reasons to be on this ticket, but that moment, to understand what was really important, to have my son feel a sense of pride in me, that I was trying to do the right thing. And it was, you try and protect your kids, it brings notoriety and things, but it was just such a visceral, emotional moment that I'm grateful I got to experience it, and I'm so proud of him. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of Hope. I'm proud of Gwen. She's a wonderful mother, and these are great kids. And I think the one thing is, talking about the era we're in, is our politics can be better. It can be different. We can show some of these things, and we can have families involved in this. And I hope that there was I hope people felt that out there, and I hope they hug their kids a little tighter, because you just never know, and life can be kind of hard.
And last question, Madam Vice President, the photograph that has gone viral. You were speaking, one of your grandnieces that you were just talking about was watching you accept the nomination. You didn't explicitly talk about gender or race in your speech, but it obviously means a lot to a lot of people, and that viral picture really says it. What does it mean to you?
I am running because I believe that I am the best person to do this job at this moment, for all Americans, regardless of race and gender. But I did see that photograph, and I was deeply touched by it. And you're right, it's the back of her head.
God, now even this, right? So the last two questions, the one for Walz and the one for Kamala, it does seem like the one moment in which Dana Bash is being like sympathetic, is being warm, is celebrating the excitement of the moment and of the candidacy and all that stuff. But I guess there's also a trap there, and you can see that by how Kamala responded, right? Notice what she says. I want to be the president for all Americans, irrespective of. So it's almost like as a woman of color, she has got to make explicit what would never be asked of a white man running for president, as have been most of the candidates, right? She's that as warm as it sounds, is a potential trap for her. In that, I guess if she talks about what this means for women, what this candidacy means for people of color, that she's going to get attacked for it. So I mean, like, look, overall, this is, I wouldn't say like a hostile interview, but a pretty confrontational interview. Let me put it that way. Even in this little, this little nice part of like acknowledging this moment that actually, impacted a lot of people.
Braids, and then I'm in the front of the photograph, obviously speaking, and it's very humbling. It's very humbling in many ways.
Did she talk to you about it afterwards?
Oh, she had a lot to talk about. She had a lot. She listened to everything, and she listens to everything.
She gave you your hot takes?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Uh-huh.
Madam Vice President, Governor Walz, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you,
So
Thank you.
there we have it.
Joining us now to dive a little bit deeper.
There we have it. And oh my God. Oh, I hate you, YouTube.
Governor Walz.
Joining us now to dive a little bit deeper is pollster.
Can I pause it? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Hi, chat. How's it going? Oh my God. Yeah. So I have to pay attention while the segment's going on, but we got through it. And that my takeaway is that the things that people noticed about Kamala Harris prior to her starting her presidential campaign, as far as her being awkward, right? This was often the comment that you kept hearing coming up, like she's awkward, she laughs weird, she makes jokes that aren't funny, she says things that nobody really knows, like, what does that mean, right? That's nervousness. I'm pretty convinced at this point that that's nervousness that she's experiencing. And I mean, that's a very human thing. And again, it's hard to remember that 2 months ago, she was not the presidential candidate. It did not seem like she was going to be the presidential candidate, even when it became clear to almost everyone that Biden was not in the right mindset, was not in the right, was not able to run as the candidate, right? You still had Biden and a lot of the Washington consensus saying, oh no, he's the president. He won the primary. You can't pull the dude out after he's won the primary. I mean, however, worried you are about this campaign, like, it's just got to go forward, right? And so she, a lot has changed for her, and on a human level, I think it's important to kind of give her that space and let her get her sea legs, so to speak. And this interview was maybe the first example of that. This was the first chance for her to be in a situation where she's not directing the rhetoric, right? When you have a speech, when you have a, another, kind of engagement, right? You're going to have a situation where she is directing everything. Whereas in something like this, or something like the debate, which, if you remember the debate with Biden, it kind of seemed like two interviews, right? It kind of seemed like a dueling interview where they would, ask Trump a question, he would answer, and then maybe Biden would jump in with his response. They'd ask Biden a question, sometimes they'd ask one person a question and then ask the other person the same question. So, the debate's going to be a little bit like this. But yeah, she does seem to have a lot of nervousness. And maybe it doesn't show up because, honestly, her speeches, Walz's speeches, their rallies, they're great. They're high energy, and there's not a lot of any awkwardness that shows up during those times. Or it's endearing, right? Whereas here, it really did seem like she was very nervous, and I understand why. I mean, she probably understood the situation that she was in better than most people out there, that this wasn't just like an interview. This wasn't like a neutral interview. This was a confrontational interview from a mainstream media, from a Washington consensus that is hostile to even someone like Kamala Harris. Now, I made a lot of comments during that debate, noting how far to the right the Democratic Party had been pushed, noting how, in the policies, in the statements that she made that disappointed me, right? So I, as somebody who is actually, on the left, am nowhere near Kamala Harris, right? She is not a leftist. She is not a radical. She's not a socialist. She's not any of the things that they say about her, right? She is a slightly less centrist modern Democrat, but she's still a modern Democrat, and she still knows the sort of the Washington consensus rings that she has to kiss in order to get through, in order to in order to not be gatekept out of having a chance of being president. So yeah, I mean, I guess she said a lot of what she needed to say. I think that she was really nervous when she said it, and it showed. There were some answers that she gave that weren't exactly the most the best thing that you could have said there. But there was, I don't think there was a train wreck, right? I mean, the grammar thing maybe could become a thing. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it get picked up on and by the vultures. But yeah, I feel like, saying like sometimes I use incorrect grammar is not exactly the best answer to a question about, why did you call yourself I don't think he called himself a war veteran, but he said something about fighting in a war, and people were like, well, no, actually you didn't fight in a war. So yeah, it's I would say, it wasn't a disaster. But it was another wake-up call of how much even a Harris administration, which I do believe in my heart, is going to be to the left of a Biden administration, right? I could be wrong. Like maybe she, cuts back on all the, sort of progressive things that Biden's done in terms of unions and in terms of, student loans. Like, I mean, who knows, chat? Like, the future is the future. Nobody can know the future until it happens. But yeah, it didn't give me like a lot of hope, right? What I really want to see is like an actual progressive candidate, like yes chatting those questions, because I do think that you can actually win with that. Look at what happened when Trump took on the Washington consensus in the Republican primary, right? He was successful, and he was successful because that Washington consensus isn't actually popular. That's not where the American people are at. And, a lot of his populism was fake populism at the end of the day, right? He's not really concerned about average Americans. He's not concerned about the workers. He's concerned about himself. But I do think that the Bernie campaign, the Trump campaign, and the Harris campaign, the Trump campaign obviously being, that kind of false populism, but it shows that the taking on the Washington consensus can actually pay off dividends. And that's what I don't think a lot of Democratic Party, establishment figures have quite grasped yet, that there is a way to actually make the press your adversary that pays off for you and that gets you past this idea. Because what is the one thing that people say about Democrats? They consider the Democrats to be part of this, like, mainstream Washington media environment. They say that the press is liberal, right? If you get combative with the press, you're going to bust that myth, right? And if you do it from a progressive perspective, if what you're defending is the well-being of American workers, then you might actually find that you inspire more hope than you realize, right? You could even look at the Obama campaign. It had a lot of that energy. Now, I'm talking about the campaign. I'm not talking about the administration. What happened in the Obama administration with Tim Geithner and you know, the financial crisis and everything else was you know, not exactly hope and change, right? But Obama's campaign was very much and in a lot of places kind of a yes Chad you know, he's kind of a yes Chad Democrat, and that worked for him, and I don't see why it couldn't work for another candidate. But yeah, Democrats since the 1970s have been scared of their own shadow, and that's where we're at. So I told you, chat, that I would take this as an opportunity to read your donos. All right, let's take a look, and also read some of chat too. Thomas Jerome Newton says Chilean right-wing President Piñera invited them. You're talking about immigrants. Thomas Jerome also says the center will not hold. William Butler Yeats. Very wise words there. Let me read the rest of these. Soul Life says, this is just a test. Soul Life also says, I'm the great cornhole EO. I need TP for my bunghole. Yeah, I guess I didn't like the word bunghole. But it doesn't look like it's not deleted to me. I can read it. Philip Blair says, in the 1970s, because of their sexism, neolibs, because of their sexism, thought it clever to a clever insult to call the New Deal Democrats Eleanor Democrats. I'm proud to take their Eleanor label. Yeah, we should bring that back. Absolutely, Philip Blair, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Soul Life, and Thomas Jerome as well. Okay, so we are up to 18%. Is that right? Yeah, we're up to 18 percent now in the dono goal. If that dono goal gets pushed to 100, then you will get extra content. You will get bonus content from me, and we've got what bonus content, you ask? Well, we've got a poll for that, right? It's in the full scale stream. If you want to go over there, if you're in Shorts chat, feel free to go over there and vote in the full scale stream, and you just leave a like when you're there because that helps me out a lot. So right now we got in first place the real reason the leftovers is ending. Sorry, let me say that better. The real reason that leftovers ended. So the reason that Ethan Klein and Hassan Piker split ways and stopped doing the Leftovers podcast together. We got that from Ethan Klein from the horse's mouth. I'm not trying to call him a horse, but from Ethan Klein's own mouth, we've got that explanation. We've also got in second place MAGA communism's latest flop. In third position, we've got Theory, Dugin and his dick riders. That is a deep dive into what does Alexander Dugin actually stand for. This is a guy that has inspired all the MAGA communists out there who are really just Nazguls in sheep's clothing. And Dugin himself, yeah, is actually a fascist, disguising himself as something other than a fascist. And it's important to understand that as that third position appeal is very tempting to a lot of people. And then in fourth place we have Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman YouTube algorithm, right? That's the video where the guy starts off looking at basic stuff on a brand new YouTube account and sees how long it takes before YouTube starts recommending him alt-right stuff. So that's in last place. Remember, you can change the overall places of the topics that we've got in the bonus content by when you donate, letting me, and nobody has so far, unless I'm wrong, right? I don't see anybody leaving me the topic of their choice. So, donating is great. It does help us get to the dono goal, whether you tell me which of these topics you want to see or not. It helps me, or helps us get to the dono goal. In fact, Thomas Jerome donating right there gets us to 20%. So we're now at 20%. That's 1/5 of the way to the dono goal. Again, if we hit this thing, you get extra content. You get one of those topics, or possibly Fallout New Vegas, which is at 100 right now. We'll see if any of those topics can dethrone Fallout New Vegas it would have to be through donos, basically. But yeah, when you donate, let me know which of these topics you want to see next, and that goes for YouTube donation, that super chat, super sticker, getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships. That goes for Twitch stuff. At the top of every hour, we have a 3-minute ad break. If you want to get out of that, you can do so for free or for $6 by using a Twitch Prime, or by paying $6, or possibly by being gifted a sub by somebody very nice. Although that happens more when you're active in chat. Also, gift subs do count towards the dono goal. So does signups for Patreon. So does donations to the Throne account. Any of these things that are a donation will count towards the dono goal. And you can also affect the poll by telling me which of these topics you want to see next. And I will put your money where your mouth is. Do President Sunday. We're going to get to President Sunday. We're almost there. We got one more topic before we hit President Sunday. Thomas Jerome Newton says Dugin and Lemanoff would disagree on the bull part. Interesting. Yeah, that goes back. Thomas Jerome Newton is referring to the Nazbul party that both Dugin and Lemanoff were part of in 1990s Russia. But yeah, that gets us to 20%. I still wait. Let me change this around. And yeah, so if you've donated already, feel free to let me know. Even if you forgot to do it. Soul Life sent $7. Why is that not? Oh wait. Yeah. Speedrun. Or wait, no. Who said that? Who said that? Narwhal by Nature. Yeah. I read the 2 Soul Life super chats. And the only thing I didn't get was which of these topics does Soul Life want to... You might call it Eurasianism. Yeah, Dugin calls it Eurasianism. He calls his splinter party the Eurasian Conference, in fact. And Lemanoff being ostracized due to being gay. That's true. Yeah, it was not very Dugin. Leftovers. Okay, so Soul Life says leftovers. So see how this works? Soul Life donated 7 in super chats, and now... Leftovers is getting 7 points added to it. That's beyond what it's at as far as the poll. So this is how this works, right? You can help out your topic get selected by just letting me know in chat when you donate which of these topics you want to see next. Thomas, did I get your opinion on that? Did you have a... Dugin refers to his philosophy as traditionalism with a capital T. Nice. So there we go. And yeah, if you've already donated, make sure to let me know. I'll be looking in chat to see. So next, what we got to cover is actually Donald Trump. We're going to be talking about Donald Trump, our big special guy, Donald Trump. Donald Trump, very important person. We're going to be looking at Donald Trump's disastrous. Trump's disastrous. If I can spell disastrous correctly. How do you spell disastrous? Oh, it's disastrous. It's not disastrous. It's disastrous. Town hall with Tulsi Gabbard. Just make that W/ instead of with. Just chipping in, says Speedrunner. That's fair too. You don't have to pick one, but if you want to, just know that it's there. So we're going to take a look at Trump and Tulsi. Full town hall. Oh, wait, no. Sorry. Fuck. I did want to look at this first. I did want to take a look at this really quickly. But yeah, thank you, Speedrunner. And that brings us up to 22%. So we're at 22% of the dono goal. Again, if we hit this by the end of the night, we will unlock extra content and you'll get to keep me around for a little bit longer. Possibly even for some Fallout, it looks like. Okay, so I want to take a look really quick.
Joining us now to dive a little bit deeper is pollster and political strategist Frank Luntz. Frank, I know you watched it. I was following your tweets. What were some?
So yeah, this guy's a right winger, and he is terrible person probably, but he does focus groups and he does polling, and he generally has something interesting to say at the very least about the candidates and their rhetoric and their speeches and their chances of winning.
Of your main takeaways.
I was surprised, quite frankly. I want to set the stage for the viewers. She is ahead right now. She's either winning or tied in the key swing states. She's had a small convention bounce because most of it came before the convention, but I was not impressed. As an observer and someone who was expecting more from her with this much time to get prepared. And I want to walk through 8 different points, and I'm going to do it as quickly as I can. First, and I call it DOD, which is day one detail.
Yo, dude, if you want to do it as quickly as you can, you might want to skip nobody needs to know that it's called DOD. I call it DOD. Nobody cares.
She gave child tax credits, a housing credit. She should have had something for day one, for the first hour, the first day, the first week, the first month, and the first year. It's the most important thing voters are looking for to see whether you're serious. She really didn't itemize much more than her talking points. Second, it's not
okay. I mean, that's true. That's true. If you say it in that way, it's probably more effective.
It's affordability. And the fact is, food, fuel.
There you go. There you go. Talk to people where they're at. Don't try to bring them into the world of economic theory with inflation and all the supply chain and all that shit, right? Nobody wants to hear that. They want to hear, how are you going to make the grocery prices go down for me? That's affordability.
Housing and healthcare has become so much more expensive. She said she understood it, but she didn't give ideas to address it and to solve it. Third, she emphasized repeatedly, my values haven't changed, because she's being accused of being a flip-flopper. It's not values. That's about her. It's priorities, because that's about all of us. Number 4, you deserve.
I don't know what he's trying to say. Should she say that my values haven't changed, my priorities have changed? Or should she, I don't know where he's going with the priorities thing.
She talked once again as though it was still a convention speech. She did not itemize exactly what the people of the United States deserve in terms of their president, in terms of, in her case, her policies. Number 5, the C word. She talked about consensus.
Not that C word, chat.
And a little bit about common ground. It's really common sense, because voters are not looking for an ideological president. They're looking for someone who can get things done, a real record of results. 6, in her attack of Trump, she should have said, he promised, he failed. It's time to give someone the chance to do a better job. Compare Trump's record rather than shots at him. Number 7, a real record of results, ROR. Because in the end,
you're insufferable, Luntz. You're insufferable.
People look at the Biden administration not as effective as the Trump administration. And number 7, how would you feel if your kids spoke to you the way Donald Trump speaks to America? It's a simple rhetorical question. It's her strong.
I don't know, chat. What do you think about that? He's saying that she's saying values literally on purpose so that she can say she hasn't changed and managed to be honest.
Criticism of Trump. I didn't hear that last night. And finally, in a single word, the word that I'm expecting her to say in the debates, really? Her criticisms, her attacks, really? That one word defines the difference between Harris and Trump.
Wait, what the fuck is he saying? Really? Like you.
And so I would have graded her a C in her first appearance. She's going to have to do better in the debate.
I don't understand where he's going with the really thing. Wait, she's supposed to like ask Trump. Trump says something and she says, really? Is that really what?
Okay, there's a lot there.
I don't know. What is he saying? Like express disbelief with the surreal weirdness of the Trump campaign? I don't know.
I want to go on something that wasn't addressed, Frank, and I don't, maybe I'm off, maybe nobody cares.
Franken? I didn't know his name was Franken.
We witnessed one of the greatest political stories in American history. President Biden saying, I'm in it to win it, I'm in it to win it, I'm in it to win it, I'm dropping out. No explanation. There was no discussion of that. Do voters care? I thought there'd be a couple of questions of when,
low key, no. Low key, Biden's old news, right? Seriously, in voters' minds, right? That was a month ago. That was 2 months ago, right? It doesn't matter. It's done. Biden, for all practical purposes, does not exist at this point. I don't think she needs to explain shit.
She talked about getting a phone call, and Biden said, I'm out, and you're the nominee, and I support you. But I was surprised there wasn't more on the background. Like, who knew what and when? Are you, or is that irrelevant?
Who knew what and when? This isn't fucking Watergate, bro.
To voters.
Well, she said that her first concern was for him. Come on, let's be candid about this. The president's telling her that he's not going to seek re-election. Let's be candid and let's be honest, because this isn't authentic.
I do think that, like, her, sparing Biden's feelings is not necessarily the most, like, pragmatic thing for her campaign. I do think that she overestimates, like she's behind this 8 ball in her own mind of people's perception being like, you didn't do the primary, you didn't campaign, this fell in your lap, you don't deserve this. This just kind of came to you. And also, but what about Biden and the unfair way that he was treated? And she's kind of pushing it back against that. And I don't think she needs to. I don't think she really needs to, right? Like I said, Biden doesn't exist in voters' minds.
If you're the vice president and you're listening to him tell you this, you know the consequences of that. You know you're going to be dead center. You know you're going to get the job of a lifetime. It's being handed to you. And she says she thinks of the president first.
Yeah.
I asked a group of students last night, would any of you, even one of you...
My one complaint is that she didn't put that in the context of the guy had just gotten COVID. He had had a really bad week. And yeah, I was worried for him. And I do think that he has a lot of great accomplishments that that Americans can be thankful for. So something like that is probably what she was trying to say.
Have thought...
Again, she's got nerves. I feel like her whole issue... other than the issues that I think she has is about being too much like a, third way Democrat, too much like a modern Democrat. Her whole issue is that she's nervous, like in situations like this.
Of the person who's telling you this, rather than the impact it's going to have on you personally. She's had an issue with authenticity going back to the 2019 campaign. And I say this as someone who is not taking sides in this. And Donald Trump has his own issues, and I will address them on Monday. If you guys have me back, I'll go through the same list with him. She needs to be authentic.
I really don't think it's inauthenticity. It sounds weird when I say it like that, but that's the word. I don't think it's inauthenticity. I think it is nerves. I think it has always been nerves.
She needs to be honest. And the questions that were asked of the vice president, why he didn't tell the truth in certain situations, all he did was deflect. He talked about his service. He talked about his record. He did not say, do not look the camera straight in the eyes. I am doing right now to you and say, I got it wrong and I apologize.
Okay.
For every child watching
I think he did.
I don't think he has anything to apologize for, but yeah, a little bit of mea culpa might have been okay.
He misspoke, I think was the term that he used.
How long did he...
He used grammar. He said that everybody knows my grammar is kind of off sometimes. That's like, that's the worst. That sounds like an excuse, right? And I don't think he needs an excuse. I don't think he has anything to be, it's not, he hasn't done anything wrong.
Speak.
Inauthenticity.
Both watched it.
Well, why was he there?
He gave a long explanation that had nothing to do with what they were charging him with. And a simple, I made a mistake and I apologize. That apology, they're afraid to do this because they think that they're going to jump all over them. It's going to be lead in the newspaper. If he says to every child watching me now, you have the responsibility to own up to your mistakes. You have the responsibility to apologize. Every parent listening would say, that's the guy I want.
But I think, okay, so Frank, I spend a lot of time in Wisconsin, and I was just there for a week and a half. I think I've spent like over a month in Wisconsin this summer, okay? And that's one of the most, if not the most important state for the election. What I hear over and over again from my friends that might lean a little bit left is that they weren't going to vote for Biden. They weren't voting for Trump. They just weren't going to vote because they couldn't. They were the one of the double haters, as they were called. Now they're kind of poking around Harris saying, you know what, I could vote because, as you well know, And we'll find out how big this is, Frank. There are millions of people for whom this is not a what's this issue, what's that issue. It's I'm going to vote for Harris because she is not Trump and she is not Biden.
I agree. And the issue for Trump is not to make the personal attacks. The issue for him is to focus on policy. Whom do you trust more on affordability? Whom do you trust more on the border? Whom do you trust more to make America safe and secure and address issues of crime? When Trump focuses on the issues, that's his strength. When Harris focuses on personality, that's her strength. And she did some of that, and that she.
What's funny though is that like this is both candidates having to fight their natural inclination. I think that Trump loves to talk about personality. Trump loves to focus on personality. Trump doesn't actually know the issues. Trump doesn't actually care about the issues, right? Trump is like aggrieved. He's like, I won the 2020 election. Everybody knows it. I should be the rightful president, right? That's what Trump is about. He's all about himself, right? And so it's really hard for Trump to pull himself out of that. And maybe it's hard for Kamala to pull herself out of the the issues and to talk about her her personality and his personality, right? That's but yeah, she has an easier time with that than he does. But yeah, the thing is Trump just can't help himself. You put bait in front of him, he has to take it.
Did relatively well. But what's going to happen in this debate is that they're going to see them side by side. And based on last night's performance, Harris is going to come up wanting. I can go through the Trump attributes.
Maybe.
You want next week. But in the end, the voters are comparing them. It is not a race in a vacuum. And she did not do what she needed to do to put those concerns to rest. In fact, by focusing on her values rather than our priorities, that's a pretty big communication mistake.
Let's go ahead and move on to the polling here that we have.
Joining us on a dive.
I hate the way that YouTube works now. Anyway, so yeah, what do we got next? We've got the town hall. Trump, Tulsi. Let's go. There he is, our big special guy, Donald Trump. Anyway, let me see what's going on with chat. Chat, how are you doing? Let's test Kamala against the demagogue. Breaking points. Yeah, that was a misclick. Actually, when I think of Trump's border policy, I think of Steve Bannon's border wall, fraud and scam. Oh, good point. Yeah, that would be a good thing to point out. I think her strength is not being Biden. I think so too, Spade. I think that so too. But really, that underlies the fact that people are looking for a candidate to vote for who is not Trump or Biden. And the Republican Party, it's probably a little late for them, but they could have pulled this too. They could have benefited from having somebody else in other than Trump. And even they could have benefited from having somebody other than J.D. Vance, who's kind of the Trumpian vice president. The fact that they cut it short, are you sure, Mark's man Matthew? Did they cut it short? Luntz is not a smooth operator. I mean, yeah, Luntz is a weirdo. All right, so let's take a look at this.
Thank you. USA. USA.
Oh, Trump. I'm going to miss this guy. In a weird way, right? From a content perspective, nothing else. Now Tulsi's being cringed too. So chat, the background of this is that this is a town hall event that Trump was scheduled to do with Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard has cosplayed a Democrat for, I don't know, what, 8 years now? No, probably longer. She was always right-wing, if you look back at her record. She was always out of step with the Democratic Party. But it's similar to what RFK was trying to do. I don't know. Right wingers like to come in and be like, "Hello, fellow Democrats, how's it going?" And Tulsi Gabbard is definitely like one of these people, but she's incredibly popular within the MAGA movement, and so it makes all the sense in the world for her to finally admit who she actually is and take her big paycheck for endorsing Trump and make it look like, oh my gosh, Democrat Tulsi Gabbard just endorsed Donald Trump. It must mean there's a huge sea change, and now all the it's dim exit. No, I mean it's bullshit is what it is. But yeah, he apparently was not aware that this event was scheduled to be not a not a rally, but rather a town hall event. And this seems to have thrown him for a loop. So we're gonna get some interesting content, let's just say, from our big special guy.
We love our country. We love our country, don't we?
Y'all are mad? Jason Hill, why do you think I'm mad?
And it's
Trump is gonna bomb, says Walter Arms. Maybe, we'll see.
but we have to take it back because our country's not feeling so well nowadays, and we're going to bring it back, and we're going to make
I feel
it
like Trump's not feeling so well nowadays.
healthy and beautiful and better than ever. And it's really, this is
You know who's really not feeling so well these days, though? President Sunday.
some crowd, and you can duplicate the crowd outside.
This is some crowd. What are you calling them? Like,
So if anybody,
wait, what is he even saying? You can duplicate the crowd outside? What does he mean?
our country's not feeling so well nowadays, and we're going to bring it back, and we're going to make it healthy and beautiful and better.
He's just going through the motions now. I mean, this is what he's always, you make America great again. This is literally like the Redux, but it's kind of like he's said it so many times that not even he can like put energy behind it. So now it manifests as like, the country's not feeling so great these days, but we're going to make it much better. Everything is going to be good. It's bad, and now it's good. It's going to be good again. We're going to make it good. Make America good again.
Than ever. And it's really, this is some crowd, and you can duplicate the crowd outside.
Fuck knows what he means by that.
If anybody would like to give up your seat, that would be okay. No. Let's.
Okay, I think he's trying to say that there's a large crowd outside. I don't know, chat. I don't know if we'll get the shot where they turn it around on the audience and see exactly how full this thing is, but it does seem like a little bit defensive already. It does seem like he's got this thing about crowd size. He's got this thing about size in general. You saw how mad he got when Obama did that thing on stage, right? And you know, I mean, this is the guy that like about not even a month ago, he compared his crowd size at January 6th to the Martin Luther King "I Have a Dream" speech, saying that he had more people than Martin Luther King, right? So he really can't control himself on this, and he is getting very insecure, let's just say, about events like where Tim Walz or Kamala Harris will go to the same venue that he was in. You can, look at the crowds in the venue with him, and there's empty seats. You can look at the venue with Tulsi and Tim Walz, and there's no empty seats. There's real, right, they are actually doing the massive crowd size. There's a lot more excitement around these two candidates because, again, chat, people want to vote for someone other than Biden and Trump. And the Democrats have actually listened and allowed them to do that. The Republicans, like I said, would have benefited from the same thing. It may be a little bit late now, but honestly, the best thing that Trump could do for the Republican Party and for MAGA and for all of the, Project 2025, policies that they want to get through would be to withdraw, right? The reason that he doesn't have the excitement, the reason that he doesn't have the crowd sizes as Kamala and Walz is because people are done. They're done with Biden and they're done with Trump, and they kind of want to move on. And whatever party gives them a chance to do that is going to benefit from that. So far, that's the Democrats. I very much doubt that this guy would pull out. Look, chat, even if it was earlier, even if it was more, feasible for him to pull out of the election, remember, he's got charges chasing him. In fact, he just had more indictments like this week, right? And now if he gets elected as president, all those indictments, all those charges, all those court cases, they go away. But if he doesn't, he's got to face those. And one of those things is going to bite him in the ass. Like, right, he's already been indicted on 34 counts, but there's some very serious counts. In fact, I think from the most recent indictments, he's looking at a possibility of 6 to 9 years in prison. Now, obviously, rich people, former presidents, influential people do not tend to receive the same kind of sentences as the rest of us. But yeah, those crimes that he's accused of carry potentially a 6 to 9 year sentence for him. So he's got all the motivation in the world to stay in the race, much like Netanyahu, right? Trump being president actually protects him from legal action that might be very troublesome otherwise. So I don't foresee Trump doing the right thing and pulling out and giving Americans the choice that they actually want, which is, between two people that are neither Trump nor Biden. So we're going to have, Kamala Harris versus Trump this time. Now, it's not... The election is close enough that I wouldn't say that it's a sure thing. I would say that she's moved into the lead. I would say that she's most likely to win, but it's not for sure. And anything could happen between, what have we got, like 68 days left in the election cycle? Anything could happen between now and then. But yeah, it's looking a lot worse for Trump than it's looked in a long time, chat. He has been in the lead since last October. He has been leading the polls since last October. Funny enough, this is the same time that Biden's, horrible policy on Gaza came to light, right? And like a lot of the people who otherwise, would have been a slam dunk for the Democrats, voting for them have, thought twice about that. And there still is that question with Kamala Harris, especially given the answers that she just gave in terms of the conflict there. But yeah, she has pulled out into a fairly substantial lead post the convention, and now we're going to see how things get going once we're past Labor Day. If you don't know, Labor Day is usually the point where most Americans sort of prick up and pay attention to the election and start to really consider who they're going to vote for. So. You'll see like a increased, attention on the election after Labor Day, and you might see some swings in momentum. You definitely have the chance for a swing in momentum when the debate happens September 10th. So that is not next week, but the week after that we'll have the first debate, and that there's a chance for Trump. There's a chance for Trump if he does well in the debate. If Harris doesn't do well, you could have a change in momentum. There might be multiple changes in momentum, but he's been on a losing streak. Let's be real. Let's be honest, because I'm being 100 with you. No matter what side you're on in this election, no matter what reason you came into this chat, I'm being 100 with you when I say that Donald Trump has been eating L's for like a month and a half now. He's been losing in the polls. He's been, not really able to show those kinds of massive crowds that he always brags about. And and more than that, Kamala has been getting under his skin. She's been getting to him. And, just like Frank Luntz was talking about a second ago, Trump's going to benefit more from talking about immigration. He's going to benefit from, trying to blame the affordability crisis on Biden and Kamala. Like, things like this are going to benefit Trump. Things like personality stuff, things like him attacking Kamala, questioning whether she's black or not, that's actually going to benefit her. And so the more that she gets under his skin, the more he can't help himself, right? There are, the more he gets off message. And I'm sure right now his campaign managers are trying to hammer home the point that he needs to talk about issues. He needs to talk about, the issues that he's strong on, right? If he wants to win. And, when he's spiraling and he knows that he's spiraling and he can't figure out how to help it because he's doing the same thing that he's always done, but now it's costing him, whereas before it was benefiting him. that's when you get a Trump that's kind of just in a vicious spiral, right? Much like the spiral that Sunday is in right now. We'll get to him in a second, chat. First, we're gonna look at our special guy, Donald Trump, and his Democrat, Tulsi Gabbard.
Have a good time. Thank you very much, everybody.
There we go, folks.
That song gets me fired.
He's having trouble with the chair. Can we appreciate that for a second?
Thank you very much, everybody.
That song gets me fired up every time.
Now, chat, a less charitable streamer would say, did Trump just fart? I don't think he farted. I think that was a microphone noise or a chair noise or something, but he's not exactly comfortable.
That song gets me fired up every time.
I wonder, does anybody know what song it was? I think they cut it off because they don't want to get demonetized on this channel, but was it YMCA maybe?
Greenwood, so great.
Oh no, it's Proud to Be an American.
Great guy too.
It's in the Bible. It's in the Trump Bible, right? He put the lyrics in the Trump Bible.
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
This is a very special evening for us all to have a conversation about some of the real issues that are facing Americans across the country and that don't get talked about often enough. And I want to start with one that's very personal to me, hard to talk about sometimes. This is only the second time I've spoken about it publicly, but my husband and I were married almost 10 years ago. We wanted to start a family. We were very excited about it. Unfortunately, it was very difficult. We were not successful in trying to get pregnant. For us, IVF seemed to be the only option and the last resort.
Okay, so this is an issue that's been disastrous for the Republicans. If you don't know, IVF, in vitro fertility treatments, are banned or were banned in the state of Alabama. I can't remember if it was by the Supreme Court or if it was actually the legislation, but based on their, sort of, what happened with Roe v. Wade being repealed, some of the fallout of that was the banning of IVF. Now, this is a priority of Trump's base. The Christian nationalists, they want IVF banned. They consider IVF to be, akin to abortion. And so, they're happy with that. But when you start to tell Americans, especially Americans who have used a fertility treatment like that in order to conceive, that, you're going to take that away from them, like that's almost a more, pronounced and toxic version of the Supreme Court decision against Roe v. Wade, which has also, given the Democrats a lot of momentum, not just in this election, but in the midterm as well. Part of, why the Democrats did not, there was no red wave like what was supposed to happen was because of Roe versus Wade, people voting for Democrats based on that. You've had, referendums in various states, including very conservative states, Kansas, Ohio, states like that, right? Where they're voting against, or they're voting for referendums that take down some of these draconian anti-abortion laws. So to stop the bleeding that's going on from the perception and the fact that Trump has at times endorsed a national abortion ban, Trump has allowed a ban on, like, for 1/3 of the people living in this country, a de facto ban on abortion through the Supreme Court justices he appointed. So because this issue is so harmful, like, right, this is what I talked about before about Kamala and the Democrats being dragged to the right on certain issues, on immigration, on fracking, et cetera, right? Here's an example of Donald Trump actually being dragged to the left, at least in terms of what he's trying to talk about, right? he is now, and maybe he gets to it in this, I'm not sure if he says it at this event or he says this later, but he's talking about either the government paying for IVF through Obamacare, which would be really ironic considering he tried to repeal Obamacare in his first term, or forcing insurance to pay for IVF. So it's a pretty drastic reversal, and to the point where you just kind of don't believe him. And a lot of people don't believe him about any of this shit, right? When he says he's against a national abortion ban, it's kind of hard to believe. The problem is, though, he is saying it, and for a certain portion of his base, for a certain portion of his supporters, that is anathema. They want him to ban abortion. They want him to ban IVF. And so as much as this is maybe something that he needs to do to survive politically, at least say this stuff, even if at the end of the day he doesn't really mean it, it actually is hurting him with a portion of his base. There's a small but noticeable reactionary conservative revolt against Donald Trump over, his new statements on abortion and IVF. So
as you know, it's a pretty difficult process. It's very, very expensive. I was in Congress at the time, traveling. I would carry the medicine that I had to administer shots to myself sometimes in an airport bathroom, and ultimately the most difficult part was every time going to the doctor for another transfer and hoping that it would result in a positive pregnancy test, and then being heartbroken over and over every time that test came back negative. Now, I know some of your opponents, your political opponents, are saying that you want to ban IVF. While it didn't work for us, it's worked for a lot of families. And I just know that there are women and couples in this crowd.
So yeah, this actually helps him out, right? Having her here, having this discussion helps her out because, she's talking about a person, she's describing herself as a person who was unable to conceive, a person who, so right-wingers, especially tradcons, think that every uterus should be pumping out babies and that you should have a big family and be fruitful and multiply, right? And so for somebody to come out and because of this, that's why you have J.D. Vance saying this shit about childless cat ladies. That's hurt Trump. That's hurt the Republicans. That's actually, it doesn't sound like much. It sounds like a joke, but it actually has hurt their campaign. Tulsi saying, I am childless, but not by choice. And I am having this conversation in which Donald Trump is going to be empathetic to me, hopefully, right? That does kind of help stop the bleeding.
Those who are watching here tonight who may be going through this same struggle and are concerned about being able to have this option, either because they might not be able to afford it or they're concerned that it just may not be available.
Oh, so she really is setting him up.
And I'd love for you to talk to them.
What are you going to do about that, Donald Trump?
About how they should feel.
Well, thank you very much, Tulsi. And I didn't know about your situation. And it's tough stuff, right? Tough. Life is pretty tough. It can be beautiful, but
it's tough stuff.
Be difficult. We are doing something with IVF because IVF, as you know from friends and people it's really worked out very well for a lot of people. It gave them a child when they would not have had a child. And I told my people I wanted to look at this a couple of weeks ago. And as you know, we have no taxes on a thing called tips,
Terror Uwuism says there's no way that Trump has empathy for this, I feel.
And I said, tell me, we did three things. We did that, and we did no tax for seniors on Social Security benefits. We want to have that. And I've been seeing a lot of IVF, and I kept hearing that I'm against it, and I'm actually very much for it. In fact, in Alabama, where the judge ruled against it, and I countered the judge and came out with a very strong statement for it. And the Alabama...
You were very quick in your response to that.
I was, but they were too. They were amazing. The legislature approved virtually my statement. I mean, full IVF, and it has really gone. It's terrific. And I said, so with the tips and with the Social Security, no taxes on Social Security. I said, maybe for IVF, and I've been looking at it, and what we're going to do is for people that are using...
I don't know why he's folding these all under the same like category in his mind, other than like faux populism.
IVF, which is fertilization, the government is going to pay for it, or we're going to get or mandate your insurance company to pay for it. Which
Okay, so now people complained about Kamala not, saying that she's going to do something about price gouging, but not saying exactly what that is, like not being precise and about her policy, right? What is her plan, right? This is Trump saying we're either gonna maybe we're gonna pay for it with the government with Obamacare, or maybe we're gonna force the insurance companies to pay for it. Now, if you don't know about IVF, right, one thing to understand about it is actually a very expensive treatment. So this is Trump saying that either he's going to undertake a huge government expenditure, which is not typical of the Republican Party, right? Especially, we're going to essentially an expansion of Obamacare is what he's talking about here, right? Which would be expensive, and he would be asked, like, how are you going to pay for it? And, there would be, pushback from the fiscal conservatives, or he's going to put a regulation on the insurance industry that costs on his donors, right? That it's going to cost them a lot, right? So, I mean, this is what he's talking about here is actually a lot of money. And it's kind of a desperate flailing attempt, right? He doesn't even know what his policy is. He's just like, somehow, I'm going to look to show you that I'm not against IVF, to show you that I'm not against abortion, to show you there's no hard feelings towards, childless cat ladies. Free IVF for everyone. And it's like, that is a very unclear policy, very unclear how he would achieve that. And it's a very out of character for Trump or for a Republican.
Right.
Star EVR says, yeah, I doubt he would do it.
We're going to do that.
He's just making empty campaign promises at this point.
Tell you how life-changing that would be for so many families, because it costs a lot of money. A lot of people go into debt just for the hope of being able to start their own family.
Well, it's big, and you know what? We want to produce babies in this country, right? We want to produce babies. So I think it's going to be something we sort of announced it a little bit. We were in a great place, Michigan. We all love Michigan, right? We're going to bring back the car industry, and we're going to get a lot of it back to Michigan. They've been taking our cars away. They've been taking our manufacturing away over years, over decades. And if you look at it today, it's a shell of what it was years.
Daniel Laster says, like, healthcare, it is only expensive because but look, unless you do something stronger than Obamacare, you can't get those costs down, right? That was the bridge that was too far for Obama when he was making that policy in the earlier, part of the in the 2000 aughts, right? Or sorry, 2000 aughts, right? That's what he didn't, they talked about maybe trying to achieve something to get those prices down, and they didn't do that. So for Trump to say that he's going to do this policy, right, either means that he's going to expand Obamacare, and that means you're working within the confines of Obamacare. Obamacare did a lot of good things, expanded Medicare, got rid of pre-existing conditions that kept people from getting health insurance, kept people from getting health care. There was a lot of good things that Obamacare did, but one thing that it didn't actually do was get those costs down, right? So, that's not what he's talking about, right? Getting costs down would be an additional policy, and it would actually be a lot more difficult. As much as I said that, this is a huge cost to either...
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
So a huge cost to either the government or to the insurance companies. you don't have a way to get that under control without really undergoing something that might actually be more difficult than Obamacare, right? If he really wanted to do that. And understand, who said that again? Would have to scroll up to find. Yeah, Daniel Laster. Yeah, so like, that's not a Republican policy. I'll just say it that way, right? I'll say it as plain as I can, right? Getting prices under control in the healthcare industry is not something that the Republican Party has much of an interest in, right? They're the party of low regulation. They're the party of big corporate profits, right? For Trump to do something like this would be out of character. But again, I think he's flailing. I think he's flailing. Now, yeah, there is definitely going to be some inflation of the cost of something like IVF based on the fact that there's no regulation, that no administration, no Congress has undertaken it to put regulation on the healthcare industry to get those prices under control, right? There was talk of it, but that wasn't the version of Obamacare that got passed in the end of it. Still, that procedure is going to be more expensive than most procedures, right? So I'm not saying that I'm against it, all right? I feel like there's a lot of healthcare that the government should pay for or force your health insurance to pay for. I honestly think that we should have single payer healthcare, and we should have single provider healthcare, right? Healthcare is something that the government could and should nationalize, and that would actually get prices out of control. Now, when I say that, understand, I'm talking about nationalizing an industry, all right? That is communism, according to not just the Republican Party, but the Washington Consensus. Like, that is crazy. You don't do that shit, right? You don't get in the way of an industry's money. And that's a big industry with a lot of money and a lot of influence. And if you go up against them and say, your money is impact, you getting your money, your profits are fucking people over, and I've had enough of it, and I'm going to put an end to it, they will fight you tooth and nail, right? That's something that should be done. That's something that, would be done maybe under a system with less of an influence of money in politics. He promised a bunch of lefty things back in 2016 and never made good. Yeah, and everybody forgets it because Trump just lies all the time. Like, Trump lying is not even a story.
We're going to bring it back. Mexico is right now building massive car factories, actually being financed and built by China. They think they're going to sell their cars back into our country. It's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Oh, listen to that. That is not going to happen. But so many things have gone wrong in the car industry. The union leadership has been horrible. I think I'm going to win by 85%, the union, but because we're bringing it back.
Wait, did he say? Is he saying he thinks he's going to win the union vote by 80? He says the unions are horrible, and then he says, but we're going to win by 85%.
And we're going to have electric cars, but we're going to have gasoline-powered cars, and we're going to have hybrids. We're going to have every kind of car. We're not going with just that. But I just felt that it would be. He's
nervous and he's lying. And when he tells a nervous lie, it's a little bit easier to pick out than his normal lies, right? When he tells a nervous lie, it sounds weird. When he tells a desperate lie, right, it reeks of desperation. And people are going to start to pick up on this, especially when he lays out policy priorities that just, like, they're not going to happen. I got to tell you this, all right? Trump paying for your IVF is not going to happen. That is not happening.
Good place to announce it, and we did sort of the announcement there a little bit, and now we do the big announcement tonight in front of all of these.
Index Go says, I believe in human rights for unborn people as well. It's a tough place for me. I know a lot of people who've had abortion, and one of them may have been mine if she wasn't lying. Okay. Wow, that's very personal. Sorry, I didn't mean to read your something so personal. I wonder, Index Go, how do you feel then about IVF, right? A lot of people who are, it sounds like you're saying you're pro-life, you're anti-abortion in most cases. How do you feel about IVF? A lot of people who are against, the right to choose are also against the right of a couple trying to conceive to create embryos that aren't going to ultimately be used, like as is done in the IVF procedure. And I also wonder how you feel about Trump for this, right? Because from what I've heard, there are some pro-life people out there that are kind of mad about Trump's rhetoric. Now, I don't know if he means it. I mean, this is a guy who's said that he would be in favor of an abortion ban, that he would like that to happen. Now he's talking out of the other side of his mouth and saying he would never do anything like that. And in fact, he's willing to not just allow IVF, but maybe even pay for it, right? I mean, this is a pretty big it's a pretty big flip-flop for Trump. It's a little out of my experience, but I have no problem with things like that. Huh. So how is that different than abortion in your mind? I'm curious. But it doesn't bother you that about Trump saying this stuff? And then him kind of pivoting on issues like abortion?
All of the fake news, the fake, they're all over the place. They're all over the place. I don't know what's going on.
Wait, what did he say?
These television stations all announce it, and we did sort of the announcement there a little bit, and now we do the big announcement tonight in front of all of these television stations, all of the fake news, the fake, they're all over the place. They're all over the place. I don't know what's going on. We don't even know, I was saying, because we're doing this. And
he's nervous. He's nervous.
I finished, and I figured I was going to come here, and we're going to make a speech. I had a speech all set for you. I was ready. They said, sir, you're actually doing a town hall. I said, oh, nobody told me that. I said, who's doing it? They said, Tulsi. I said, well, that's at least good news. I've been a fan of hers.
Spoiler chat, that's probably not what he said about Tulsi.
So I didn't even know. I'm in the plane, and I'm looking over some.
He just contradicted himself on the union bit.
We're going to give you a hell of a speech tonight. We're set to give you.
He's not ready for this.
One hell of a speech. They said, no, sir, it's a town hall. I said, why doesn't somebody tell me this stuff? And I don't even have any idea who we're doing it for. I don't know. Is it for a network or what? I see a lot of television all over the place, so maybe it's on all of them. But I did get to see the strangest thing today.
The funny thing is, and I think one of Trump's strengths is he likes to talk. He likes to hear the sound of his own voice. And when you put him in a situation where, like, I don't know, the teleprompter breaks, he can go off. He can just bring you into his internal dialogue. And if you're already inducted into the cult of MAGA, that's a very comfortable place to be. You just kind of zone out. You stop listening. He's talking about sharks and batteries. He's talking about the late great Hannibal Lecter, right? And you just kind of zone out. But in this case, he seems to be a little bit more self-conscious than I've seen him before. And he's really struggling here to fill the to fill the space.
I looked at the news conference of Kamala. I call her Comrade Kamala. She's you know that she's a Marxist. Her father was a Marxist before her, so she was brought up in the family tradition. And she really is, and this country is not ready for a Marxist. We don't want a Marxist as a president. And she destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California. And we're not going to let it destroy our country. I'll tell you, it's not going to happen. So.
She's a Marxist-Leninist, folks. She's a tanky.
But just to finish, so for some reason she doesn't want to talk to anybody. So she's either not the smartest light in the ceiling. I'm trying to be nice here. I want to be. They say, be nice, sir, be nice. It's hard to be nice when somebody is destroying your country and wants to destroy your country. It's hard to be like nice. But she is, She was a terrible vice president. She was a terrible border czar, worst in history probably, not just in this country.
Wait, Trump thinks kids can't be different from their parents because his kids aren't allowed to be different?
But the border, you know, millions and millions of people, I say 20 million plus, have poured through the border during their term. I had the safest border in the history of our country. They have the most unsafe border in the history of the world.
Daniel says basically all his stuff that isn't scripted seems to be presenting ideas instead of policy and then insults.
And they're coming through, and many of them are from prisons and jails.
Oh God, yes, please, please, Hannibal Lecter.
Prisons and jails. Many are from mental institutions and insane asylums.
Yes, yes, he said asylums. He's going to say Hannibal Lecter.
And many are terrorists.
And some of them, they like to have a friend for dinner, if you know what I mean.
Into our country at a level. I don't know if you saw the news today, Tulsi. They had a group of, a lot of them, Venezuelan people with lots.
Gee, I wonder why people are immigrating from Venezuela. It's almost like somebody put sanctions on that country, and it's fucking miserable. And now there's a lot of immigrants. Wow, I wonder. Oh yeah, somebody did put sanctions on them. I think his name was Donald Trump.
Machine guns taking over a building someplace.
Tony Acieri says, what is disastrous about this? Just wait, Tony. We're going to see some chair fucking by the end of this, all right? Look, if you think that Joe Rogan is a chair fucker, wait till, if you think that JD Vance is a couch fucker, wait till you see Donald Trump go to town on this chair.
Where is that? They went in and they took over a building. This is just the beginning. They're taking their criminals from all over the world, not just South America, not just Venezuela, which you've been reading about, all over the world. They're taking their criminals.
All over the world, folks. Carmen Sandiego is coming into the United States to do crimes. She's got that hat on. She's gonna steal something, folks. She's gonna steal a national monument.
They're dumping them into the United States. Kamala is allowing it to happen. And they actually want to give them papers. They want to make them citizens, and they want to give them your Social Security. They want to give them
your Social Security. Okay, sorry. This is just too ironic. This is just too damn ironic. Do immigrants sometimes use citizens' Social Security numbers? Yes. But they use that to work, not to withdraw Social Security funds, all right? So those, undocumented immigrants are kind of in a bad, situation. And in order to work, sometimes they need to have a Social Security number. But what that does, right, is essentially they are paying Social Security tax. And if that's your Social Security number, they are paying into your Social Security. They are literally contributing to your retirement fund just so they can stay in this country and work, right? It's so awful the way that he demagogues and spreads fear about immigrants, tries to make you think that they're criminals. Folks, the crime rates amongst undocumented workers in the United States are lower than the crime rates for our citizens. In other words, immigrants actually lower the crime rate in the United States, not raise it. And you could imagine why, because if you're in the country under like dubious circumstances, you're not exactly incentivized to commit a crime and maybe get the attention of the authorities, right? It makes sense. It makes sense. This shit shouldn't pass the logic check, but it does because people are so geared towards hating the other, towards wanting to find somebody to blame. Oh yeah, it's the immigrants. It must be the immigrants' fault. The fact that everything sucks in my life, it couldn't be capitalism. It couldn't possibly be capitalism. It couldn't be that I'm working, producing value for my company, and I'm only getting a small pittance of the value that I produce, right? It couldn't be that. It couldn't be that I'm in a system that exploits me on both sides, as a worker and as a consumer. It couldn't be that. No, it's definitely the immigrants' fault.
Social Security will collapse under her. I'm the one that's going to protect the Social Security. But they're coming, I will totally protect, as I did for 4 years. And there was no age increase, there was no anything. We're going to protect. You know, they destroy you with inflation, and then they want to destroy your Social Security, so it's not going to happen. But this is going to be the most important.
So Trump says he's going to fix Social Security. There is a way to fix Social Security without a retirement age increase and without cutting benefits. and it's called raising the cap. And you're not going to hear Trump talk about raising the cap, because what raising the cap means is that rich people would have to pay their fair share into Social Security, right? That's a policy change that could happen. But unfortunately, Republicans like Trump and actually Democrats like Obama aren't too keen on doing that, right? Whenever there's a discussion about saving Social Security, it's usually just a cover for the fact that they want to cut Social Security. Social Security is called an entitlement. And because of that, some people conclude that that means that, you know, you're getting something that you don't deserve. It's a handout or something like, oh, you're entitled. It's an entitlement, right? No, what it actually means is that you're literally entitled to that money because you put it away. You saved it. You contributed to your Social Security fund, right? And so you're entitled to it. So when somebody like Trump comes along, you know, says that he's not going to raise the retirement age or whatever, but we all know that there's only one. Those are the three options, right? You lift the cap, you raise the retirement age, or you cut the benefits. Those are the three options that you have. So he's being a weasel here. He's being an absolute weasel and not saying what he actually wants to do. But yeah, it's your money. You know, you saved it. When they cut it, when they raise your retirement age, when they fuck around with your money, they're literally, you know, that is like, that is literally your money.
Election in the history of our country. So I just want to say that it's an honor to be with you tonight. It's a forum that's very different because I have no idea who the hell is broadcasting it.
See, so somebody asked earlier, why is this a disaster? Why is this disastrous? It's disastrous because apparently his staff didn't tell him, or he didn't listen to the fact that this was going to be a town hall. He was expecting a speech. He was prepared for a speech, and he's basically said as much.
But all we'll do is...
Which tells you that he's nervous, because the right thing to do when you're expecting to give a speech and it turns out to be a town hall is to just kind of go along with it and pretend like everything's okay. You can tell that everything's not okay, and you can tell that he's nervous by the fact that he's actually, you know, he's kind of giving you an excuse right off the bat. Oh, I thought it was going to be a speech. I was prepared for a speech. And
we'll talk because we're friends. I love this state. I gave them Marinette. We gave them a very big, you know, Tulsi, we have a ship contract. And as you know, we gave Marinette yards, but we gave them a tremendous contract. They wanted it all over the country. I said, we're going to get it for Wisconsin.
Ritz Creek says, as a rich person, I don't mind investing more in our society. So you wouldn't mind lifting the cap on Social Security?
Wisconsin, and it's a big one. And they're doing a great job, I understand. So we got that.
Yop Yop says, I always find it interesting how people like Tulsi Gabbard remain relevant. You know, I think here's what it is, right? I mean, she runs for president in the Democratic primary. She's obviously not a Democrat. You know, she's very right-wing on a number of issues, right? And, you know, as a result, she doesn't really do well in the primary. And then she acts like all butthurt, like, oh my God, I can't believe the Democrats rejected me. I was just, you know, she's like, hello, fellow Dems. And they're like, what is a Republican doing in here? She was like, the Democrats were mean to me. Actually, I don't like the Democrats. Actually, I don't agree with the Democrats. And she keeps on doing this will she, won't she. And the will she, won't she is like support Trump, right? That's what the will she, won't she is about, right? When she gives up on a possible future as a Democratic candidate and consigns herself to being a MAGA supporter. It's like Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin, not relevant anymore, not interesting anymore. Why was Dave Rubin relevant? Because he was like, I'm a liberal, I'm on the left, but the left has gotten crazy. And actually these Republicans, they're kind of making sense. I'm going to talk to the Republicans. And then when Dave Rubin just finally like kind of settled in and was like, okay, I am a Republican, I am a right winger, right? Then he's not interesting anymore. It's the same thing.
And we're going to have a good time tonight. So let's go.
Mr. President, you talked about immigration. We actually have Amber here who's quite concerned about...
She's a pick-me, yeah. I guess on like multiple levels.
Question for you.
Wait, what's going on? What's going on?
Mr. President, hello. My name is
Totally normal news conference, folks. Totally normal town hall. Yeah, everything's okay.
Amber, and I'm from Cameron, Wisconsin. I have 3 beautiful children, and I'm torn on who to support. My youngest daughter is here tonight. My oldest son is 18, and he just started trade school this week. Very proud of him. My concern is that illegal immigration is threatening opportunities.
Oh my God.
I worry that it's taking away jobs from Americans.
Yes, it's a real swing voter here, folks.
I'm wondering, what will you do about that?
All right, well, it's great. I think I'll stand up and, do you mind if I...
Look, the sad thing is that the sad thing is the Democrats think that people like this are swing voters too. So here, let me just make something really clear for you. If somebody's first issue is illegal immigration, they're voting for Trump. All right, Trump is the immigration guy. It doesn't matter how far the Democrats bend over backwards to agree with Trump on immigration. That voter is voting for a right-winger. They are never going to be like the person that is like, immigration is the most important issue. I'm really, really fucking racist, or, really afraid of illegal immigrants or whatever, right? That person is never going to be a Democratic voter. And yet the Harris administration, the future Harris administration, the Harris campaign is acting like that she's in play, and she's not. This is the biggest load of bullshit, right? She says she's, up for grabs. She says she's undecided because it gets her on the stage. But yeah, I guarantee you she's voting for Trump.
Turn around. Thank you, Amber, very much. And you're right. I'll tell you, we have the people that I'm talking about. They're pouring in at levels never seen before. They're coming in by millions and millions, and a lot of them are taking the jobs for the black population.
Well, they're really taking they're taking the Hannibal Lecter jobs too.
Hispanic population, and unions are going to be very badly affected because, and I was talking to some of the union heads who I actually do get along with, but they're very concerned about it because the jobs the people that are coming in are just taken, and it's going to...
Look, if you really want to do something about illegal immigration, and I do think that these people deserve to not be exploited the way that they often are, in their job situations. Remember, chat, if you come in as an undocumented worker, you have like next to no rights. The company that you're working for, they can mistreat you. They can bust any attempt for you to unionize, right? If you do anything that they don't like, they can call ICE on you, right? So you're really in a precarious position. The reason that there's so much of this going on is because it's beneficial to American companies, and because there has been no political courage to pass reform to immigration that would provide something like a pathway to citizenship, right? Their immigration is, and particularly like, people being undocumented workers, that happens so much because it's so hard to become a citizen. It's next to impossible depending on who you are. And so that's a big part of it. But Trump's not offering that. Trump's not offering to fix immigration or anything like that. Trump just wants to demonize these people. Like, remember, this is the guy whose party was going to pass a bill in the House as long as they thought that it wouldn't pass the Senate, right? They wanted to pass a bill about, the border and asylum seekers, etc., right? And up until the point where Biden said, hey, I'm on board, pass that bill, I'll get it through the Senate, and we'll sign it into law. As soon as Trump heard that, he was on the phone to Republican Congress members telling them don't vote for that. So he wants this problem. He wants this issue. Remember, as far as immigration goes, as far as the immigration from Venezuela, Trump caused that. Trump created that. Trump's policies, Trump's sanctions against Venezuela caused Venezuelan people to need to get out of their country. So he's driving the immigration crisis on one hand, he refuses to fix the situation with a pathway to citizenship on another hand, and now he's benefiting from the perception that he's the border guy, even though he refuses to endorse the border bill, hence the House not passing it. I mean, this is incredibly disingenuous. But regardless of all of that, voters like her that say their first issue is illegal immigration, they're voting for Trump. There's no question about it.
Start with the black population. African Americans are losing their jobs. And I don't know if you heard.
Is he going to go back to black jobs?
The latest statistic that of the jobs that these people created, which is very little, every single job was taken, about 107% was taken by illegal immigrants. There's been no
Chat, he's doing everything he can not to say black jobs.
Job creation from them. The jobs were filled by illegal immigrants. With all of that being said, I want to give you a very positive answer. We're going to win this election. We're going to turn this country around. We're going to become an unbelievable growth country. And your boy is going to have the greatest job. And you want to have a lot of choice with jobs.
The funny thing is that, like I said, he's very disingenuous about this. This is an issue he doesn't actually want to solve because it's an issue that's beneficial for him. He's a demagogue, and thus having an other to scapegoat is very, useful to him. I mean, this is his whole fucking campaign. And yeah, like I said, a lot of the immigration, a lot of the situation that caused the immigration, Trump created. But if he were able to do what he says, right? If he were able to deport all of the undocumented workers, we would have a very targeted labor shortage. And these would not be jobs that are unimportant, right? These would be jobs, in terms of like, agricultural production. This would affect food, right? And that's how I know that he's not serious about any of the shit that he's saying. But it does make life a lot harder for anybody who does it, who might even be perceived as possibly being an undocumented worker or an illegal, as he likes to call them.
You want them to go up and they get up and it's hard to believe.
Yeah, they're important jobs, but undesirable. And honestly, those people should be given a fucking pathway to citizenship so that they can't be exploited by their employers. And putting that regulation in place and how those workers can be treated would actually have a beneficial effect on the rest of the job force as well, right? As it is now, there is maybe like a downward, pressure on wages from that, but it doesn't have to be. The immigration policy needs to be fixed, but not in the way that Trump's trying to fix it. We need a real pathway to citizenship because America needs people coming in, taking those jobs, but people taking those jobs, some of the hardest jobs out there, like jobs in slaughterhouses, right? Jobs that are feeding Americans, and yet they're getting exploited. They're getting fucked over. They're in a precarious situation where they have next to no rights. Those people should be taken care of too, instead of being demonized and threatened with mass deportation or whatever the fuck kind of batshit plan he's got in place.
If I have that the way I get treated, but I look forward to every day because we're going to make America great again. So I really do. I look forward to it.
That's right.
But
oh, that's right. Speedrunner. He says, black jobs, folks. Down in Lego City, we flew a helicopter. Out it went boom, boom, boom. Very loud, very loud. They get up so fast, it's hard to believe.
But we're going to create a lot of jobs.
Trump doesn't pay venues where he holds rallies. That's why he's had a lot of trouble in terms of, there was a while where he sort of stopped doing rallies. And, before that, he was doing a lot of outdoor rallies, like the one in Pennsylvania. And then when he got a high-powered cartilage piercing from one of his fellow Republicans, he got kind of nervous about that too. So, he sort of stopped everything. But yeah, there's a lot of venues that Trump has stiffed. He, never paid them. and they won't let him back with until he pays his bills. He doesn't want to pay the bills. He probably can't pay the bills, right? He's got so many legal bills chasing him, and his campaign's running out of cash.
Does he want to stay here? Or does he want to go to a different state or anything? Yeah, someplace in the Midwest, but this is a good place to stay, right? Wisconsin. So
Tulsi's like, I'm still here.
We'll be creating tremendous jobs for our country, and we're also turning away. We're going to be closing the border, really closing it. By the way, did you see?
Trump, you were president for 4 years already, all right?
So Kamala was for defunding the police. She was for open borders. She was for everything that you're not against. I could go through 14.
Everything that you're not against?
Different.
Wait, she was for everything that you're not against. What?
She's changed on every single one of them. In fact, I think we should see the man in the red hat and the beautiful woman in the red hat says, "Make America Great Again." Perhaps we should give Kamala a "Make America Great Again" hat, right? But the problem is, that's not her belief. Her belief is open borders. Her belief is getting rid of Social Security. Her belief is doing all of these plans, like for health insurance, where you have one big government-run mess. And if you have private plans, a lot of the people in this room have private plans. They're incredible plans. They worked hard to get those plans, and that's what they want.
It's weird. So on one hand, he states a policy priority that would be that would either cost the country a lot of money, cost healthcare health insurance plans a lot of money, or would it involve doing a more vigorous healthcare policy than even Obamacare, like a super Obamacare. And now he's like, oh, we got to keep that private insurance. That private insurance is really important. Folks work their whole life to get that private insurance, and they want to take it away from you. If you ever want to deal with healthcare costs, if you ever want to get it under control so that you can do something like free IVF for anybody that needs it, right? The first thing is going to be shutting down private insurance. But he's not fucking serious. He's not serious about any of these things. If you look at his policies, if you look at what he says, it's just not consistent. Like, he's talking out of both sides of his mouth.
But with her, she wants to have, it's really a communist type of government. And I just saw her, Tulsi, she was sitting behind a desk doing this interview. And I said, Dana Bash, you could make yourself big tonight. All you have to do is be fair. I haven't seen the questions, but they gave out a sample. In fact, she's going to be on later on tonight with a taped. It was a taped. We're doing it live. Why are we doing it live and she's doing it taped? But
I feel like Trump does a lot of taped stuff on Fox News.
But
that's right. He's real.
But she was sitting behind that desk, this massive desk. And she didn't look like a leader to me, I'll be honest. I don't see her negotiating with President Xi of China. I don't see her with Kim Jong-un like we did with Kim Jong-un. So we're going to have to see what happens. I'll tell you what, November 5th is going to be the most important.
When she does talk to Kim Jong-un, she is probably not going to profess her love for her fellow dictator, right? She's probably not going to say the things that Trump said. She's probably not going to kiss his ass.
Important day in the history of this country.
Yeah, most Trump interviews are taped, says Blitzkrieg.
Mr. President, there are a lot of people who want to feel hopeful about our future. I want to introduce you to Luke, who is one of those people.
Hi.
Hello, Mr. President.
Good-looking guy.
Thank you. My name is Luke Pulaski, and I'm a junior here at the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. I'll be voting for the first time in November, and I'm researching each candidate. I have two questions for you. First, as I've been living on my own...
Oh, he's awkward.
...buying my own gas and groceries...
Oh no, chat, I promised you this moment.
...thing has become more expensive.
He's gonna make sweet, sweet love to that chair.
For me personally, I try to eat healthy and stay lean. A pound of meat has gone from $4 to almost $7. I also would like to buy a home someday, but that seems just impossible now. What's your plan to make life
Typical right winger. I eat a really healthy diet. What do you eat? Oh, mostly meat.
more affordable and bring down
Just like Jordan Peterson.
for someone like me?
Very good. Thank you. Good.
It's very important that a growing young boy like this is able to eat an all-meat diet, folks. Carnivore diet will fix that.
The question I get most, they say you're going to vote with your stomach. I don't know if you've heard it, but it's a little bit true.
Yeah, I mean, just think about it, chat, If there was a diet, look. You could eat a plant, all right? You could eat an animal that eats plants. That has like a tenth of the nutritional value of the plants that it eats, because it eats it and poops it out. And which would you take? But no, we gotta make sure that this boy is able to afford his all meat diet.
And groceries, food has gone up at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We've never seen anything like it. 50, 60, 70%. You take a look at bacon and some of these products.
But see, he never actually makes the claim that he's making, right? What did Biden do that caused inflation? And the truth of the matter is, Trump caused inflation, Biden dealt with it, and the companies have jacked the prices up, and they've kept them up. And they continue to raise them because when people are used to paying high prices, it's easier to get them to pay high prices.
And some people don't eat bacon anymore. And we
bacon time.
Are going to get the energy prices down. When we get energy down, this was caused by their...
So yeah, energy. The United States is a net exporter. I believe the world's largest net exporter of energy. And yet he thinks that the problem is that we don't drill enough.
Horrible energy. Wind. They want wind all over the place. But when it doesn't blow, we have a little problem. This was caused by energy.
Please talk about the birds.
This was really caused by
Please talk about the birds.
Energy and also their unbelievable spending. They're spending us out of wealth, actually. They're taking our wealth away. But it was caused by energy. And what they've done is they started cutting way back. We were in third place. When I left, we were by far in first place, beating Russia, beating Saudi Arabia. And we were going to dominate to a level.
The sad thing is that as much as Biden, talked about a greener energy economy, in actuality, he's done most of the things that the Republicans would have done.
That we've never seen before. And then we had a bad election. I'll be very nice. I'm supposed to be nice.
I'm supposed to be nice and not say it was stolen, but we all know, folks, what really happened.
Because everybody's afraid to talk about, oh, please, sir, don't talk about the election, please.
So, yeah, understand he's out there bitching about the people that are working for him, trying to help him win the election, right? That's what he's doing. He's got so much grievance, right? He's got grievance, against against minorities. He's got grievance against women. He's got grievance against the law. But he's also got grievance against his own fucking campaign that are watching his numbers crash, and they're trying to help him.
If you can't talk about a bad election, you really don't have a democracy if you think about it, right? But what they did, Tulsi, is they took back the oil production. The oil started going crazy. That started the inflation. Then they went back. They said, go back to where Trump was. The problem is that we would have been 3 times that level right now. We would have been so dominant over Russia and Saudi Arabia. Look, Saudi Arabia, Russia, a lot of oil. We would have had more. We had something in Alaska, Anwar, that I created. I mean, Ronald Reagan wanted it. You remember? Ronald Reagan wanted it. They all wanted it. And I got it approved. Nobody was able to get it approved. I got it approved. And the first week in office, they turned it back. They said, no, it's the biggest site possibly in the world. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. Well, we're going to start that up. We're going to become the energy capital of the world. We're going to pay down our debt, and we're going to reduce your tax.
This is so frustrating. I could show you a chart of every Republican and Democratic president going back to like the early 1980s. And every single Republican president racks up a huge deficit. The Democratic presidents either have a smaller deficit or they actually have a surplus, like in the case of Bill Clinton. And they have better economies too. Now, look, that's not necessarily a good thing. Part of that is because the Democrats buy into the Republican lies that we are a nation in debt and that we cannot afford to run a deficit, when in actuality, because of the status of the United States, running a deficit, money that the United States borrows actually bears a higher return than the level of interest. And that's why it's done, right? And there's no problem getting people to agree to going into debt for military spending. But when it comes to policies that benefit average workers in the American economy, oh my God, it's like pulling teeth. And the Democrats are terrible about this. So yeah, what they do is they say, oh, we got to get the deficit under control. Let me cut that program. Let me cut that program. Maybe once in a fucking blue moon, there's a rise in taxes, or they let a tax cut that the Republicans passed expire or something like that. But for the most part, it's just Democrats fucking cutting social programs to say, look at that, we got the deficit under control. And when a Republican comes back into office, invariably after that, what do you get? What do you get? You get more deficits. He is such a fucking liar. And I believe he's the deficit king, if I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong about that? I believe that the Trump deficit exceeded the Reagan deficit.
Still further, and your groceries are going to come tumbling down, and your interest rates are going to be tumbling down, and then you're going to go out, you're going to buy a beautiful house, okay? You're going to buy a beautiful house. That's called the American dream. The American dream. Thank you.
Mr. President, I want to ask you a question about national security, but first I think it's important to point out what Luke is talking about: the cost of groceries, the cost of gas, the cost of housing,
the cost of an all-meat diet,
mortgages, rent, everything has gone up. Kamala Harris's plan that she has announced is government price controls. And I think it's important to touch on, you just laid out your plan. What's going to happen if Kamala Harris...
So his plan is that we destroy the fucking earth and somehow food prices go down. He doesn't even have to explain the fucking connection there. He's saying that energy prices will go down. We'll produce so much energy. We're going to get those tar sands. We're going to get the dirtiest fucking energy that we can find. We're going to get coal. We're going to get tar sands. We're going to get anything we fucking can. And then magically the prices of bacon, your bacon will be much cheaper now.
Institutes price controls.
So that's a communist plan. It's never worked. And it's been tried by others. Believe it or not, Richard Nixon tried it. A lot of people tried it. It's been tried many times, and it always leads to the same failure. Tremendous inflation, lack of product. You don't have anything. The stores are not stocked. It has never worked. It's called...
So he's saying if you don't let grocery stores rip you the fuck off when inflation is actually down, when prices are actually down, if you don't let them continue to charge to almost like, I mean, it looks like collusion. I don't know if it technically fits the definition of collusion. Collusion is when multiple companies meet together to fix prices, but essentially that's what's happened, is that the price has been set at way above what the costs are. So when you don't allow like price gouging, that's what you call communism, apparently. Give me some communism then. Give me some fucking communism.
And you know, it's been so often, and everybody that comes in, they say it, it sort of sounds great. We're going to go price control. Actually, when she announced it, she got absolutely slaughtered by even Democrats because it doesn't work. It's a known loser. So now she doesn't talk about it. Do you notice she doesn't talk about climate change anymore? She's not talking about it. You know why? Because people don't want to hear it. They want to live a good life. They want to live a life. They don't want to stop your industry.
They want to live a good life and let their grandchildren die in fucking misery. God damn, Trump.
With climate change. They
God damn.
different things. Global warming, remember? That wasn't working because
Also, I gotta love the irony of somebody dipping out of here because I'm watching Trump like literally 10 minutes before we switch over to something else. Oh, well, it's their loss.
it was getting a little bit cooler. So they said, what are we going to do? We'll call it global cooling. No. So they came up with the word.
It's getting a little cooler. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Temperatures on average are way the fuck up. The ocean temperature is way the fuck up. But it's not, it doesn't just manifest as like higher temperatures everywhere at all times. It manifests as you know, severe weather, for instance, right? So yeah, climate change is a more descriptive term.
Climate change, because that takes care of everything. Climate change. The climate's changing.
But yeah, I mean, you gotta, I don't know what to tell you. You gotta eat your vegetables if you're gonna have your dessert, right?
According to them, we're all.
Diane McLeod says, as a Canadian, I am continually stunned that this man is taken seriously by anybody. It does not make the rest of the world trust anything that Americans think or believe. This is ludicrous. You're telling me. You're telling me. But no, you're right.
3 years left. They had 12 years, remember? So in about 3 years, let me tell you, we do have a problem, though. It's climate change, but a different kind of climate change. It's called nuclear global warming. We can say that's global warming. And if we don't have a smart president, you know, you have 5 nations now with pretty massive nuclear power. Some have very massive, including us and Russia.
Who just got a donation from the nuclear industry? You want to guess, chat? You want to guess who's paying for his campaign now? Now, here's the thing about it, right? You know, like nuclear energy compared to some other fossil, you know, yeah, I guess other fossil fuels, you know, can produce like less, I don't know, carbon emissions, right? So it's funny that he'd talk about that because there's no point in that. If you don't believe that carbon emissions are bad, then there's no point in going nuclear. The problem is that the building new infrastructure, building new plants in the United States is really expensive. And the beneficiary of that expenditure would actually be the nuclear industry. So it's very much a sign of, you know, of lobbyist capture by Trump that he's making these arguments, right?
Way behind, but within 4 or 5 years they'll catch up, and we don't want them to catch up. Look, the biggest problem, in my opinion, the biggest problem our country has, the biggest problem the world has, is nuclear weapons. They are a destructive force, the likes of which nobody has ever seen before. And we have to make sure they're never used. We have to make sure it's not going to happen.
So now, what the fuck was he talking about? Nuclear... I'm sorry, did I completely miss what he was talking about there? He's like I said, he's not prepared for this event at all. I want to get finished with this.
So they said, what are we?
Because I'm ready to get into the drama, and especially since people have left before the drama starts. My favorite thing, chat, is when somebody like leaves chat early, and then like I'm literally getting to what they were wanting to watch in like 5 minutes. I fucking love that. I'll go into that segment early just to fucking spite them.
So they came up with the words climate change, because that takes care of everything. Climate change. The climate's changing, but according to them,
God damn it. Okay, wait.
Climate change is nuclear power. Some have very massive, including us and Russia. China's behind, way behind, but within 4 or 5 years they'll catch up, and we don't want them to catch up. Look, the biggest problem, in my opinion, the biggest problem our country has, the biggest problem the world has, is nuclear weapons. They are...
What the fuck? Oh my god, chat. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't care. Right? It sounded like for a second that he was like, yeah, nuclear energy, it's gonna be great. We got great nuclear energy. It could be so, you know, right? But then he's like, but nuclear weapons, not so good, and we don't want to have those nuclear weapons. We don't want to have the World War III go off. No shit, dude. No fucking shit.
Is an existential threat. But what they're not talking about is the existential threat of nuclear war and World War III, which is exactly where...
We gotta let the Russians have exactly what they want, folks. If they want to take over Ukraine, that's fine. We gotta let them. Otherwise, we'll have nuclear war. If they want to take over Poland, that's fine too. If they want to flex their muscle in Eastern Europe, if they want to invade France, That's fine, folks. We got to let the Russians do what they want to do. Vladimir Putin, he's got a lot of nuclear weapons. We don't want those going off. Best to let him do whatever he wants.
Because of the warmongers and their puppets, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And they don't want to talk about it because the consequence of where they have taken...
Look, if you didn't have an administration with Donald Trump that kept the Afghanistan invasion, the Afghanistan occupation going through his whole fucking thing, through his whole fucking term, you could maybe make an argument about that, right? The Democrats are bad. They're very much in the pocket of the military-industrial complex. The unfortunate fact, though, is that everyone is. So is the Republican Party, and so is Trump, right? Trump tried to get the war with Iran that Bush never got. Bush had plans after, Afghanistan, Iraq, and then Iran was the next on his agenda. He didn't have the popular support to invade Iran, so he never did it. Trump tried to provoke a fucking war with Iran. Trump assassinated high military officials. Trump blew up a deal, a treaty that we had with Iran that stopped Iran from processing nuclear fuel into nuclear weapons. So don't let anybody fucking blow smoke up your ass like Tulsi fucking Gabbard and try to tell you this guy's the president for peace. Now, I will say this does point out where the Democratic Party lets us down. It does point out a major failure of the Democratic Party, right? Trump wouldn't be able to do this if the Democratic Party were not so in the pocket of, the whole military industry.
All of us, as the American people and the world, is economic hardship around the world, a destruction of our economic well-being, and an annihilation of humanity, our families, our kids, our communities around the world. There was a recent poll that YouGov did that pointed out over 60% of Americans feel that World War III and nuclear war is going to happen within 5 to 10 years. And when I heard that, I felt so sad because...
Gee, that really makes it so that it's like more likely to happen if 60% of
because they're at a...
That's really how we should be analyzing like geopolitics is through polls, right? It was a YouGov poll.
They feel like this...
It was a YouGov poll.
The annihilation of the world is inevitable. So I wanted to ask you about this because it's important that people understand what kind of leadership you bring, what you will do to stop this slide towards nuclear war and World War III so that we can feel hopeful again.
Well, thank you. So Viktor Orban, a very strong leader from Hungary, Prime Minister of Hungary, they asked him recently about what's the problem in the world a few years ago.
Yeah, we got to go to a fascist dictator like Viktor Orban. Let's listen to what he has to say.
During my term, we had we didn't have Israel being attacked. We didn't.
I'm going to pee, chat. I'm going to pee. I'm going to be right back. And then we're going to get into President Sunday so people can stop bitching at me. God damn.
In Ukraine. And they asked him, why is it so bad now? The Middle East is on fire. So many places are on fire, and there are plenty places that could very well and very quickly catch on. What's the problem? He said, you have to bring Trump back as president of the United States. You will have no problem. He single-handedly kept things, and it's true. And I could do it with telephone calls by being smart, but literally he said, you have to bring Trump back. Now, he used a term I wouldn't use. He said everybody was afraid of Trump. You know who was afraid of Trump? They said China was afraid of Trump. Russia was afraid of Trump. They were all, and I don't want to say that. I will say this. They respected me and they respected our nation. They don't respect our nation anymore. They don't respect our nation anymore. Think of it. What would the world be like if Russia didn't do what they did, and they would have never done it? I used to speak to Putin about it. I had a very good relationship. No chance. You know what happened, I think, Afghanistan, when he saw the horrible leadership that we displayed in Afghanistan, I think he said, wow, this is a time to go in, because I wasn't there. He would have never done it if I was president, and Israel would have never been attacked. Think of it. What would this world be like? You wouldn't have had that disaster. And it wasn't leaving Afghanistan, and they should have kept Bagram. That's a big air base. It's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. They didn't keep it. You know who occupies it now, Tulsi? China occupies it. So we have, if you have the right president, and we don't right now, do we even have a president? He just came in, think of it. He just came in from wherever the hell he went. You know, there was a coup. He just doesn't know it yet. But there was a coup. How about that? He got 14, I'm not a fan of his. He was the worst president. But think of this. He got 14 million votes. She was the first one to leave, you know. Kamala was the first one to quit. She never made it to the first state in the primaries, which was...
Oh my God, so much fucking cope, so much fucking up. Look, Trump, you got to run against Kamala. I'm sorry, you're not going to get Crooked Joe back. Sleepy Joe, he's gone to bed. All right, he's already asleep. You're not going to get him back. Kamala's awake now. You got to deal. She is your opponent now, and she's kicking your ass. Try to fucking deal with it. Try to fucking deal with it.
Other people did, but she never even came close. And all of a sudden, she was picked, and she's now running for...
He's so aggrieved. He's so aggrieved. Like, if he would cut out his aggrievement, he would probably be at least neck and neck in the polls, if not winning, right? But he can't help himself.
President, and look, it just...
Cue the coping and seething song. Chat, one in chat if you like the coping and seething song.
Really started. The polls have us up here. We're up in this. We're up in states, but it's close. It's close. It's close, and you know they cheat like hell, so we don't want to have it too close. But we have we have to win this. We're not going to have a country. But with him, I was so far up. We had a thing called. How did he do in the debate? Did you think he did well? Not too good.
Yeah, he fucking kicked ass. He was so good.
They wanted to have a debate. I said, okay, it's a little bit early, isn't it? I was trying to talk.
Okay, I feel better now. I really needed to pee and stuff was getting to me.
I said, well, it's a little early for a debate.
You imagine if I was aggrieved like Trump? Folks, everybody complains that we're not getting to the drama fast enough, but we got to do the politics before, you know. Right? Just start bitching. Just start bitching everybody out. I can't believe they left my chat, folks.
Would like to do it, and that was not a
anyway.
For them. That was not a
I'm too silly.
So that was the beginning of the end for him, and they started looking. But they picked a woman that had absolutely no votes. She got no votes, and now she's running. So when you say
she's got no maidens, folks.
Threat to democracy, they are a threat to democracy. I'm not a threat to democracy. I'm not a threat. Thank you.
Mr. President, crime and the rise of crime is on the minds of a lot of people. I want to call on Daniel.
He's still fucking that chair, isn't he?
Here, who has a question for you?
Hi, Daniel.
We're almost done with this chat. We got to hear Daniel's question about crime. I hope somebody... look, if I was there, I would ask him about the late, great Hannibal Lecter.
Well, you need, and you get a lot of those questions from Minnesota, but you get a lot of those questions because Minnesota, I mean, they picked this guy.
Was that undemocratic too? Like, it's literally undemocratic for the candidate to drop out of the fucking race, right? And for delegates to vote their conscience to pick another candidate. It's that's fucking a threat to democracy, apparently. Not Project 2025. Not like a literal plan to go in and replace civil servants with Trump's fucking cronies. Not a guy that says you won't need to vote again, folks. No, not a guy that like tried to stay in power even after he lost president last time. No, that's not a fucking threat to democracy. That's totally fine. That's totally normal. No, Joe Biden being too old to fucking run for president. That's a threat for democracy. That's a threat to democracy. If the Dems had a decent administration, Trump wouldn't even be a factor or a threat. I mean, you're not entirely wrong, Tom Flory.
Weird.
Our politics are very broken in this country.
Right? He's weird. I'm not.
And the American people deserve better. I'm not weird. He's weird. You're fucking a chair, Trump. You're just as weird as JD Vance, right? He fucks couches. You fuck chairs. Where did you learn that from Joe Rogan? Did you learn that shit from Dana White?
No, he's a weird guy. He's a weird dude. You know, see, they come up with sound bites. They always have sound bites.
Aggrievement. He's so fucking aggrieved.
And one of the things
This guy, all he does it anymore is cope and whine.
JD and I are weird. That guy is so straight. JD is so, he's doing a great job.
He's doing a great job fucking that couch. It's wonderful. Folks, page 189 of Hillbilly Elegy if you want to get that sex scene between him and the couch.
Top student. Great guy. And he's not weird, and I'm not weird. I mean, we're a lot of things. We're not weird.
You're fucking weird, bro. You're weird.
I will tell you. But that
You should fucking own it. Like, I feel like old Trump would have giga chatted that.
guy is weird, don't you think? You know, he signed for, and this is, who would think that this is even happening in our country with men playing in women's sports and all of this, but he has it at a level that nobody can believe. A bill that every boy's bathroom will have tampons, okay?
So he's lying. He's lying. There's something about like unisex bathrooms having tampons.
Hence his name, Tampon Tim. But think of it.
You're still trying to make that stick. You're weird, dude. You're weird. The fact that you call your opponent Tampon Tim means that you're weird. The fact that you're standing up here fucking the chair means that you're weird.
And you know, on the question of abortion, he is the one. Abortion in the 9th month. And if
even after the baby's born, folks, the doctor comes and gets the baby and they say, we're going to kill it because we like abortion, folks.
In Minnesota,
the mom says, what happened to my baby? And they said, we killed it because abortion's cool.
I'd love to win Minnesota because those people aren't digging this guy. They're not digging this guy. But think of this.
Yeah, Trump is what the culture is feeling.
6 states, Minnesota's one of them. If the baby is born...
Oh, he's going to say it. He's going to say it.
Allowed to execute the baby after, think of that.
Straight up liar. Straight up liar.
You're allowed to execute.
You're allowed to just lie to people, folks. You scare them with abortions. You tell them it's happening in the 9th month. You're telling them that people are carrying a pregnancy for fucking 9 months just to like, you know, on a fucking whim, I guess I'm gonna I guess I want to have an abortion, right? No, that doesn't fucking happen. Nobody's fucking carrying a baby 9 months and then just like on a fucking whim decides, right? If you're getting an abortion in the 9th month, it's because things have gotten really fucking serious, all right, in some way. But no, now he's straight up saying, yeah, they after the baby's born, they go and they kill the baby. I don't know.
The former governor, not the current governor, who's terrific, Glenn Youngkin. We're going to win maybe Virginia. We could do that. But the former governor.
You could have if you didn't pick J.D. Vance.
He said,
you could have picked Glenn Youngkin. That could have been your vice president. If you hadn't been so cocky. This guy was sure he was going to win, though. He's like, I'm going to pick the venture capitalist guy that gives me access to the Peter Thiel money. I need money, folks. I've got all these legal fees to pay. My campaign is in debt. I don't pay off any of my, venues that I'm going to, folks. I need that. I need that Peter Thiel money. Let's get J.D. Vance in here. That's what Donald Jr. said.
You sit the mother down and the father down. You sit them down and you talk. And the baby is born and you make a decision what to do.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Do you execute the baby after birth?
What is he talking about? This is like Sarah Palin death panels. This is coming from nowhere.
According to what they have passed and legislation, in Minnesota, they're allowed to execute the baby after.
No, they're not. He's a liar.
This guy is a participant, and that's why
he's a participant. They bring in Tim Walz. He executes the baby, folks. He turns it into hot dish. He serves it out of potluck.
We picked him because she is, in fact, a Marxist/communist. Remember, I'd say all the time, our country will never be.
I think you're trying to say Marxist-Leninist.
Socialist, right? We will not have a socialist. Well, I was right. We skipped socialism. We went to communism. This woman just.
He wants to skip it all and go to fascism.
Mr. President, we have time for one.
Are we almost done?
If we can get a mic to Bernardo. He's got an important question, given very soon we will.
Not going to lose any more fair-weathered chatters to the fucking Trump tent.
Honoring the anniversary of September 11th and all of the lives that were lost on that tragic day in that tragic attack where we were attacked by radical Islamist terrorists. And Bernardo wanted to share his thoughts and had a question for you on this.
Thank you.
Mr. President, my name is Bernardo. I'm a voter here in Wisconsin, live in the wonderful La Crosse County here, and I'm also a father of 8. I have 7 here with me.
Oh shit, we got a TradCon.
And it's the anniversary of 9/11 is coming up. I'm concerned that we're more vulnerable now than ever. And we have a Democrat nominee who doesn't even want to say the words, says we shouldn't say the words, radical Islamic terror. How are we going to protect America from a terrorist attack?
First of all, it's a great question.
If we're not xenophobic enough.
You know, we have radical Islamists pouring into our country along with everybody else right now. They're coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We kept them out. We had 1 year where Border Patrol put down, it was, I believe, 2019, where they, and I don't believe this, I don't believe it's right, but I'll take it. They said 0 came in 20, that was my term, 0. Now we have...
Wait, I'm sorry. That was COVID, motherfucker. That was COVID. Yeah, 0 came in. That's right.
I'd like to say that was true. It's probably not because I can't imagine that. But we were very tough on that. Now they have thousands and thousands coming in, along with the prisoners and along with the crime. And remember, a lot of these countries like Venezuela, their crime is way down because they've moved their criminals into our country. It's not even believable. But it's
not believable because it's a fucking lie. They're not sending Hannibal Lecter. They're not sending shit. People come from Venezuela to our country because of your shitty fucking sanctions that you imposed on Venezuela. People can't live there. They're fucking miserable. There's hyperinflation. So they come and they fucking immigrate. That's what happens when you are the global hegemon and your policies, your foreign policies affect everybody in your fucking hemisphere. End of story. All right, chat. We're good. We're done. All right. Get in to the full scale stream. We're making that happen. We're going. I'm going to end the stream. So you got your last chance to click on that button. Look up. There's a pinned tweet. Hit that link next to that pinned tweet and you will join us. You will join us in our beautiful, lovely full-scale stream where we will talk about a lot of things, not the least of which is going to be a certain President Sunday. The worst part is anyone believing it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, especially like he just said they executed babies. Like, what the fuck? This guy, I swear to God. All right, chat, I'm going to end the stream. It's hopefully going to pull you in. I'll see you over there. And we'll take a look and see where the dono goal is at. We'll see if we are going to get maybe some extra content tonight. That's a thing too, right? President Sunday not enough for you? Well, you might just get extra. Welcome in, everybody. It's been years since I heard about radical Islam terrorists. This guy, a time traveler from 2012. Basically, I don't even know. 2012, is that even right? Or would it be like 2006 or something? It worked. Yay. It worked. All right. So yeah, chat. Let's take a look at the poll right now. We're also going to get you. Let's see. There it is. That was gross. I think that's the one. Wait, look out. He's trying to find the right.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay, it's got to be this one. It's got to be this one. So we're getting ready to dive into the sun tent, right? The funny thing is that President Sunday thought that he was going to turn Westside Tyler into a lulcow. If you don't know, a lulcow is somebody who is doing ridiculous things on stream, who is in and of themselves content, and then when somebody covers their content, they get mad in a way that's funny and amusing, and thus the cycle repeats itself, right? So President Sunday was trying to do that to Westside Tyler after their falling out over, the Demon Mama stuff. And it looks like the shoe is kind of on the other foot. Not that Tyler is, is doing, suntan, is covering President Sunday, is watching his downfall, because he's not paying attention to any of that. He is too busy talking to huge YouTubers like FD Signifier. He is too busy actually growing his stream, actually growing his community, while President Sunday's community remains static. So that's where we're at as far as that. Let me take a look here. Most of you are voting for the real reason that leftovers ended. That's an interesting thing, right? That is, do I still have that? MAGA communism. Did I really get rid of it? Oh my God. Let's find this again. Yeah, that one. That one. I know I probably missed something really funny that Trump did at the very end there, but I was getting sick. And look,
oh, we're starting.
And look, I don't want to like make things boring for people either. I don't want to like overdo Trump, because like he's sometimes fun to watch, but yeah, the long form Trump, I feel like we need more like clips of Trump and less of just Trump droning on and on and on, because it's only sometimes funny. It's only sometimes funny, but yeah, I feel obliged when there's a really bad town hall or a speech or something that he's given, to take a look at it, see if I can find any unrecognized gems. So that's Ethan Klein. He's talking to Steiny. I don't know who Steiny is, but that's Bradley Martin. He's like a gym rat. He's like a fucking steroid bro or something. And he's got a big podcast over here that Ethan Klein has come to have a conversation, and part of that conversation is going to be a debate against Sneeko. It's going to be him trying to make Sneeko admit that he's anti-Semitic, which obviously Sneeko's anti-Semitic, but Bradley Martin doesn't believe it. And part of it is also going to be talking about why he is no longer on a podcast with Hassan. So now he gave a reason when that happened that was kind of not super believable. I think it was something like that. Just actually the ratings are low. And I mean, it was sort of believable, right? Leftovers never got the same ratings as the main H3 show, but they did pretty well. And especially when they would have, drama going on, especially when Ethan and Hassan were disagreeing, right? There was a lot of views, but, he goes into more detail about the real reason that he pulled the plug on leftovers, and some of you may have guessed it already. We'll get there. We'll see that, but only if we hit the dono goal. We are now at 22%. Thank you to everybody who's donated. Thank you to my super chatters. Thank you for keeping us viable here. We're at 22%. That's not great, but it's also not impossible. It's also not impossible to hit that dono goal by the end of the night. And if we do that, we are we are en route to some more content. It looks like most of you want that content to be the real reason that leftovers ended. Again, chat, we have a very high fallout meter. In fact, it's over 100 now, which means that in order to get chosen, a topic has to not only be the top in the running of the 4, but it actually has to get over 100. In order to beat out the Fallout New Vegas goal. So Gaming Frogs, it might be your night. Although, again, donors can massively affect that, right? Can massively affect that. You can affect what topic we end up covering by when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, super whatever, whether you're getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to other people, whether you're doing, the same thing on Twitch, or you're signing up for Patreon, or donating to the Throne account, right? You can affect the outcome of this poll. And all you got to do is let me know in chat when you donate which of these topics you want to see next. And I will be willing to put your money where your mouth is and add your dono to the overall total. And again, chat, if you beat 100, then the Gaming Frogs have to wait a little bit longer. But yeah, this is what people are voting for right now. This is Ethan Klein talking about the end of leftovers, why he cut ties with Hassan, and all the rest of it. We're going to get to Sunday, and we're going to do Sunday, but before, but yeah, we have the potential for some extra content tonight. If you're interested, right? It could either be Fallout New Vegas, or it could be Ethan Klein talking about Hassan, or what else is doing well tonight? MAGA Communism's latest flop, strangely doing pretty damn well. It's not flopping in the poll, it's in second place, so that's viable too. I really like the Lo-Fi Girl Q Shaman to Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman. That is a video talking about somebody who made a new YouTube account, fresh YouTube account, no algorithm on it, and just let it watch videos, just like fed it random videos until they were served alt-right content. So we'll take a look at that, see how that works, see what the right-wing rabbit hole, the alt-right rabbit hole looks like today. If we get that, we've also got the theory. I put the theory option because some people like theory. The theory this time is about Dugan and his dick riders. Speaking of MAGA communists, right? That's right along those lines. So keep voting. Your votes do count. When you donate, your donation can count even more. Your donation could even undercut somebody else's donation if you say Vox Populi, which means that you want to throw it back to the voters. And whatever's winning in the vote, you want it to win. In real life, you can say Vox Populi, and I'll even take off points from Fallout New Vegas. Wait, does that work? Yeah, I guess that works. But yeah, we'll see what we can do with this dono goal.
It is highly fucking irritating to see people, because it's a bunch of people that fucking.
You haven't seen.
I don't because you look for this stuff.
Okay, so just to orient us, for those of you who have not been following, this is President Sunday on the bottom. This is Aiko Rules top right, and Westside Tyler top left. But he's not actually on the call. They are watching. They're co-watching Tyler's conversation with one FD Signifier. FD Signifier put out a video called "The Online Left is Cooked." Sunday reacted to that video and basically called FD an anti-white racist, and was just really weird about it, right? Just really weird about FD's video. Completely strawman the fuck out of what FD was trying to say, and he was just angry and spiteful and jealous, and I don't even know what, right? So really, kind of circling the drain here. He was also drunk. He was also massively wasted for that, if I remember correctly. Am I remembering this correctly? I think he was wasted. Yeah, that's right. He was wasted. He was very, very wasted, right? So there's that. He's got that going on too. I'm not going to be judgmental about that. I am not his mom. I am not his therapist. And, that is, I don't, whether, that's an issue for him or not is just like really none of my business. Although he does accuse other people, such as Tyler, of being on morphine, and me of being on, what was it, Valium and Thorazine? I don't know. I think he just like throws out those accusations because he's got a little shame around his own substance use. But whatever. That's not for me to judge. That's not for me to care about. That is literally not my floor and not my problem. Oh my God, chat! I'm even realizing that there's something more that I need to do. Right? We go out here. There we go. So I'm showing you the dono goal. It's at 22% right now. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, you will unlock extra content. You will get extra content from me, just like I get extra coffee out of my French press by pressing it a little bit. You can press me for a little bit more content if you would like. If anything on that list appeals to you, feel free to donate and just let me know which of those subjects you want to see next, and I will put your money where your mouth is. And let's see. I think I need to press buttons, don't I? Yeah, I gotta press. I'm a born button presser here, chat. Here you go. Press button, press button, press button, and last but not least, press button. There we go. Something like that. Something like that. It gets a little crazy around here sometimes with the transitions, but if you're game, I'm game too. Let's take a look and see what's going on with President Sunday and Tyler. So yeah, I mean, like, this is the whole thing. This is the whole thing, right? Tyler was supposed to be prey. Tyler was supposed to be food, right? President Sunday's plan was to turn Tyler into content and make him a laughingstock. Make it so that no one could take him seriously. All of his mods leave, all of his chat leaves, and he's just this ridiculous clown streaming to nobody. However, it seems like that's not what's happening, and it seems like actually Tyler's concurrence might even be up a little bit. I'm not sure how much of it is due to FD and how much of it is due to the fact that Sunday's still talking about Tyler, and Tyler is talking about content, which people might be a little bit more interested in than these hate-filled rants that Sunday's been going on about Tyler. As far as I can tell, Tyler has not talked about Sunday. Sunday has talked excessively about Tyler, and he's talked about me, and he's talked about like my mods and stuff, like, right? He's kind of obsessed. He's showing Destiny vibes, right? The way that Destiny gets obsessed with Hassan and can't talk about Hassan, and he's jealous of Hassan and just follows every move that Hassan makes. Sunday is doing that to Tyler now. And now he's dragged Aiko rules into this as well. And I just it's not going well for either of them. In the words of President Sunday,
this is going bad.
This is going real bad.
Yeah.
You got to look for this stuff. Like, it's not just everywhere. You know what most people on YouTube are watching? Cat videos, street can fail compilations, which are becoming weirdly racist lately. And
I'm sorry, street what? Fail compilations?
For this stuff. Like, it's not just everywhere. You know what most people on YouTube are watching? Cat videos, street can fail compilations, which are becoming
street can fail compilations? What the fuck is... Can somebody explain that to me?
Weirdly racist lately. And Red Letter Media and Markiplier. That's what they're watching. They aren't watching me and Loner Box arguing about...
Is Markiplier doing videos?
On Chud Logic. Which happened, actually.
Wait, what?
Red Letter Media and Markiplier. That's what they're watching. They aren't watching me and Loner Box arguing about Lolly on Chud Logic. Which happened, actually.
Yeah, Lonerbox is a little bit of a lolly defender, if I remember correct. Street food, thank you. Street food fail compilations, which are strangely racist these days. Sounds like the kind of video Charlie from Always Sunday would make. I mean, look, I've been this close to putting Sunday's head on the Pepe Sylvia meme a couple of times, right? Turns out we thought of better thumbnails than that one, but it would fit. It would really fit.
Continue.
Would you say would you give him +1 or -1 with Vanderhall compared to intelligence?
Who, Tyler?
+5, but with a massive sanity debuff.
I don't think Red Letter Media counts as what everyone is watching.
I don't know. I don't know
And
about
plus,
that. I feel
plus
like
2 sus as hell.
plus whatever Tom is.
Plus whatever Tom is times 10, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
A Pizza Hut manager? That's what Tom is. What?
Folders and folders of like clips and stuff. I don't.
He's referring to
Tom Tent like pick up 5 face down cards from the graveyard. You don't look at them, but you have to play them each specific turn.
Okay, that's for gamers probably.
I was a Yu-Gi-Oh kid growing up.
I was thinking he was saying Yu-Gi-Oh, yeah.
I respect your life choices.
Maybe he meant to say street cam, like a camera, but he slurred. Like a sloppy, stumbling, wet drunk.
Here, he's talking about the Vosch haters. Remember, this is February 8th. He's talking about Vosch haters who collect all of this stuff to send to people, like to be like, hey, Vosch is bad this way or that way. And interestingly enough, that he ended up becoming one of those people.
Yeah, it is.
I feel like Aiko's made a few Vosch videos too, and not that I'm slighting her for it, right?
Really fucking irritating to see people, because it's a bunch of people with fucking gigantic folders and folders of like clips and stuff. I don't care. It's a fucking instant ban. I don't care to hear about it. I don't care.
The problem with Vosch is that he's not just there doing his shitty, like, you know, reactionary content that he calls leftism. He's also like attacking other content creators constantly, right? And that's been a big issue that I've had with Vosch.
Care to argue about it because he's not a friend of mine. I don't give a shit.
He's also like strangely dragging trans people into his beefs with J.K. Rowling and in Ethan Klein in a way that actually hurts trans people, trying to use trans people in his community as a defense for like oh, you can't attack me. I have trans people in my community. You can't say that I'm into some sus, you know, short stack goblin pictures. Are you calling trans people groomers? And it's like, oh my God, dude, that doesn't help trans people at all. He literally wants to use trans people as a meat shield. No, there's like, I don't know. The problem with Vosch is that is not that there's like not anything that you can find that's fucking wrong with him. It's just that like everything's wrong with him.
Shit about his morality. Think he's a danger to people, call the fucking police. That's their job. I'm a fucking internet live streamer. Do you know what I mean? So like that is one of the few things as a topic, it will get you banned because it is literally too fucking boring to hear about and have gone over a bunch of times. Because 99% of the time, it's like, oh yeah, Vosch thing this. Like you're trying to discuss something else. Like,
I mean, I guess I know what sort of, okay, like, yeah, I mean, it always has bothered me when people are trying to like show a clip and they're like, this is why Vosch should never be allowed to blah, 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 blah again. And I'm just kind of like, you know what? If Vosch has a take and it's bad, I'll react to it. I'll disagree with it. It can be fun. It can be amazing to see how like reactionary he is and how, you know, the kind of the emperor has no clothes, but it's never like this whole thing of like, we got to get this guy, right? There's no getting him. There's no getting him. He's got a big fucking cult around him, and he's always going to have a big cult around him. The only thing you can do is like kind of warn people who are just happening to see his like, you know, pro-trans content, that he's also got a lot of anti-black content. And if that's something that they care about, maybe don't get inducted into the cult. Maybe don't make friends with those people. Maybe don't get to the point where your belief in Vosch is so great that he becomes a good in and of himself. Because that's how you get sucked into the cult.
Bad Houthi takes, all right? Like I'm criticizing, and then I have to somebody comes up, oh yeah, like I finally like, did you know he's a pedo? Blah blah blah, pedo. I'm like, I don't care if he is. Tell the FBI, put him in jail. Go deal with it your fucking self, okay? Like,
yeah, So this is what Aiko's doing. You can tell this is like a Tyler from several months ago, and she's found this video to try to show that Tyler like changed his ways, that he's not real. So in Sunday's words, he's a skinwalker. He doesn't have any real beliefs, and he will say whatever he thinks he needs to say to succeed, right? And that's part of Sunday's jealousy, right? Oh, he's only succeeding because he's saying whatever he needs to say to succeed. Whereas I am a principled leftist, President Sunday, and I only say what I believe. And, you know, it's such bullshit, right? Because I actually get what Tyler's saying here. But prior to the taxes folder issue, there were so many people running around with clips and saying that this one proves that Vosch is a yada, yada, yada. And the clips were bad and they were disagreeable. And if you don't really know him, they would show you kind of like, yeah, maybe this is a guy that you don't want to go near. But they were never anything as conclusive, right? They were like bad takes. Like he had a take that said that, you know, where he said, you got to admit that a minor and adult could have a relationship and it not be harmful to the minor. And I'm just kind of like, you know what, having your consent like violated like that at such a young age, that is inherently harmful. So I'd like just massively disagree with that. Also, it happens to be the Milo Yiannopoulos take, so he's kind of saying something really similar to what Milo Yiannopoulos said, which was gross. So, you know, I mean, like, to me, that's like a gross take. But I would have never said that this proves that Vosch is like a danger to children, or that he's doing stuff that's, you know, and even after the taxes folder thing, I haven't said that. What I've said is that he's into some pretty fucked up shit. And I can't imagine how anybody would be like, oh yeah, this is my streamer, this is my dude after that, right? But, you know, I mean, if you still like him and you want to, you know, duck your head in the sand and pretend that it was short sat goblin, you know, you do you, boo. You do you. That's on you. That's your thing to deal with. There are some people that are just a little bit, and I've had them in my community too, right? The one thing that I remember about my folders incident, that where people showed like a screenshot of like folders with a bunch of streamers' names on them, and they were like, this is no comment chick stuff. She's collecting dirt on everybody. And there were like people that I've never talked about on there. So no, I haven't seen the folders before. That's a new one on me. But like when they didn't show you what was inside the folders, right? And I suspect with most of those folders, it was like nothing. We did get one screenshot though that showed inside a Vosch folder, and it looked to me to be like just like the classic clips that everybody sends around, like the one where he talks about exploiting children, mining rare earth minerals in Africa, and says that CP is no worse than that or whatever. It was like the one where like the Milo Yiannopoulos clip. It was stuff like that, and that was the one that was the one thing they did show in the folders. But again, it's not anything that I've ever done content, or I had ever done content on. It was, strangely though, something that I think a mod had showed me at one point and tried to be like, you got to go after Vosch, look at this, he said this, and I'm just kind of like, you know what, he has bad takes. When he has a bad take, bring it to me, I'll react to it, and we'll go from there. Because my biggest thing was that, like, this guy is, he packages a bunch of bad takes with some good takes, right, with some trans rights and stuff like this, but then there's also like straight up racism in there too. So, I react to that stuff, but I wasn't really super interested in trying to Chris Hansen, the dude. He ended up Chris Hansening himself.
What?
Stop shitting, like literally. Hey everybody, I found used toilet
God, he
paper
looks
at
so wet.
a different restaurant. Can I show
You don't
everyone?
even need to.
He's moist. He's lubricated. What's wrong with that?
You need to do the thing on him, Aiko. He looks so wet.
He
He's
gets
just
wetter and
naturally
wetter.
wet. Look at
I'm sorry, Sunday, but you're usually a wet looking motherfucker yourself.
hair.
Yep.
He looks like a sweaty onion.
Oh, you're talking about his hair.
Yep.
Ron, no,
continue.
you're gonna get fucking stomped. You're gonna get thrown out on the fucking street. It is an instant ban because it's fucking irritating, and it never has anything to do with whatever the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, so he's banning. This is at the point where he bans all talk about Vosch and his tax folder, etc., because it's boring and annoying.
Well, this is before he decided that Demon Mama and Vosch weren't going to let him in, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Huh.
This is before he went after Demon. Because I remember when he was attacking Demon Mama for the electoralism takes. He mentioned this was just like months after. He mentioned that he had tried to DM Demon Mama, Demon Mama. I can't say DM. Demon Mama didn't respond. Everything I hear from this guy is like, wow, this guy was a Vosch.
Okay, no, I don't remember him saying he DM'd Demon Mama, but I do remember him saying that he had tried to, I don't know what, raided into Demon Mama or tried to chat her up, and he didn't get any attention from her. And I remember remarking at the time that it kind of sounds like, jealousy. It was like kind of a weird thing to say when you're trying to do a takedown, because it makes it sound like, this is petty, but I don't think that was his point exactly. I don't think that's what he was trying to say.
Orbiter aspirant.
Maui Makes Game says he actually recently spoke about himself and said it was a mistake and he wished he had handled it better. Sorry, what did he speak about, Maui? Sweating onions is a positive in cooking? Oh yeah, you gotta sweat your onions. That's true. I forgot about that. Oh no, people changing their opinions when seeing new information. Scandalous.
Who set up too many red flags? Which, I mean, to be fair, man after my own heart that way. Like,
okay, so chat, I gotta have a moment with you, okay? You mind if we have a little heart to heart? I'm seeing a decent amount of you in here, and I'm not seeing as many likes as I'd like to. And I'm also not seeing as much chat as I would like to. And that starts to make one paranoid, especially when you're covering drama content. It makes me wonder if there's like a profusion of sweaty drama frogs in my chat. We got any drama frogs in chat tonight? I just need to know. I just need to know who's out there and who's real.
I was getting along with these people. Demon Mama just like cutting communication at the point where the clique was uncomfortable with things was like a chilling moment for me. A series of chilling moments for me.
I mean, maybe just we got some lurkers. Maybe it's just lurkers.
But like that is really what this guy is. He's just, and actually, I'm reminded, because early on people were saying he was hostile towards me before he started glazing me after the Stardust debate.
The thing is, Sunday's like hostile towards me. Like he's what is the word for it? He's really fragile, right? Look, I can disagree with somebody's take without being hostile to them. In fact, most of the time when I watch content and I just disagree with a take, like that's my disposition. And I've seen Sunday takes that I disagreed with, and I've seen Sunday takes that I agree with. And considering how weird he acts to me, I mean, there it is, right? You say one bad thing about Sunday, even if you give him credit when he's right about something, even if you've given him a lot of credit in the past, maybe more credit than he deserves, he fucking hates you. You say one thing about this guy, and it's like he puts you on the shit list.
Wow. Sorry, I already knew he was a skinwalker, but this is just... It's just fucking weird. This is weird.
Yes, it is. It is.
Establish that. Because there might be people that are going to come in, and it's literally, I'm not trying to defend him. It is a boring fucking conversation. And it was one of the first things that ever irritated me. And I'm like, I am permanently...
Actually, fun story. People are talking in chat about how I was a Yu-Gi-Oh child. I almost stole a friend's Blue Eyes White Dragon at a birthday party. I picked it up, I was looking at it, and I left it on the couch, hoping that he would forget it. And then my conscience got the better of me. My family...
Chat, I can't believe that Sundays is a fellow Yu-Gi-Oh fan.
Was not well off, so we did not buy things for me like cards. I was berated for spending what little pocket money I had on frivolous things like toys. But I left...
Look, chat, if you've got money burning a hole in your pocket, one good thing that you might want to think about spending on is the dono goal. If we hit that dono goal tonight, and we're only at 22%, we've been doing politics, and I haven't really brought it up a whole bunch, so maybe it's my fault. But yeah, we're at 22% right now. If we hit that 100% by the end of the night, you're gonna get some extra content out of me. So, and it could be a lot of different things. We've got looks like most people right now, they're voting for the real reason that Leftovers ended. They want to hear Ethan's explanation, Ethan's real explanation, because the explanation he gave us before on his show was not complete, was not accurate, was not real, right? And so that's what's winning right now. We've also got MAGA Communism's latest flop. That's in second place. As well as Theory, Dugan and his Dick Riders. That one was kind of related. I should have just made those a 2-for-1 or something, right? And then we've got down at the bottom of the poll, Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman. That is somebody that's literally opening up a new YouTube account and like letting it randomly, watch videos and then seeing what they get suggested, seeing how long it takes for them to get feeding the frogs. Feeding the drama frogs. Or no, sorry, you're feeding the gaming frogs, I think, right? Well, that's pretty cool. That puts us up to 23%. We're now only 77% away from our dono goal. And the gaming frogs, I guess, have a little bit more to eat, which is pretty cool as well. But yeah, I don't want to have to go back to this. I don't want to have to go back to the mean old Theory Possum and the Drama Weasel. This is how Sunday runs his dono goal. And I feel like it's like way more extractive than mine. Mine is easy to hit.
The Blue Eyes White Dragon card that he let me look at on the couch, hoping he would forget it.
You're freaking Joey Bishop over here.
And then my conscience got the...
Wait, no, sorry, not Joey Bishop. What's his fucking name? What's Joey's name? God damn it, Joey. Oh my god, Joey Yu-Gi-Oh. Is it Joey Laurent? Joey Wheeler. God damn. How has it been so long that I forgot Joey's last name? You're Joey Wheeler.
Better of me, and I gave it back to him. It's like, oh look, you forgot this. Careful. And he'll never know unless God forbid he watches this channel. He knows that I have a thief side. Alas.
A thief side that was overtaken by your moral side.
But it didn't overtake me here. So at one point, I had a neighbor. Really nice kid. I feel really bad about this to this day. Someday I'll buy a bunch of video games to make up for it. But his parents bought him tons of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, expensive ones. And so I went over to his house frequently, and we had Yu-Gi-Oh games. He didn't really, he wasn't a very guileful individual. So we would like.
Did you take advantage of him Sunday?
We play Yu-Gi-Oh hands, and we play for keeps.
Mm-hmm.
It's like oh, this number's higher. You lost. I'm just making this up as I go. You lost. I get this card. Oh, you won.
Wait. He would lie to him about what beat what?
This card, it's okay. And I think I probably took like $200 worth of cards.
No.
I was so bad about it. They're not worth that much now. But like, it's just Why am I rambling about this? Continue. Press on.
It's all good.
I ever even started streaming.
Chat.
Look, the lesson was priceless. Okay.
He's a fucking snake, isn't he?
This is a moral lesson for everyone.
That was your friend?
Exactly.
Find more moral ways.
Look, Sunday's got one friend in this world, and his name is Sunday. Okay.
From your friends.
Never gamble with a Sicilian when death is on the line. Ask Crowley, thanks for the $5. You deserve money for having to sit and listen to this human gish gallop try to stream of consciousness syllables into
I
sound.
think we all deserve money for having to listen to this shit.
I don't.
Are you Sicilian?
No. Do I sound Sicilian to you, Aiko? Look at the level of inflammation on my white chinless face and tell me I'm Sicilian.
Listen, I don't know where Sicilian came from.
Do you know where Sicily is?
No. I mean, why did you? Okay, is that just a phrase?
Yes, Sicily doesn't exist.
He really underestimates Aiko's intelligence here. Do you hear this, chat? He literally thought that she didn't know what Sicily was. Like, where's Sicily? Like, that's not what she's saying. That's not what she's saying. That's not what she's saying. Omega Star getting us up to 29%. And also, I'm assuming feeding the gaming frogs some more. 29% out of 100. Gaming frogs get 102 rad points.
It's a purely fictional construct.
Okay, true. Beyond.
And Cindy Prem gets a sub, right? That's a really cool thing because oh my god, the ad break. You saved somebody from the ad break. Get Cindy tell Cindy to reload.
Somebody about something else, and Bad Empanada on a fucking burner account started like.
Wait, Smith Black. Did you ever steal physical books? Yes, I did. Yes.
Did you steal somebody's Dungeons and Dragons books?
I did, from the common room of the philosophy department. But I'm pretty sure those were left behind to be used. There was a level of ambiguity there, okay? Actually, I'll show you one.
Oh my god, chat, I love levels of ambiguity.
Where are you? You see that sword on my back wall here?
We're learning about this guy.
Right behind that,
we're learning a lot about Sunday.
There's a Bertrand Russell book, okay?
Which one?
Behind the sword.
No, I mean like which.
She knows books, Sunday. Quit treating her like she's not.
It's like a reader. It's like a basic writings of Bertrand Russell or whatever, but it's in like cloth-bound hardcover. I was convinced the philosophy common room had a pile of books that people just left there for people to take. They didn't have like a library stamp or anything. But I didn't get confirmation. I just was like,
I'm just gonna assume, yeah.
Yeah. You know what? The university's taking advantage of me anyway.
That is true.
Yeah. Look.
True.
Look, I was a dumb kid, okay? But I'm still profiting from my sins.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's press on.
Do you say you're still profiting from your sins?
I'm a leftist, okay? I'm against institutions hoarding knowledge.
True.
No one was using it. It got more use on that shelf.
Yeah, true.
The V word, the Kaczynski enigma was fucking solved and opened like a puzzle box.
Wait, what is?
Started like heard the V word, the Kaczynski enigma was fucking solved and opened like a puzzle box, and he just turned it into this long thing about like literally indistinguishable from fucking Israeli journalists doing the like, but do you disavow Hamas? Do you disavow Hamas? Do you disavow Hamas? Do you disavow Hamas? Like it's that same fucking thing. It's like,
except Vosch.
Oh, this guy sucks.
Like wage stagnation.
This guy sucks. You know what I mean? This guy sucks so hard. So he's trying to play the cynical game. But he's a fucking loser. Like, I'm sorry. Who's he courting exactly? I'm realizing something. This guy has the same issue I have, wherein he creates too much friction to collaborate with most large streamers. Which, to his credit, most large streamers are full of shit. It's kind of why they got where they are.
He is courting Chud Logic now. Just FYI to the world. He made him an emote, guys.
Yeah, Chud Logic, let me tell you, okay?
It's like, I own Chud Logic. Or rather, Chud Logic owns me.
Imagine if we had the episode.
Look, you got fucking DMs with Chud Logic. Why are you speaking to him on stream? This is so weird. Look, Sunday and Chud Logic go way back, right? I mean, I don't know. They had like a. We should watch that sometime. There is a video where Sunday disavows Chud Logic, but it was only for a little while, and he came crawling back to him. But he lost his place. Now Quimon is Chud's second in command, and Sunday is I don't know, chopped liver, I guess.
I've learned from that. I'm gonna.
I didn't realize he had to talk to him on fucking, like, say stuff hoping he watches his stream. Sunday's acting like it's his stream.
I'm gonna be honest, and Aiko, it was on your behalf, but I'm gonna say, like, I think my response was disproportionate in acknowledgement of how bad things actually can get.
Same. Although I did, really what happened was I said something mean about someone, and then everyone freaked out because they were all friends with him. So that's really what happened.
Well, I think what really happened is.
Wait, I don't know what Aiko said right there. Did she mute herself? Did she say something weird about somebody's eggplant? What, or something?
People had overestimated the extent to which their overtures of friendship had any kind of real world weight to them. For people, especially people like ChildLogic, who had just recently been pretty much unanimously attacked by a bunch of leftist weirdos on fake grooming allegations.
You have said before, I'm sorry, but if you're going to play this game with catching Tyler with inconsistencies, have we got some VOD gang in here? Have we got some VOD gang representing? I feel like we just busted Sunday. I'm pretty sure that in that video where he disavows ChudLogic, he affirms the charges that he is now throwing cold water on. Now, the truth of the matter is, like, somewhere in between, because there were some weird lefties that were, like, overstating what ChudLogic had done. The truth of the matter is he was, like, you know, gooning on a Discord kitten, right? So he's using his Discord like a dating server, basically. And, you know, he's not a small streamer at this point. He's pretty large. And one of the person that he was, like, gooning on, he at one point asked the question, you are of age, right? And he asked it like that, you are of age, right? And this person gave the most evasive set of answers, like, right? So, like, chat, ask me if I'm of age. Somebody in chat, ask me if I'm of age. I'm going to show you how to do this right, all right? I know, weird question, right? But just ask me. Somebody ask me, are you of age? Are you of age? Starwell by Nature says, yes, I answer. That is not an answer that I have to think about. Because that took me less than a second to answer. And if somebody is of age, their answer to that question will take, like, less than a second, right? It's not a hard question. It's not a hard question unless you are underage. So if you ask somebody that question like ChudLogic did, and you get an answer that is anything other than an immediate affirmative yes, right? Or some variation thereof, right? Then you should be a little bit worried about who you're talking to. And ChudLogic asked that question, got a bunch of evasive shit. The person eventually said, yeah, I am of age, right? And ChudLogic took that as true. So what is that? A lack of judgment? An irresponsible exploitation of one's Discord community? That's a lot of things, right? But what it's not is, like, a clear-cut case of somebody being a PDF, right? And that was what was claimed. That was what was claimed by, like, DJ Mule and I can't remember who else. It was just, like, a bunch of people. And so because the claim was so out of whack with what actually happened when when the people saw the screenshots and it was like, well, she did say that she's of age, you know, then it was like, I guess that's all there is. But it's still sus. It's still sus to me, right? It's not, you know, what it was claimed to be. But and again, this is why I kind of hate that they, like, jumped in and did that, because there was something that he did there that was not great. But at the very least, this guy has got super questionable judgment, right? Because I feel like any of us would know that if the answer to that question is not an immediate affirmative yes, then you might be dealing with something that you don't want to be dealing with. And he kept dealing. So that's what Sunday's talking about. And Sunday has previously, when he was on the outs with ChudLogic, we'll have to check the VOD. We'll have to check the video or whatever it was and see if my memory is correct. But I'm pretty sure that Sunday said, and also that whole, you know, Discord thing, that people let him off for, I actually do think he did something wrong there. So here's, Sunday doing kind of what he and Aiko are accusing Tyler of, potentially. Anyway, we'll leave that in the allegedly territory since it's been so long since I watched that video. But I am pretty sure that at least one time, Sunday changed his mind about what he thought about Chud's Discord thing. So, you want to talk about a skinwalker? You want to talk about somebody that's, a chameleon? You want to talk about somebody who's just, try to get ahead by saying what people want to hear? That's Sunday. I don't know if it's Tyler. I don't know Tyler all that well. Tyler seems, if nothing else, pretty real.
And like, there was petty meanness in the thumbnails and in the content, which is like, that rubbed me the wrong way, on the basis of like, I thought like people were kind of like in on something. So it was like, this seemed like weightier than it was. But compared to what we've seen over the last year, like I feel stupid. Like we're going that hard on it. Like truly. I think my concerns were valid, but I think at the same time, it's like,
there's people in chat saying, where can we send tie dirt? So chat, this isn't just like Sunday and Aiko like talking shit and digging dirt on Tyler, right? This is like, chat is participating here. This is like lore request on Mommy Big D territory.
There were bigger issues that I wasn't paying attention to, and I just do not like, compared to this psychopathy. Like I'll take 10 DKs easily. Like yeah. DK's an edgy person with a chip on his shoulder who's capable of intense spite. But frankly, so am I. And this is like, there's a difference between...
Wait, what did you say about DK? So DK is like Chud's transphobic thumbnail editor. I mean, Chud was always a little bit weird about trans people. But he got weirder when he brought in this thumbnail creator named DK that had worked for somebody before and apparently like blackmailed them. Now, Chud, it sounds like I'm saying that this person is blackmailing Chud. I'm actually not saying that. Like, I literally don't know. I literally don't know. But yeah, it's somebody that I guess has been accused of kind of working leverage on a streamer that they worked for before. So, that's why DK, that and the transphobia made DK like controversial. And there was one weekend when Chud was like on vacation and DK was left to run the community, the Discord, the spicy chat, the everything in his place. And DK was, I guess, being like openly transphobic to people. And that's when Sunday made his video and like made a big stink about it. And he was like, this is fucked up, man. This is fucked up. At that time, there were like non-self-hating trans people in Chud's community. That was a long time ago. And Chud's community is very different now. Chud's name, Chud Logic, was an ironic moniker describing the kind of suspect logic that you typically get from a right-winger. But now it feels I'm just waiting until he turns his logo into a Chud Wojak, right? At this point.
Of intense spite, but frankly,
like billions must sweep.
So am I. And this is like, there's a difference between being a dick and being a disingenuous psycho. And I'll take... Yeah.
And he's saying DK's a dick, but not a disingenuous psycho, but Tyler is.
There was this whole like thing about DK being like a doctor. Tyler is an actual doxter. You know what I mean? Like people...
Well, yeah, because it's like DK was... So
did she say doxter? What the fuck is that? What does that mean, chat?
Here's the thing. DK said in Discord, it's like, look, And I get that I read the tenor
Does it mean somebody that doxes?
wrong because I didn't understand the
Did I hear that right, chat? Did she say doxter?
culture and the fact that all of the people.
Also, we got a sleepy chat tonight. What's up with that?
But DK was saying like, look, guys, you're gonna let this guy in who's doing X, Y, and Z. Then I got some crazy friends. I'll do X, Y, and Z. See how you like it.
See what Twitch chat is up to. Jeez.
Did that. He didn't threaten it. He didn't threaten it reciprocally. He just did that. Other people to chud.
Oh my god, Omega Star, we need to make new emotes. I haven't changed my Twitch emotes in a long time, and they're like, they're able to move around and stuff. They're, what is it? I'm like animated. That's the word I'm looking for. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the $10 super chat. Lemon character doing a victory dance with maracas in its hands. I don't know why I always read out the super stickers, but you can see it. That lemon is kind of sick, right? Not sick in a bad way. I mean, sick, like really cool. I gotta translate in case anybody has a different definition of sick. But yeah, that brings us up to 39%, which is 11% from 50 and 61% from 100. But the 61 is like, so we're more than a third of the way there. We're more than a third of the way there. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature. That is a sick lemon with maracas. I feel weird saying that though, because I seriously know I've had people be like, "You think it's sick? What's sick about this? It doesn't look sick to me. It looks perfectly healthy. God damn it!" I'm like, no, it's sick. It's sick. I have a different way of.
Erok 121 super chatted $10. Fallout for a change.
Fallout for a change. Yo, that could be cool. That could be cool. People have been saying. That brings us to 49%. That's 51% from the goal. That Fallout meter is getting damn high. I owe you some serious Fallout. Possibly.
Like that Blood and Donuts freak just did that.
Yeah.
So it's like, I think
these are names I don't want to remember, chat.
Tyler quite a bit because it reshuffled some stuff in my brain.
Perspective.
Well, I mean, not just Tyler, but like a whole bunch of things. But Tyler in particular, it's like Tyler just kind of like hammered it home because I kind of gotten that inkling for like the last year.
Well, I need to get on that Omega Star. I need to add better emotes, like on both. Oh yeah, God, on YouTube too. I think we have like a bunch more room for emotes.
Especially like learning how, because I thought me and Demon Mama were on like a friend basis for a little while, and I realized after the gay fesh thing that it's like, oh, okay, I see. So you're not friends with me. What you are is handling me. Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of fucking weird, actually. And that wasn't enough of a basis to like.
Wait, who gay fesh? Oh my God, I'm not following. I gotta roll him back. I want to make sure we understand what this weird fuck. He's spilling it, chat. He's telling, like, it's like, this is what this weird fucker's about. The thing is, though, I gotta say, all right, so far, the sun tint, rather than imbuing me with a sense of superiority and scorn for Sunday, a lot of it is like made me feel kind of sorry for the guy. Like, he does not seem happy. But thank you, Erok, for the super chat. Oh, I forgot to like it. There we go. Oh, and you can reply? Yo, I didn't know you could reply to super chats. There you go. Oh my God.
Because I thought me and Demon Mama were on like a friend basis for a little while, and I realized after the gay fesh thing.
Chat, for the record, I never thought that Demon Mama and me were on a friend basis. It was very clearly business.
That it's like, oh, okay, I see. So you're not friends with me. What you are is handling me. Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of fucking weird, actually. And that wasn't enough of a basis.
So Demon Mama was handling President Sunday.
To like,
I don't know if it was that or I mean, like, look, let me be real, okay? Like, I try to, like, I did not have a good experience with Demon Mama, but I do sometimes think that maybe, if she's acting like President Sunday says, that might come from like a lack of trust. Like, she's actually kind of been fucked around by a lot of different people on the internet, like in content creation. She's been betrayed by a great many people, and that might make it really hard for somebody to trust. Like, I don't know if I would know necessarily the difference between someone handling me as Sunday says, right? Or somebody not being super trusting of other content creators, which is what I would assume is going on with Demon Mama.
Respond? But it was enough of like, okay, I'm not engaging here anymore. And I think I would send like my viewers over every so often because there was still like a community connection.
Tyler's basically just trying to sell books by drama farming. He admits as much. I think he's just kind of a bully for profit. That describes his military service as well, damn.
But like at that point, and it just sucks. It's everything about this just sucks. All these people suck. Like, man.
Yeah, it really.
Look, a lot of shit does suck, Sunday, but it shouldn't stop you from trying to be nice, okay?
My longtime community member Peter, ever since day one, was determined to get me to stop having expectations, and it took a few years, but it's finally sinking in. Expecting people to actually be any kind of, I don't know, have some kind of integrity or consistency. Yeah, it's rough.
Press on.
I mean, yeah.
Also, I gotta pee in a sec.
Chat, I don't know what to say. Streamers are jaded people. Maybe I used to be jaded too. I don't think I'm jaded anymore, though. Do I seem jaded? I think I unjaded myself somehow. Like, right?
Okay. Do you want to pee now?
I know it sucks to have people like not meet your expectations, but I do want to believe in people. And I do want to believe that there's people out there, even in the streaming space, that are not awful.
Or do you want to wait?
Yeah.
Yeah, because then we might
you
get on
entertain chat?
another tangent. Yes, I can.
Okay.
I'll open your.
Oh my god, you're so needy, Sunday.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
But there's a chainsaw. That's a catch when you're doing this. Okay, you're being chainsawed the entire time.
Chainsaw?
Yo, stop chainsawing your friends, Sunday. Come on.
It's okay. As you were. Nothing.
Okay.
Or Aiko.
Everyone, hello. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us.
I kind of doubt she's gonna say anything that interesting.
Silly goosing
Nope.
Sunday chat. I can't really go back. What booze are you gonna get? Are you enjoying the?
Wait, apparently Demon Mama.
Can we talk about books instead of this? You mean like Tai's books? Like I said.
God, they're obsessed. They're obsessed.
If I get the goal today, next stream, I'm going to be.
Oh, that's the stream goal. That's a pretty good goal.
His horror thriller novel, West by God by Tyler Bell. Let me.
Yo, what is that one about? Okay, I'm kind of curious now. I'm kind of curious.
The fictional town of Targrady, West Virginia.
Wait.
West by God is the story of a young newspaper adolescent sent to report on a high-profile murder in the remote and fictional town of Targrady, West Virginia.
Yeah, oh, I didn't even notice that. She asked him if he wants to pee now. He must have mentioned it earlier.
Yeah. Once she gets there, she discovers the case in question is anything but open and shut, and quickly finds herself neck deep in a mystery that could
neck deep in a mystery
the entire town.
Oh, sick.
Complicating Adelaide's efforts to get to the bottom of the story are the machinations of a nightmare creature called the Witcham Woman.
Now, here's my question, chat. These kind of blurbs or like summaries or whatever on books, they're not written by the author, right? Like, this isn't Tyler's writing, is it? Is this what Tyler's writing sounds like? Like, I can't imagine that Tyler writes like this, right? This has got a weasel mystery. Yes. Oh my God. I'm starting to get excited.
A local drug syndicate led by the enigmatic Fetid Queen and populated by white supremacists and the age-old small-town suspicion of outsiders.
Tyler's take on the Houthis, Hassan, Starship Troopers are the primary reasons I fell off. They are incredibly gross and bad takes. I don't know if I've heard any of those.
West by God is an adult horror thriller fiction
They're super hard to write.
that delves into themes of race, gender, sexuality, and
It's not really an indication of the book's enders. Yeah, if it's like a book that's published, like not self-published, then, you know, I'm pretty sure it's usually like some random person writes the thing for you.
justice. So, how do you feel about that?
Talk about the allegations!
That's how I fucking feel, Aiko. That's how I feel. That's how I feel.
Get to see Tai's writing from it.
Can she fucking talk about the allegations already?
Compare him to other hot guys. Yeah. Destiny was fucking distracted about my fucking jaw. Destiny was over there just like fucking like literally downloading me into his spank bank. Like I watched it in his eyes.
I think yeah. I think I know what he's talking about. Did anybody see this? Destiny reacted to Tyler's Demon Mama video, and yeah, all he talked about was how Tyler looked the whole time.
For a while, all right. You don't have to believe that. If I'm not your type, it's fine. But people stare at me, and I know that they're going to go home, crack one out to the thought of me naked. It happens. It is what it is. I can't. Until you've been walking around at the gym and a woman you've never seen before looks at your dick and smiles, I don't know how to convince you that there's just a different way to live in this life. Yeah, I just got objectified is what happened. I like people are like, wow, you didn't do a good job of that story. Like the guy wants to jerk off to me. He's not the first and he's not the last, my friend. I get it. It's fine. The dude's Coomer brain. I don't give a fuck.
That was not satire. And this is him.
Wait a minute. How am I supposed to feel? Am I supposed to feel bad about Tyler for that? Am I supposed to feel like what he's vain? Is that what she's saying? I don't get it. Is she on the White Leaf Hive Mind? I don't think so. I think she's on the Twitch poll Hive Mind, which is a much smaller hive mind than it used to be. Chat, I need to draw you a chart, don't I? Would you like that? One in chat if you would like me to draw a chart of the state of play, as Sunday called it. Like draw you an actual chart of the real people.
Fantasizing about President Sunday, fantasizing about him.
Notice me. Notice me, senpai. This bratty bottom needs to be taught a lesson. If I found out that he's got a secret fucking Pornhub account and he's doing tributes to my picture, I wouldn't be.
I mean, I feel like I've thought this before. Not that it's any of my business. Not that it's any of my business, but
surprised at all.
That is my dono alert, by the way. Let's see.
I'm another stream's lulcow.
Here's the smartest thing that Tai's ever said, I think.
Oh my God, you got all of his clips. Does she have him all on her soundboard? Does she own his soul now? Is she Ursula? Chat, did she steal Tyler's voice? What's going on, Aiko? Seriously, what's going on?
Connecting every fucking.
If she ends up seeing this, do you think she'll realize that I'm being nice? I hope she realizes that I'm being nice.
Like salubrious, untoward behavior that has ever been attributed to just gender people.
Gender people.
Okay, what was the gender people thing? What was that about? See, I wish you had this shit in context, Aiko. That would like
toward behavior that has ever been. I'm another stream's lulcow.
Here's the smartest thing that Tai's ever said, I think.
Connecting every fucking like salubrious, untoward behavior that has ever been attributed to just gender people.
Okay, I'm sorry, but you need to give me more context than that for that to mean anything. Bro is literally cut off in mid-sentence. Did you catch that? Like, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not bad, but I would need to hear it in the context of whatever the fuck you cut out of it for me to say one way or the other. That's not really... Like, it's one of those situations where it's like, wait, what got said before? Is he, like, describing somebody else doing this? Is he... Like, I don't know. I don't know, chat. I can't actually draw conclusions from that one. I don't know. It's her thing. Aiko goes to the beat of her own drummer. None of us can hear. She enjoys being against most hive minds after growing up in a cult. Well, that's good. That's definitely good. Yeah, no, she's not part of the Vosch thing, if that's what people are asking about. She's never been particularly close to the Voschites.
Gender people. This is how he described Vosch's, what Vosch did. The exposing of the folder.
The fact that he said he drops bratty bottom so casually.
Vosch video, Ian Kaczynski.
I'm back, by the way.
Yuwaki.
Okay, hello.
No, I want to hear the rest, Aiko.
Oh, yeah.
Oops. Okay, cool. Back to...
Sorry, I took a...
Staring at Sunday.
Oh, nice.
It was very good.
Oh, yeah, a bathroom and a what?
Here. Did kids send you the Dr. K?
What did he get? A bathroom and a what? A brioche?
Gooning clip? Oh, we will watch that after this.
What?
What the fuck?
Dr. K and gooning.
What to do with Tyler?
No. That's
Okay,
a
good.
separate thing. No, you know.
I don't know how much my heart can take today, Aiko.
I know. It's fine. Next time we'll do it, and I'll be drinking too.
Yes,
Why,
you will.
I don't fucking care that you don't like him, okay? I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care that you don't like him. And if the moral quandary that you're bringing up has nothing to do with the literal thing that I'm talking about, which it basically never does, because despite his apparent complete Dooner existence, the dude seems to just live in his house with a few, like, his pet femboys, you know what I'm saying? And his cats. It doesn't seem to go out much. I don't think there's any children in immediate danger of him, which is my only concern.
So wait, is she trying to make? Is she saying that he looks bad because of the way he says, like, what did he say, like pet femboys or something? Is that what's supposed to sound bad, or does it sound bad that he's like sweeping for Vosch?
With the literal thing that I'm talking about, which it basically never does, because despite his apparent complete Dooner existence, the dude seems to just live in his house with a few, like, his pet femboys, you know what I'm saying? And his cats. It doesn't seem to go out much. I don't think there's any children in immediate danger of him, which is my only concern regarding that entire sphere. So, like, that's not happening. Shut the fuck up, banned. Just for boring. Boring is always the first rule, guys. It's all, if you're come in and you're boring, that's it. Because I'm not going to permit it to fucking seed. And then
So this is him banning people from his chat to come in and say stuff about Vosch. I mean, I could get how people coming in and talking about another streamer, like, you know, like, I don't know. I could get how that would be distracting. Tyler's just saying he's not going to play pretend cop about shit that isn't happening, right? Yeah, I'm just not even sure what... Is Aiko showing us this because he says he lives in a house with his pet femboys and, like, that's somehow dismissive to femboys? Or, like, is it that she's saying that he's not, like, you know, Vosch needs to be Chris Hansen immediately? Call Chris Hansen?
I have to listen to it every. Then people will mention in it in the fucking chat, and then there will be fucking chatters that feel comfortable, like, oh, I'm gonna make friends now. Fucking 50,000 files saved on his phone. Hold on. No, fuck Jesus fucking Christ. No, let him.
This is dirty.
Die away from me.
This is dirty content.
I don't want to hear about there.
Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Sorry, as you were.
Nice.
Can't be bothered. They get paid to be bothered about it. I sure as fucking shit can't. There's no money to be made in it. I'm not going to change anything. And then all I'll have to do is fucking have, like, the 7,000 fucking argument on behalf of a person I don't even know. I don't even live in the same time zone as. Fuck no. So just
It's coming.
Understand that that's a hard line.
Okay.
And if because I can tell, I sense it. I see you guys writing your comments, and sometimes I forgive you when you delete shit because I think you've learned. But I see everything, and if I fucking catch you, it's an annihilation. All right, which I think is a legitimate threat. I feel like
how long is he going to talk about this? Holy fuck!
So the
We're
penalty
getting
of
there.
Not being able to see you as we get bigger and hang out with maybe the
You
people
only
who-
have 80 years to live, man. Sorry, continue.
Bad agents are fucking annihilations too. And if I find out that the people are side inviting them back to the Discord, they'll get kicked out as well. All right, don't do it. It's all about good vibes, okay? And long, sprawling conversations between random internet be what you should be upset with them about. You know what I mean?
Tell me you got the right video.
Hey, what's the data, Theta? Hey, you're pretty cute for a newbie, but now's not the time for me to go off on a tangent. The name's Findall. Don't wear it out. Do you know why camels don't do professional wrestling? Because they... Whoa!
We're not watching the wrong video.
No, we got it.
Porn they're into is just the most not ever the top of why to be what you should be upset with them about. You know what I mean?
Hey, wait, pause it. Pause it. What porn what porn you're into shouldn't be what you're upset about. Wait,
did I just miss something?
Children.
Did I just miss so? But wait, this is like, I don't think he knows this at this point.
They're into is conversations between random.
I gotta be real, chat. I like zoned out for a second there.
Internet be what you should be upset with them about. You know what I mean?
Tell me you got the right video. We're not watching the wrong video.
No, we got it.
Porn they're into is just the most.
We just needed a little Findolf.
Not ever the top of why to be what you should be upset with them about. You know what I mean?
Hey, wait, pause it. Pause it. What porn what porn you're into shouldn't be what you're upset about. They were depictions of children
Eating out a horse's butt.
No! God, thanks, Aiko. Thanks for reminding me.
Sweaty meatball eating out a horse's butt.
Oh my god, no! No!
Forget. Vosch sees himself as the horse, which means
No! I never made that connection before. Thank you so much, Sunday. You just fucking ruined my world, dude. Seriously, Sunday, seriously.
Is the horse being eaten out by the child?
No!
In this image for him. That's what
No!
he's getting from this.
No! I did not need to know that. I had not made that connection. Fuck me. Oh my god.
Yep.
You
It's true.
sweaty fucking Sam the Eagle physiognomy looking freak. Sorry,
I want
continue.
to fuck a woman as
Yo.
a horse.
Yeah, that was a lie. He wants to fuck a child as a horse. Sorry.
No! God damn it, Sunday, stop. You're making me very uncomfortable.
Continue.
True.
Have stuff to be mad at people on the internet, and usually whatever kind of porn they're into is just the most not ever the top of why to be what you should be upset with them about. You know what I mean? And I think it kind of opens the door to kink shaming and stuff, because it's always like right next to each other. Every time I've seen arguments like about this shit or sideways of this shit in other people.
Mm-hmm.
There was this porn of children, Tyler. Opens the door to kink shaming. I certainly fucking hope so. Like,
yeah.
What? He was fucking carrying water for Vosch's tax folder. He was carrying water for.
That's right, Charlie. That's right, Charlie. Pepe Sylvia. You got it. It's Pepe Sylvia.
For big streamers having drawn child porn on their computers. And you didn't have to. Like, you don't have to go out of your way and go like, oh, I think people who have this should be in jail for the rest of their lives. You could just say nothing. You could just not say anything.
Yep. That is very true. But he did this.
Oh
for
my
months,
god.
For months.
You
and
fucking
months.
freak. You're calling my chat groomer defenders. And you were actually grooming defending yourself.
Yep.
Chat, I feel like I need defending.
I will.
What the
don't
fuck?
worry, this is saved. I will be organizing, and so we'll be good. I've already gone over multiple times of him running defense.
Oh my
for Vosch.
god.
Yep.
Chat, I need to get my hair.
I wonder
I need to get my hairstyle.
what those VODs or videos were that he deleted. 200.
What were the... I mean, wait, okay, so she's not saying that she thinks that the VODs that were deleted were like Short Stack Goblin. I think she's saying that there are other sussy takes on there. Is that what?
200,000 views. He gets roughly between
400 something.
He gets between 2,000 and 4,000 views per video on average. He's working with my numbers. For him to delete 200,000 views, that's like
a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a
That hurts. That hurts. It's like Sunday's the dude in the desert, dying of thirst. When somebody like pours out the rest of their canteen, they're like, "Oh, this water's stale."
At least 100 videos.
Sunday's like, no, 200,000 views, no.
And it's like, did he remember? Like, how decide which ones? It's very. I don't know. I'm curious when. Does anyone know where he got his TBI? I'm just curious if it was when he was murdering brown children overseas.
Well, we don't know who was actually in combat.
No, he was.
Was he?
He was infantry Marine, proudly displayed on his Twitter
Resume.
bio and the stuff with his.
Yeah, we don't know he actually
resume.
shot anyone, right?
I mean, unless he's lying about it. He was.
Or
He
he's
said
a
he was
shit,
in
or he's a
combat.
shit marksman, either or.
Well, I mean, we can only hope. The way he was doing his what do you call it? His Forrest Gump impression.
His TBI, by the way, doesn't appear to have been the result of his head getting hit. It appears to have been the result of the stress of, I guess he would have to be in combat, wouldn't he? The stress of being there by choice to shoot brown people because he couldn't get a job.
I just like I know people.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sunday. You were his friend, okay? You knew what he did. And somehow now you got a conscience about it. Just now. Just conveniently now. Now it's a problem. Before, when he was your partner in crime, it was totally peachy.
By their time there, I briefly dated someone who signed up when he was 18, and
He was deployed 3 times. You can't get deployed 3 times by accident, right? Like you have to keep. You're not required to be deployed 3 times. Am I wrong about that?
I'm not sure. I've heard mixed things, but I imagine you could probably get out of it if you were traumatized enough.
Tegma TV says, which by the way isn't FD Signifier anti-imperialism and all that. FD Signifier is pro whatever grows himself because he is a condescending, worthless asshole who exists to aggrandize himself and accomplish.
Yo, a Disco Wolf. We need to sell that to like Netflix. I feel like, yeah, Mr. Frog Show. Like we need to sell, that should be a thing. Wait, is it already a thing? It probably already is a thing, and I'm just like not receptive enough to remember.
That's what FD Signifier is. FD Signifier is a fucking embarrassment.
Yep. Should we go back to the FD?
Sure, why not? Apparently he's been talking with him for the past hour to 50 less viewers than us.
You're just a year in, you're already over 10.
This is my year anniversary. Literally 1 year.
You're gonna hate this then, Sunday. If he's only 50 viewers behind you, then that means FD talking to him as he now is gonna increase that slightly.
Yeah, so if you're a year in and you're over 10, that bodes well for like the rate that you're growing. Maybe I don't know how it's different for streamer and like regular streamer people because y'all have the modern YouTube meta isn't designed for what you're doing anymore, but it still does bode well that you've grown as much as you have under you. So once you get to a point where you're viable as a content sponge.
Simp?
You know what I'm saying? Like once a Tyler reaction video can become content, you'll see what I
yeah, I get what you mean. I know it's coming. I already got some. It's small fry shit, but it was from a larger overall community that was pretty integrated to mine. So it was a good fire test. I'm not gonna
actually pause that. They got bored of that pretty fast. The Tyler content doesn't bring in the views anymore. They got bored of that real fast. So I don't think that's it. I think the general strategy has been to basically ignore you, and you got less views than me on this stream with Aiko rules. No offense, Aiko. Than you got with FD Signifier. So I don't know about that, bucko.
Geez, Sunday, straight under the bus, Aiko, straight under the bus. There you go. Throw you right under.
I don't know. I personally hope I'm wrong. I hope he spikes upwards because I want to see the fireworks. Because as far as I'm concerned, if Tyler's success brings me more money and frees me to do stuff I want to do, great.
The fuck? Are you gonna keep doing content on him then?
I don't fucking care. It's not. I don't care if he has money.
Wait, is that what he's saying?
The fail state for Tyler is that he has to be Tyler. I don't care that he feels like he's doing great. I want to be able to do the stuff I want to do with more freedom.
And you're gonna use him. You're gonna burn him to do it. Great.
I'm not seeing it from this. Like if his only point of reference is from my community, which he had to call all groomers because he's a fucking shit journalist. I mean, oh, and now Gel Boro is now on my Google search. Fantastic. Thank you for this. Anyway,
but that's not good, chat. Oh my god. All right, we got to make a decision. Okay. Here's what I'm asking. If motherfucking Sunday like keeps self-destructing on Tyler, should we keep watching that, or at some point does it become, I don't know.
Wait, press on.
Yeah,
like I kind of hope he doesn't keep doing content on Tyler because it's not good for him, and like I kind of feel obliged to give you all some kind of completion. No, god damn it, why did I have to say it like that? Oh my god, I always do this, chat. It pisses me off. I always say shit that sounds like really wrong, really not correct, really not the kind of stream I'm trying to stream.
You get one of those 1.2 million takedowns. That's going to be psychotic. I'm eventually, you know.
Wait, what?
I can't believe I said it that way.
It was a good fire test. I'm not going to pretend. Yeah, I get what you mean. I know it's coming. I already got some. It's small fry shit, but it was from a larger overall community that was pretty integrated to mine. So it was a good fire test. I'm not going to pretend like.
Wait, is he talking about you?
He's talking about mine because we were integrated pretty well. And then he decided because. Like, this is what drives me crazy. People on the internet are so fucking stupid. There's a bunch of people in Tyler's comments on that Demon Mama video going like, this is real journalism. Wow, you really pull those stops here. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so serious about this. Do you know what he did for the Demon Mama journalism video? He had a interview with somebody that was like 90% of it, that he had no prepared questions for, where he inserted 2 terms. Yeah, that was wage theft. Yeah, would you say you were in a cult? Were you in a cult? And then the rest of it was him going, and now we're going to go after Vosch, which he didn't. That's not journalism, you fucking morons. Journalism would be, okay, we asked a witness who we're keeping private so they don't have any like fallback. Hey, so tell me about okay. Did this mean this or did this mean that? Okay. Those kinds of questions where you allow the person to express it in their terms. So you're not putting terms in their mouth, so they aren't using the terms that you put in their mouth to extrapolate other terms. And then
now everything's becoming a double entendre.
You do all of your research. You make sure you have all the receipts for every single claim that you want to make. And then only after you have done all of that, you've sent the person to the proper authorities to make sure that their case is being, to the extent that it can be, like starting to go through the system so that they can get justice. Then, only once you've crossed every single I and dotted every single T, do you go with your expose.
Is payoff better?
And say, hey, so this thing...
Payoff can't be corrupted, right? It can't be turned into some kind of a euphemism for something.
Appears to be going on. As claimed by these several witnesses and as evidenced by these screenshots here. We've archived as much as conceivably can be archived, and we're going to continue to dig into this into the future. If you have anything you would like, if you are in a position to provide any additional information, please reach out. You'll be handled with confidentiality, etc., etc. That's how you do it. He didn't do that. He got the call with Glooby and published it as fast as possible, like immediately afterwards. Connecting it to unrelated streamers, connecting it to Vosch, to White Forest, whatever, and...
Payoff can be a euphemism?
And then fucked off and never touched it again after sabotaging Gloopy's case.
Yeah.
Like, just fucking unreal. And people are so stupid because they're like, oh, look, it's great journalism. Why? Because he's got a serious tone. Serious. He's looking at the camera like this, and he's not for 6 consecutive hours.
And pounding his chest violently.
Just actually just.
Is it something about being around Aiko that just like unleashes Sunday's id even further? Because it's like I always see it, but it's never this pronounced. He's just like, it's like he's so comfortable acting like an asshole around her.
Just fucking embarrassing. Like the viewership should be embarrassed. It's embarrassing.
I'm a little bit embarrassed. I have to admit, as the viewership, as part of the viewership, I'm a little bit embarrassed, but not for Tyler. Not for Tyler. Okay?
Like, genuinely. Like.
A lot of times it takes like a third party lens to break it down, because a lot of said that they were just like had him on as background.
Oh, like 100%. That's what people. Why do you think Vosch gets away with it? Like, Vosch spends 4 hours talking about his fucking clothes, so he should be insulted. There's this fucking freak who has sold himself as like some leader of like leftist organization on the internet is spending all of his time telling you about the clothes he bought with the money you gave him, because he's too much of a fucking coward to engage with the real world after people didn't lick his orifices like the underage kid in his porn.
No.
Was telling
no.
They were willing to go back in the kitchen. Like, I'm sorry. Like these are the same people, and it's just legitimately gross. I, as a rule, do not attack audiences, but if you're one of the people who did that, like, you should seriously consider whether anybody in your life who has ever treated you as if you were intelligent was not just being very, very polite, because mother of God. Rant over. Sorry, continue, please.
As a content sponge, you know what I'm saying? Like once a Tyler reaction video can become content, you'll see what I
yeah, I get what you mean. I know it's coming. I already got some. It's small.
I remember him shitting on FD Signifier for his Eminem takes. Ooh, I want to see that.
He's talking about Sunday right there. I don't know if Sunday even noticed.
Guys, don't tell me about this in chat. Send it to me. Send it to Aiko. Aiko's got the energy for
Send
this
it to me.
Send it to Aiko, and then if it's really good, I'll see it. Okay.
Yes. Exclamation point Discord. To join my Discord, and then you can DM me from there. Okay.
There you go. Okay, press on.
You need to reintegrate it to mine. So it's a good.
Wait, what did he say?
In chat, send it to me.
You'll see what I
yeah, I get what you mean. I know it's coming. I already got some. It's.
Who has ever treated you as if you were intelligent was not just. Do not attack audiences. Like, after people didn't the clothes he bought with the money you gave him, because he's too much of a fucking coward to engage with the real world after people didn't lick his orifices like the underage kid in his porn folder when he was telling J.K. Rowling to go back in the kitchen.
Oh, is that the part you were asking Disco World? Do you not know about the folders? God. Do I get to explain the folders again? So for anybody who doesn't know, Vosch is a streamer. He does politics and a lot of drama and shit. And he was on stream one day showing off the clothes that he was buying, right? That's what Sunday's talking about. He's showing off the clothes that he wants to buy, like really cool outfits and stuff. Expensive. And that's what he's streaming about. That's what he's doing on stream. And he goes like, let me just like save this really quick or something like that. Or for some reason he opens up a folder, right? He opens up a folder and it's a folder marked taxes. So in other words, like, just like, you know, the last folder that you had open, that's generally what opens and or to save something into or whatever. And anyway, this folder had like, it had taxes in it, but it also had below age anime women using their tongues on the posteriors of several horses who were drawn by AI, which also became a scandal because some people that didn't have a problem with the below agedness of the women pictured, the, you know, like, right, this is a certain, there's a word that goes with this. It rhymes with Solly. And that's what was in his folder, right? And so when he opened it, it showed what was in his taxes folder, which turned out to be like a lot of bad stuff. And it was a huge scandal. H3 talked about it. I talked about it. Everybody was talking about the horse folder lolly thing. And
like, I'm sorry. Like these are the same people, and it's just it is legitimately gross. I, as a rule, do not attack audiences, but if you're one of the people who did that, like, you should seriously consider.
I mean, this was more like Taxesgate or something.
Whether anybody in your life who has ever treated you as if you were intelligent was not just being very, very polite, because Mother of God. Rant over. Sorry, continue, please.
As a content sponge, you know what I'm saying? Like once a Tyler reaction video can become content, you'll see what I.
yeah, I get what you mean. I know it's coming. I already got some. It's small.
I remember him shitting on FD Signifier for his Eminem takes. Ooh, I want to see that. Guys, don't tell me about this in chat. Send it to me. Send it to Aiko. Aiko's got the energy for
Send
stuff.
it to me.
Send it to Aiko, and then if it's really good, I'll see it. Okay.
Yes. Exclamation point Discord. To join my Discord, and then you can DM me from there. Okay.
There you go. Okay, press on.
You need to pre-integrate it to mine. So it was a good fire test. I'm not gonna pretend like I know what it's like to, you get one of those 1.2 million takedowns. That's gonna be psychotic. I'm eventually,
It's,
you can't
it's
wait.
a wild situation. So I actually had questions for you. You're ex-military.
Oh, me neither.
Former Marine infantry, long time ago. I got out in 2009.
Okay, that sounds more. It sounds like you were in the shit.
Yes, I'm a combat veteran. I was a machine gunner.
Oh wow.
Oh wow. I was a machine gunner in Iraq. And I'm sure that everyone was like that was fighting was a consenting adult defend.
Holy shit, Sunday got Aiko to come on a show. I wish I could get a guess that big. Oh my god. Look, I'm trying to stay I'm trying to direct my fire to Sunday here. How are you doing, Tyler?
That was defending their home and stuff. So it's just weird to me. Like I was saying before, the guy that I dated, he went for college reasons, so he could go to college, but then he ended up not because this was bad money, and he not been okay ever since. I think it's weird as a leftist to like go on streams in these spaces and
wait, can Sunday hear what she's saying?
Be like, oh yeah, I was a machine gunner in Iraq, and
yeah,
I think that's weird. Because there are a lot of vets.
Well, it's weird to be so fucking proud about it. Like,
yes,
you weren't defending
the
orcs, my dude.
You only watch Sunday through my channel for 5 minutes at a time before bed. I mean, that is a great way to get to sleep. I just wonder, Tyler, how long is this shit going to keep up? Because this is not healthy for our friend Sunday. Nothing about this. What Sunday's doing here is sustainable, and yet he does seem to have every intention of keeping it up. There's no way, though, right? Like, this is going to look bad. He'll realize that it looks bad, and he'll stop. And he'll go on his merry way and do probably content on me. No, he'll do something else. He'll attack someone else. He'll go bother Not So Erudite some more. He'll do something, right? He'll do something. He'll move into a hype house with Queeman and Chud Logic. That's what I'm anticipating for Sunday, right? That's what's next for this guy.
Under false pretenses to destroy the local community, destabilize it forever, make way for ISIS, and get a whole lot of innocent people killed and a whole lot of you guys permanently brain damaged. Some of you apparently using that as a shield for when you fuck up as YouTubers. Like, yeah, it's like, if you're gonna talk about that, here's what you do. Hey guys, I was in the Marines. This is two fellow people who are considering the Marines. Don't do it. Here's why. Oh, by the way, Aiko, you are cutting out a little bit, just so you know. Every so often, your audio is just cutting. Yeah, I don't know why exactly.
Test.
Here's the thing, though. Tyler's not a leftist. Tyler is whatever he thinks will grow him at the moment, which is why I really want him to grow. Because at a certain point, if this is done at scale, I want to see him in a position where he has to make a choice, where he has to decide with one person over another, so that the person he doesn't choose gets very angry, and now starts looking through the immense backlog of material where he directly contradicts his current position. Because that's what he's done here at a small scale. And if he's doing,
and you're just gonna make like a Wikipedia page for that, right? Or not a Wikipedia, like you're gonna make some kind of a document, some kind of a dossier, if you will. I don't know, some sort of folders perhaps, in order to catalog in great detail all of the missteps of one Westside Tyler, so that whenever invariably this unavoidable conflict does occur, the one who loses out is going to enact Sunday's revenge on Tyler. That's his plan. That is some fucking supervillain ass shit right there, Sunday. Seriously, is this hype house going to be in a volcano? Like, tell me more.
at a small scale, oh god, this is going to be glorious. The feeding will be.
Can you imagine how sick that would be, chat? A hype house with Quiman, Chud Logic, and Sunday. And DK. They're all living in the same hype house. And they're making content with each other every night.
It'll be like Hogwarts level.
He's already got A-loggers early. I mean, myself included, but not just myself, obviously.
You too, Sunday. Like, who else? Who else? I wonder. Who else, Sunday? Did he just show you a mirror? Like, what?
Like, I guess former community members, whatever.
You're cutting out again.
I'm cutting out?
Yeah.
Test.
You sound fine now. I wonder, it might be your nose gate. When you lean back, I think it cuts out.
How about now?
Now it's fine.
Okay.
Sunday needs someone else to get his revenge for him because he can't do it himself. I don't know. He's doing it right now. He's really getting your ass, Tyler. Like, you're finished after this, you know?
Okay, let me know. It's a Discord thing? Okay, well, I'll stay close and try to speak clearly. I forgot what I was gonna say. But it's fine.
But no, yeah, he's really plotting your downfall. He's really plotting your freaking downfall.
Should we return to this?
Yes, let us return to this.
Okay.
That's why he needs that hype house with Chud Logic and Quimon. I think that would be the proper villains layer to plan such an op. Such a type of op from.
Actually, I have to pee too. Can you take over chat real quick?
I can take over chat real quick, just fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Red Rover, let Sunday take over. Okay. Here we go.
Super chats to read out anyways.
He's coming through. Oh, super chats. That sounds great. I really want to hear that. Wait.
This is basically, like, here's the thing. Do you know why FD Signifier?
No, he's actually talking.
But this is basically, like, here's the thing. Do you know why FD Signifier is in Tyler's chat? FD Signifier is in Tyler's chat because he watched my coverage, seethed, and then looked for people.
Somebody was seething. Do we have any confirmation of this? Because this is twice as funny if Sunday's just like assuming this. But I don't know. Maybe somebody told him. Maybe this is real. I don't know. I've been trying to coach them into being better A-loggers because they're trying to do it from a very feelings kind of place. Oh.
Communist invading radicals.
Yeah, Kill Milky Mouse. That's probably bad to do A-logging if you're going to do it, which you shouldn't. Don't A-log, first of all. But if you're going to do it, don't do it from a feelings sort of place. That seems like it would be worse. Is she parodying Hassan?
Who hated me. That's it. It's pitiful. It's genuinely pitiful. What's your opinion on FD Signifier's take on the Kendrick Drake beef? I didn't watch it. I don't care. I find FD Signifier incredibly boring and nobody talks about it. Like, the content just isn't worth very much.
See, that was a good video though.
He has literally, this is a man with literally nothing to say. He had a video.
That was a really good video.
About why the online left is cooked. These are the takeaways. Oh, those Palestinian TikTokers. They're all up in black liberals' business about supporting the genocide. Why? But that's kind of out of pocket. Why don't you fuck off? That's my turf. That was FD Signifier's point on that. And this is brought to you by Ground News.
You're like Trump, dude. You're like Trump. Like, this whole thing of, like, you're repeating this, like, if they've seen it, right, then they know what the Ground News thing is. But, like, to most people, this is Sunday ranting about FD Signifier and then saying, and now here's Ground News. Like, it's just fucking random. Like, it makes it look like he's losing his shit. Like, he is talking about something. He's not just, he's not just punching at phantoms, but to somebody who hadn't watched that FD Signifier video, which you're going to have some in your audience, that did not sound good right there. That did not sound like a healthy streamer. That is, oh my God, Sunday.
Like, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Sunday's so bad at revenge that he can only help my career. God damn. But he's going to be everywhere you go. Like, right? Just hiding behind a bush or something. You know what I mean? He'll be like... Hopefully, though, he sees this, he watches this, somebody tells him how this looks, and he does literally anything else besides this.
So, as far as I'm concerned, this is a win-win. This is FD Signifier and Tyler both ingesting a poison pill. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. I thank God every day. And this used to be...
Sunday is a Drake fan, confirmed.
Frustrating, because I was trying to break in for the longest time. But I thank God every day that I did not become financially entangled with any of these freaks. Because I'm free.
As a squid?
I don't have to suck up to these... I don't have to suck up to these idiots. It's fantastic. I turn off my screen at the end of my stream. I go for a walk. I read. I come back. And it's great. Great. Demon Mom is going live Sunday. Probably nothing interesting. Probably not, because she's not going to address this. She's not going to address anything. These people are just pathetic. Like, they're not doing anything. None of these people are doing anything. You want to know why? You want to know why Destiny is able to get away with plotting a kid's murder, getting the country of a place he advocates genocide for wrong, etc. It's just across the board. Name it. Name it. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, and they've all recognized it doesn't matter. So there's not even naive stupidity behind any of this. It is just pure cynicism. They are just wasting your time. Destiny, Vosch, FD Signifier, ContraPoints, like all of them. They're just wasting your time.
Everybody but Sunday. Sunday never wastes your time. Sunday is always respectful of your time.
Tyler is right on time for his Why I Left the Left video. He was never on the left. What do you mean when you say that? Well, let's take Vosch as an example, okay? The most successful at organizing, with the exception of Destiny. Hey guys, so I was looking at clothes. I was looking at pants. I was looking at jackets. I was looking at shoes. I was looking at places I want to live. That's his stream now.
This is a downfall video.
Like, endlessly. And it was during that. He's like, oh! And he puts his child porn folder on the screen. It's just... When Naughty comes back and does...
I can't even enjoy this anymore, right? I'm feeling, like, legitimately bad for the guy. Like, he's not in a good place right now.
Gaming streams, will you join to fill up the drama meter? Why the fuck not? Honestly, like, at this point, you know what the basis of the purity thing was? It wasn't based on not being willing to talk to people. It was based on, I thought we were trying to, like, cultivate a thing that was relatively serious. Like at the very least, directing people to, okay, here are some interesting ways to think about this that might, like, give you a more productive angle on contemporary issues facing, like, the present situation. Here are places where you can, like, direct your energies to, like, do things that will actually help your community or help like push like actual fascists out of power or whatever. And it was just a fucking lie. They didn't give a shit.
Jabri has this saved somewhere.
Nobody cared. Oh,
wait, for when President Sunday blows up, or?
Sorry, I'm ranting at my chat.
No. Our chat.
Oh, right, it was your chat, wasn't it?
All the chats in the world are smacking against each other.
Like dicks almost,
what were
right?
you talking about? What?
Oh, I can't even.
Talking about dicks.
I can't even remember. Somebody asked me if I would talk to Augie if he came back. It's like, sure, why not?
Oh, Augie RFC?
I think so.
Yeah.
He disappeared though. Why did he disappear again? Okay. Caveat: if he disappeared because of anything like connected to what Vosch did, then no.
No.
Okay.
He's a commentary person.
Well, sure.
It's
Okay.
What the fuck would Sunday have to say to Augie? Augie RFC. What are they gonna talk about? Seriously. Kant? Like, what is Sunday gonna talk to Augie RFC about? Like, I literally don't know. This is like if Nick Mullen became legit political. Wait, are you saying that Sunday is like Nick Mullen? Vosch is a piece of shit with dumb analysis. Vosch is a hot mess. He is no leftist. Wait, the breakdown? Oh, wait. You're saying Nick Mullen would have a breakdown? Vosch muted people in his Reddit and 1 week of his Discord. In his Discord, when people were disagreeing with his dumb take on the Freedom Convoy in Canada. They're gonna serve content. You got me! Zara, you debated me. I actually said it without even realizing what I was saying. And I said it. It's clipped.
I don't know what you would even talk about, but anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What the fuck would they talk about? What are you going to talk about to Augie RFC? What common interest do you have with Augie RFC?
You know what I want to go on? Ever since I saw the Doomer Media clip where he
J-Stalk
melts down, I want to go on EFAP. Just
talk
about movies and games. That'd be awesome.
Okay.
That'd be fun.
I haven't really watched them, but yeah, sounds good. Sounds like a good idea. You know what I think too? Okay, let's continue to watch this.
Okay.
I think that like the video that we were originally going to watch was more like a. I think that it would be good if when we do our drinking stream, if we did that one then.
Yes.
What do you think?
What will you be drinking, by the way?
I would like to get sparkling rosé, I think. Think hard alcohol.
I would get sparkling anything. I fucking love sparkling water.
Probably not the best to revisit my. I never drink anymore, so.
That's fair.
But yeah, what do you? How do you feel about that?
Oh, I am not judgmental about drinking.
Okay, cool.
Frankly, the only.
You're only judgmental about Valium and morphine.
There's
God damn.
People that I'm judgmental about, and that's people who are very, very outwardly, aggressively, arrogantly proud of the fact they haven't drunk for a while. And
I should do that. I mean, I haven't drunk for a while. I'm not aggressively proud of it, but
people who are snobs about wine because expensive wine doesn't taste that much greater than cheap wine. It's probably lower in tannins, but it really, I've had expensive wine. It's like,
yeah,
that's
seriously, there's nothing that, that's such a letdown. Sunday, you just spoiled me on expensive wine. I always wanted to know if it tasted better, but
different, but it's not good. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends. Oh, thank you so much, Alice.
Expensive beer though is sublime. Sorry, go on.
What kind of beer do you like?
I like the nice beer. I like the beer with like the earthy sweet tones. It's got a really rich body to it. You know.
Yeah, fuck wine snobs. But seriously, beer though. Let me tell you about beer.
It should have a thickness almost like a really good cup of high quality coffee.
Oh, okay, yeah, nice.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. I will put this back on.
Okay.
That's the kind of weed I like. Wait, what if you're a weed snob? I can't be, chat. Like
FD Simp Nation bonding that they're doing over you.
Expensive wine is not worth it. Save your money.
Okay, but that sounds more.
I mean, I will when I have money. I'll save it.
I'm a combat veteran. I was a machine gunner. So,
Oh wow.
Yeah.
No, that's really in the shit. Okay.
Yeah. Not as much as people I know. Kind of. I got lucky. Just literal dice rolls. Other people had it way worse. But
Lick his toes some more, FD Signifier.
Individual. I had an interesting summers.
Yeah, FD Signifier. Lick his toes.
Well, toes or combat boots. Wait, what do you say?
Interesting summer as a 19-year-old.
That's the way to put it. No, that's ill because like one of the first like friends or former student I should say, but like we had a bond that I made that started pulling me left was a Iraq back in when was Occupy Wall Street?
It was like 2010.
Yeah, so around so actually this person I guess would have gotten out. Big Mexican cat in not middle nowhere, kind of rural-ish Georgia. Clearly,
you did 3 tours, by the way, so I don't know.
Kind of recovering from the combat experience and was like headed towards. I realized now it was headed towards.
Yeah.
So it's like it's interesting. I didn't think it at the time because I was still. I'm a year out of Obama getting into office. You can't tell me shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have. I'm actually what I would have wished I could ask him, which is like, how did you get to the left from ex-military? Like, what was that trajectory?
Oh man, it's a crazy road, honestly. When I was in school, I was just like a rebellious in the stupidest way, like little fucking conservative. But I didn't have any conservative beliefs. I was just irritated by like the other little Democrat kids.
So somebody tell me they don't like watch this whole thing, right? Like it's just like I've seen it and it's a pretty good conversation, but to Sunday, this is not going to be healthy to watch. And at some point, you would think that he would get like too angry to continue. Maybe.
And when I was in,
because if what you want to see is the downfall of Tyler, this is kind of the opposite of that, right? This is not the content for you.
Decided that everybody that ever did politics ever was stupid because everything that we did in Iraq was stupid and like my day-to-day life was stupid and I hated everything about politics in America. It was actually a friend of mine who was a black dude, Steve. I don't want to say his last name just in case because he's out there living his own life.
Oh, not doxing now.
Because he doesn't exist. Continue, sorry.
True, definitely real. Listen, Omega Doxer Tyler.
He's like, you have no friends.
Time keeps privacy of his very real black friend who.
I like this how everybody who's in politics is stupid. That's why I went over to the Middle East to kill people in another country.
Yeah. Or wait, did he say before or after?
I thought this was during because he was talking about during, right? He was saying like what he had to do in Iraq was stupid.
I'll go back 1 sec.
Everything that we did in Iraq was stupid and like my day-to-day life was stupid and I hated everything about politics. Little fucking conservative. But I didn't have any conservative beliefs. I was just irritated by like the other little Democrat kids. And when I was in, I decided that everybody that ever did politics ever was stupid because everything that we did in Iraq was stupid. And
do we know how old he is?
He's older than me.
Like my day-to-day life was stupid and I hated everything about politics in
I
America.
want to say 36. 36, I think. 35, 36. 36? I think so.
Okay.
He was a black dude.
But I thought Loaderbox was 38. Apparently he's like closer to my age, but whatever.
This is my last year in my 30s.
You thought Loaderbox was 38?
Just in case, because he's out there living his own life. He kind of hit me to shit, and he would talk to me about stuff all the time because he had a gay brother that killed himself like right before he joined the military. And I had dumb ideas, and he'd be like, "Yeah, man, like, dude, shit's hard out there for gay people, and it's like this, and it's like that." And it's like, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, cool. He also made me watch The Sopranos, so he, like, I think a lot of my artistic knowledge in the world comes from Steve. I didn't watch good movies. I was like, Fight Club's the best movie ever. He's like, look, you guys sit down and watch.
Well, Fight Club is the best movie ever.
Oh yeah, so. It's pretty good. But he made me watch like The Godfather and like Truman Capote movies and shit. Off the hook.
Oh, wow. The person I'm talking to likes Fight Club. Suddenly, Fight Club's a good movie. Sorry, continue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was.
Listen, FD has very interesting basic bitch takes, and when I cover the Max Landis stuff, you'll all see.
He's way cooler than me to this day. You know,
when she does the Max Landis drop, like that's
I got to hang out with Steve basically. But I kind of internalized that, and then I watched the 2008 election with him, and like we were two of the only people that were like, dude, I think Obama's kind of like on it, and it's not just because like, okay, cool black guy, whatever the fuck. It was really just like he seems like he actually gives a fucking shit about all the things that we're thinking about.
Interesting thing to say to FD because we all know how FD feels about like Obama, right, and that administration and everything that entailed, right, or at least says in his videos.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm curious as to how he's going to talk about Obama here.
All the stuff that like was it Romney or no, it was McCain. All the stuff that McCain's talking about. Yeah, it sounds like a distraction. I was like, well, why are you guys getting distracted with all this Republican stuff? You're talking about nothing. Like we're in the middle of a war, and then that kind of just stuck with me. I went to school. In school, I was like, yet again, just rebellious. Like I didn't give a fuck because people would be highly anti-military, and
I gotta check
whatever they cared about just to piss them off because I was
yeah, that definitely stopped happening.
Full-blown nihilist, like whatever. And kind of progressing through college and talking to a lot of different people, and then getting into journalism, I just started really, really thinking about all this shit that we went through, and it just more and more.
Oh my God.
No, here's what happened. I know this trajectory.
There's like an hour left of this.
He got into journalism, and what he learned very quickly is that, hey, yeah, the dumbass nihilist shit where you just upset people because you hate them because you're a juvenile fucking loser. Yeah, nobody wants you to be writing for the school newspaper, writing for a blog, or writing for a website if you're doing that. And so suddenly he found a set of characteristics that didn't belong to him because they gave him access. Oh yeah, I believe in X, Y, and Z, sure. And then he wrote about X, Y, and Z, and then he got bored really fast, which is why he doesn't do it anymore. Because he wasn't very good, because he didn't take an interest in anything. That's what happened. You see this all the fucking time. It's tragic.
Clearly.
Just completely empty, and it seems like the Dems aren't doing much to counteract that. And I want anything else. And then I did journalism. I actually got into politics, writing about it, learning about it.
I kind of think I caught that off you, and that may be one of the things when I find my favorite problematic white people is that I think their problematic nature is tied to something.
I like how hang on. I love how there's no qualifier. It's not like problematic white people doing X, Y, and Z. It's just problematic white people. Like we're supposed to know what that means.
Yeah.
Just problematic white people. White people who are problem. Okay. What's the problem, Mr. Signifier?
Okay. Yeah. Wow. You know what's at 35% right now? The real reasons leftovers ended, right? That's what people are voting for, followed by MAGA communism's latest flop, Theory Dugan and his dick riders, and Lo-Fi Girl to Q Shaman YouTube algorithm explored. All the way from the first video that it serves you to the video that sends you to January 6th. And that's how the poll's going right now. And yeah, the donos actually, a lot of people have not told me what you want to see covered when you donated. And if that's you, feel free to let me know now, because I am ready, willing, and able to put your money where your mouth is and help the topic that you want to see win. Right now, it's Real Reasons Leftovers ended. Although, I don't know, it may be Fallout by the end of the night. Who knows? But we are 49% of the way towards the dono goal. If we hit that magic 100 level, then we will unlock extra content tonight, and it could even be theory. We're doing theory in honor of Sunday. Like I did a little bit of So Sure. We do a little theory of language. We had some fun with it. And we even did Sunday's sub goal, which is so much more extractive than mine. Look at that. Look at that. The evil drama weasel versus the sneaky theory possum. That's a much harder dono goal than this one. But yeah, we're just exploring content.
Can you like particularize this a little bit? Like pretend for argument's sake like you're in front of an audience of people watching you speak. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
He just means white people.
I know.
But
I don't even know
what? Chat. What are they talking about after watching? Why am I getting mentioned? Why am I getting mentioned again? Look, I'm just in the background. I'm just covering this, okay? I'm not being a super meanie butt, am I? Chat, am I being a super meanie butt? I think I'm being a nice butt, actually. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Disco Wolf, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Kelly A, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Oak, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Human Without Borders, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Snarkcore, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing.
But I don't even know what he means when he means white people. You see?
when he says that, okay, so when he says his favorite
Yeah, I'm being pretty nice. I'm being pretty nice.
problematic white people, it just means that the white people.
That's the whole thing. Is it like I kind of lost the like, you know, snarkiness a while ago? Because like this is just the deterioration of Sunday beyond what I expected.
That he fucks with, like that he hangs out with, that he will associate with, because he has to say they're problematic because just in general, so that way he can disavow whatever their dumb whiteness is. But actually, I'm not going to get into that yet.
No,
but,
it's okay.
Yeah.
Especially when we start getting into politics.
That brings us to 64% of the way towards the dono goal. That means we are, what, 36% away? Yo, we're almost 2/3 there.
I think another reason I like you is because you're very mean to the online left, like as a concept.
Petty bitches coming together. That is so he the mean girl clique. That's what FD is.
That's the mean girl clique. I see. I see.
Yeah, but he's a part of the.
Yeah. FD, and Tyler. That's the mean girl clique. Just so we're clear here, chat. That's the mean girl clique.
Part of the. They're all mean girl cliques, but FD Signifier is part of the loser clique. The.
You're the loser and the mean girl. What?
The one that's part of the C plot. That's just trying to wedge their way in.
I think you're trying to say great value, mean girl, or something like that. Is that what you're trying to do, Sunday?
Like Vosch and company trying desperately.
Yeah, thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the 5 gift subs.
Leech a little bit off of the gains that Destiny has made. And then FD Signifier trying desperately to do the same thing to Vosch and those people. And that's it. The human centipede just sort of like peters off at that point.
That's not how the human centipede works. You were affixed to the butt of the human centipede. You remember how you said that you felt like managed by Demon Mama? That's because you were the centipede's butt, Sunday. You got the discourse after it was chewed up and spit out by Vosch, Demon Mama, Xander Hall, et al. You were on the end of that particular human centipede. I don't know if I would be talking about human centipedes considering like how close your lips were to the butt of White Leaf.
Well, he kind of like is the anti-Vosch. Like his whole thing.
Leftovers, I can do that.
Just like hating Vosch, really being anti-Vosch. Like I've seen him say that like on Twitter, like complaining about how he has.
You're cutting out again.
So he has written on Twitter before that like
this is going
how
bad.
he hates that he has crossover with Vosch, and he wishes that all of his fans that also like Vosch would just go away and go fuck themselves.
Very stupid genius says, "What is PS if not petty?" Well, this isn't me being petty. He called my audience groomers, actually. Just so you know. So this is just for people who are like coming to this.
And you're never gonna forget it.
I was on good terms with Tyler. This is how this went down. He got an interview with someone who claimed to be a victim of stuff that
FD lives rent-free in this man's head.
His partner Fawn did. Actually showed receipts for this, so I say claim, but was actually a victim of stuff that Fawn did. Tyler takes this very quickly, throws out a video inserting a bunch of additional claims that the source did not say. And then I ask, like, hey, have we actually like found these sources? No? Well, maybe we should find them fast, because now Demon Mama's got the heads up. She's probably going to delete these things because she owns all this content. And then he immediately went to claiming that I defended Demon Mama in private messages. Later, he switched that to voice calls because there were no private messages in which this was said. None of this took place. And he called my entire audience groomer defenders. So that's where we're at. I'm not petty at all. I actually was going way out of my way.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was the Groomer Defense League, not Groomer Defenders.
Way out of my way to try and like de-escalate things. I was going to let this all slide. And this fucking nutso just. So that's where we're at now.
Yeah.
Does he hate FD simply because FD rightfully calls out white liberalism? Well, maybe so, but maybe not in the way that you think. So yeah, I mean, like, does he react in fragility to some of FD's stuff? Yeah, but sometimes that is the streamer being the streamer, and sometimes that is the streamer monetizing like white grievance. Because there's a non-zero sum of people out there that feel like the same way, that like don't want to you know, hear what FD's got to say to like white leftists or white liberals or whatever, right? Take that and it makes the, you know, it gets their dander up, right? It gets them defensive. And so Sunday, when he does this shit, whether or not he feels this way, he can capture those viewers. It's the same thing that Vosch does, right? It's easier to take viewers like that and just monetize them rather than try to teach them something and bring them further and, you know, like get intersectional. Vosch isn't going to do that. And Sunday's not going to do that either, right? Because there's too many, you know, marks to be making money off of that are just the same. They're, you know, they agree with him.
I mean, you tried to help him like salvage the train wreck that he
literally only found, and I'm actually embarrassed about this because I put faith in it. I shouldn't have. He only found Demon Mom's docs because I gave him a first name. Like that's why. And I assumed the purpose was to corroborate like background information.
Yeah, not to blast.
I still don't understand why you gave him a first name.
Not to just go, hey, look, I found her name, and here's where she used to live. It's like,
wait, if he has a problem with the doxing, then why did he provide that information?
Here's her full name, her picture.
Why, Tyler? What's the goal here?
Wait, NCC showed her in... Oh. What is going on in the chat? God damn. Oh my God. Look at this chat. I'm showing somebody in one of their chats. I don't know, chat. What do you think about this phrase? I feel like the person that said that shit was actually... No, I said he didn't have moderation. I didn't say Sunday was racist. Fuck. I said he didn't have moderation because I assumed that he's not racist and that like, because the person saying it they themselves were aware of like, you know, I know we're not supposed to say this anymore, but ha 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 ha, you know, like, right? They were very self-conscious in whatever kind of nonsense that was. God damn. Maybe that's this chatter. I don't know. God damn, they're literally like talking about me in their chat. Holy shit! These people, I live fucking rent free. Like, I swear to God, chat, I showed you, the reason I showed you that part of the interaction with Sunday is because I literally clicked on his stream and he was talking about me. Like, right, click on the stream, he's immediately talking about me. I don't think he saw me in chat. I literally just clicked on it, right? So I'm just like, hi, and he freaks the fuck out. He freaks the fuck out. But yeah, I remember that now. Yeah, I did zero in on. You know what? I didn't though. I'm pretty sure that I didn't zero in on the chatter. Like I never do that. I always like read the chat, but I try to keep their names private. But yeah, seriously, that one, he needs to do some moderation, right? I don't think Sunday is about like, you know, shit like that.
Asks like, hey, have we actually like found these sources? No? Well, maybe we should find them fast because now Demon Mama's got the heads up. She's probably going to delete these things because
oh my God, chat. Now the chat's talking about me.
All this content. And then he immediately went to claiming that I defended Demon Mama in private messages.
You're not supposed to talk about me.
Later, he switched that to voice calls because there were no private messages in which this was said. None of this took place. And he called my entire audience groomer defenders. So that's where we're at.
There it is.
I'm not petty at all. I actually was going way out of my way to try and like de-escalate things. I was gonna let this all slide.
There's literally a conversation. This fucking chat about me. I don't know if that's Aiko's chat or his chat or whose chat, but god damn, that's weird.
And this fucking nutso, just so that's where we're at now.
Yeah. I mean, you tried to help him like salvage the train wreck that he
literally only found, and I'm actually embarrassed about this because I put faith in it. I shouldn't have. He only found Demon Mom's docs because I gave him a first name.
So I just don't understand somebody freaking out. Like wasn't he like that was one of his bones of contention, right? He's bitching about a personal information about somebody being released when he himself helped confirm it. Like he's and no, but chat. Tyler is the one who's like morally inconsistent, right? Not Sunday. It's Tyler. Tyler is the one who's inconsistent, right? Not Sunday for being against a like, you know, I don't know if you want to call it a dox or a release of personal information that he himself facilitated, right? That's not inconsistent. That's totally normal. That's totally fine, right? Him being against, like, you know, Tyler's actions in the military only after this beef starts, that's totally morally consistent, right? That's all well and normal. To completely change your mind about how you feel about somebody, what somebody did in the military, based on whether they are now friendly to you or not, that's completely normal. That's not snake behavior at all.
Like that's why. And I assume the purpose.
See, this is the thing. I didn't think this guy was a snake at first. But he like 100% is.
Was to corroborate like background information.
Yeah, not to blast it on the
not to just go, hey, look, I found her name, and here's where she used to live. It's like,
here's her full last name, her picture.
Why, Tyler? What's the goal?
Yes, Lucas, we're fighting to determine the purest leftist. Where's your money on? Are you going to put your money on President Sunday, or are you going to say that I am the purest leftist of them all? My purity outranks.
Like you like send this to the police, sure.
I'm running for purest leftist, by the way. I hope you vote for me.
Send this to YouTube? Like, what's YouTube going to do about it? Except maybe some crazy person find her house.
President Sunday said, I'm actually trying to de-escalate right before Tyler came onto NCC's stream. Then President Sunday unleashed a 1-minute tirade of insults. Yeah, I mean, it's not very dis-escalate-y.
I think he has a doxing fetish.
I think he's just ill. I think he's just an unwell person. Like,
oh yeah, he's ill.
I think he knows why he's doing what he's doing.
He's sick.
It's like a dog chasing cars. Yeah.
Which I have more and more in the last year. Like, I don't know how much of me you watched, but I haven't made a truly political video in over a year.
Oh, someone in Tyler's chat wrote, ask him about Shark 300 with like a Kappa face. Like,
I should be watching this chat. I turned away from it. Chat, never turn your back on a hostile chat, okay?
You know what a Kappa face is, right?
He won't have the balls to do that.
That's a hostile chat there. That chat doesn't, I don't know. I feel like some of them do like me, though. Like, that's what I noticed in Sunday's chat. Like, some of them legitimately like me. And...
oh, yeah.
Tyler's a bad...
Some of them were, like, apologizing to me for Sunday's behavior, right?
But he is a liar. Like, he knows to lie first.
Yep.
Yeah, what is a doxing fetish?
My first one in over a year is coming out next month. And it's because...
first one.
I thought he said he didn't want to kink shame.
Over what?
More in the last year. Like, I don't know how much of me you watched, but I haven't made a truly political video.
This whole affair is kind of poggers.
My first one in over a year is coming out next month.
Nice.
And it's because I just kind of got disillusioned with like political content.
No.
Other than the part where his chat talks about me.
No, you got a bunch of money and you sat on your fat ass. That's what happened. Because you don't give a shit about this. That's why your scripts are incoherent, because you don't get
to talk about me. I'm a random small streamer chick.
You don't think about what you're putting out there. You are coasting. This is this guy is not like, I worked so hard and my soul couldn't take it. It's like no, your entire output has been Vosch. This is endlessly. Oh,
he's got nothing.
This guy, this black creator doesn't hate Vosch, therefore they are insert woodland animal there. Like, what's the relation between FD and Shark Zero? Look up FD Shark Zero and take your pick as to what animal from Bambi was mentioned. Continue, please.
Is it Thumper? The rabbit?
Fundamentally flawed. just, you know, co-opted by the nature of, I am putting this, here's a 2-hour video on why the police suck and all the things we should do about it, brought to you by YouTube. And in between, PragerU, you know, they're PragerU commercials.
Yeah.
In between. And so like I've gotten more and more disillusioned by like the whole, but I can kind of tell, I tend to.
Wait, isn't that a lie? The person who said that thing about, oh wait, he didn't actually say anything though. That's how he gets away with it. Look, if you were to listen to that, I think you might come away with the impression that FD had called Shark 300 like that the word that he's implying. But that's not what happened. There was another streamer that said that Shark had that kind of energy. And it was, you know, what everybody seemed to be hopelessly ignorant about was that that word has two different meanings, whether it's like said like within the black, within like, it has a different meaning to black people than it does to white people. White people use that word for racist dehumanization, and it's not like a compliment, but it's not the slur. Like, right, it's not a slur for like the way that it was used. Anyway, god damn, it's an old ass controversy.
I can tell when like folks come to leftist politics after like an explicit journey versus they chose this team at a certain point and they're sticking with it.
You got lucky. You happened. This happened so convenient kind of thing.
And I feel like though when you have something a little more materially connected. So my I don't know whatever experience was like being a real life SJW.
Triptych, what I'm trying to say to you is it's a different word. It's a different word with a different origin. It's a different thing entirely, right? See, that's the kind of brain rot that gets like black leftists like blacklisted out of, you know, out of spaces and shit like that, right? If you consider that's the same as like a racist use of the slur, and you don't understand that it like literally means something different. It's not the same fucking thing, right?
As a teacher and like a social worker and being within the air quote system, trying to change it from within and realizing how entrenched it is to like do, if not do.
Wasn't he like, didn't he usually used to hang out with like white nationalist types? Like, what's that? What's that thing called? Daily Stormer or something Stormer?
Not FD Signifier.
Yeah.
Really?
Like he's a
FD didn't say this word towards Shark anyway, but I don't think I think that Sunday knows that, right? I think that he's trying to imply he's talking about the other streamer that said that and said that described Shark's energy in that way, not like straight up called Shark that.
Self-admitted used to.
I'm just commenting that from what Sunday says, you could get the impression that FD had said that to Shark, and there was like a conflict between them, right? But it wasn't like, you know, FD wasn't like, you know, calling Shark names or anything like that. It was nothing like that.
Hang out in like fucked up places like that.
I
don't
watch FD Signifier is so fucking boring. I get paid to cover content. I get paid to cover stuff like FD Signifier's videos, and it is painful. Like it is painful. It's like listening to.
Sunday might have actually gaslighted himself into believing that FD actually said it. I don't know. He either just did a really bad job of explaining the situation, or maybe he thinks maybe he's got his lore mixed up.
To the deeply schizophrenic person on the bus, and then choosing to stay on the bus and not politely excusing yourself and just listening to their tale for 4 consecutive hours. It's
Stormfront. Sorry.
It's I can't. Now, have you seen this? Like, can you show us? If it's like buried in the distant past, it's fine. But like, I am curious.
Wait, what? The the Stormfront thing?
The Stormfront connection FD Signifier.
Oh, that
He's like, yeah, if we were gonna accuse Tyler of this, we better find the receipts. Yeah.
I don't have that on hand, but I will, like I said, I will be like doing a.
Yeah. Make sure you save all of that. And like once again, like we've established from Tyler's content that FD Signifier is watching mine. So
yeah,
I would keep all this under cover of night. If you have stuff that would be worth bringing up, record it, save it, and don't bring it up until you show it on stream where there's a record.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
By the way, while we were streaming, I drunkenly ordered John Campbell's Frozen Hell, which is the longer version of Who Goes There, which inspired the thing, and Vampiro Toothus Infernalis.
Somebody in chat is making the comment that it sounds like they were saying that FD was connected to Stormfront. No, but apparently she does not have the receipts on that one. That one's
Of the report by the Institute
citation needed.
Scientific de Recherche Paraneturally Stunned Brooks's recommendations. Anyways, as we were
overt harmed and do like the minimal amount of help to the people that need help the most. So yeah.
No, yeah, I kind of get that from you too. You, like, I think I was like hypercritical of you, but it's okay. I think it's because I really like your shit. I was watching you forever ago. I know. I was watching you. If you look back through your comments, if you could search for them, my first comment I ever made on your video.
Okay, so someone's saying Aiko's mixing stuff up. FD, we'll confirm this later. FD mentioned arguing with the ilk of Stormfront, not that he was one of them. I don't think the implication was like
what? Oh no, they messed up.
I think the implication was that he was like spending time in those circles. So if
there's a few things she has not shown receipt for. Triptych.
He's going after people for associations. That's kind of hypocritical. I think that's generally the thrust of. That's what I was getting from you. Not that FD Signifier, who is very much not the target audience for Stormfront, was a part of Stormfront.
Yeah, Sunday misremembering damning facts. Tyler, this goes up there with like Heffel's, like calling people rapists, right? This is like that level.
Well, he talks about it as his like automatic pass.
Gab says FD didn't use a racial slur against Shark. It may be a small difference for some, but there wasn't an explicit situation. It was implicit based on one screenshot from the movie Django. I think it's more that he was promoting people who did explicitly say so, or like implicitly did so in a way that.
Oh, and that's like the same thing, I guess. Okay.
It's like Foreign Man. It's a good case in point. He literally showed a raccoon on the screen. Anyways.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll have all of that. By we, I mean me.
Stop recording in your kitchen. And it's literally like, congrats on making it out of your kitchen. Like I remember.
I remember that comment.
That was me. Yeah. Because I was watching stuff, I was like, dude, this fucking like the black cinema. I didn't know that was like a thing. Like I kind of came up beside it and like I was like, oh, I recognize that. And then I just wanted to watch the shit out of it, and I watched it, and I kept up pretty good with a lot of your videos. And then on the other side, you kind of like get different content.
Yeah, Aiko throwing out allegations Willy's Wonderland.
Spheres, and then I was a big butthurt baby about it. Really, I felt like betrayed because like, oh, I fucking like this Vosch guy. I like these fucking these commentary people, and it feels like FD man, you're going out of your.
Hold on, the police are pulling up in front of the house.
Oh, really?
Really?
Oh shit.
Now I wonder what Sunday does with this.
All right. Well, that's more important.
But he's going to my neighbor's house.
Okay.
And he's got his hand on his gun. Holy shit.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Do you need to move to another room?
No, I want to make sure you're like here. do not go off street.
No.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Chat, they're talking about me. To Aiko. That's like, oh my god. Of course it gets back. Look, I'm not trying to say I'm trying to be friends with Aiko or anything like that. I'm just trying to say I don't remember what I was fucking mad at her for in the first place, and so yeah. I don't even know if she's still banned. I probably unbanned her already. I don't even know if I had her banned.
Oh, it's okay. If you want to turn your camera on, I can put it on stream.
What?
Let's take a look. Now I gotta put up or shut up.
What is going on?
Where does FD live?
Why is the chat talking about me so much? Like, this is about Aiko, this is about Sunday, this is about Tyler, and this is about FD. This is not about NCC. This is not anything to do with me. Oh no, I don't know. I have too many people banned, chat. I don't know how to unban somebody on YouTube.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's more important.
Really?
Oh shit.
Hold on.
guy. I like these commentary people, and it feels like FD, man, you're going out of your.
Hold on, the police.
Oh, really?
Really?
Oh shit. All right. Well, that's more important.
But he's going to my neighbor's house.
Okay.
And he's got his hand on his gun. Holy shit!
Here, don't rewind. Let this play out.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you need to move to another room?
No, I want to make sure you're like here. do not go off screen.
No, it's okay. If you want to turn your camera on, I can put it on stream.
Yeah.
Oh my god, chat. Is there like a unban command on YouTube?
Let me make sure.
It won't allow me to turn my camera on.
Oh, okay. It might be a stage thing. I might have to give you. No, I have video enabled for you. I don't know.
Oh, interesting.
What?
A thing.
Let me leave and come back because it doesn't look like it says you can't stream to this channel. How do I maybe I'm doing something?
I found the link for Tyler's criticism of FD Signifier's video on white rappers.
Okay.
Okay.
Go.
Shai Hulud, if you can send me the actual link and not a screenshot of the link, that would actually help a little bit. Here, let me try and find it myself. Give me a sec.
The story of Alog. Oh yeah, it's kind of like Ahab, right? So Alog is like the Ahab of lulcows, except Alog chased a lulcow instead of a white whale. But it's basically the same thing. Yeah, Moby Dick was basically the story of like lulcow culture before it had even started. Like Herman Melville was on to something, right?
Do you want me to put it on the screen and share it with you, or do you want
like Herman Melville will be there when the merge happens. We're gonna get to meet Herman Melville and Ishmael and Ahab and the whale and everybody. It's gonna be.
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm searching it myself. I have the title. It's just
okay.
They posted a screenshot of. Here we go. Thank you for finding it though. All right. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay, let's see. Is there a timestamp?
There was. It is at 30 minutes. Wait, the VOD is 30 minutes short. That's interesting.
What, less?
The VOD is 30 minutes. So it looks like the I see what's happening. Show me the VOD again. What's the
people being stupid for pursuing revenge is pretty timeless. Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, I think we've all been there. At least once. Not shouting out. Wait, Starbuck?
Total length of it?
It's 4 hours, 2 minutes, and 35 seconds.
Okay, so if I... Doesn't look like it's 30 minutes short. What does that mean? Shahilud.
Oh, fuck yeah, Starbuck. Yeah, everybody forget Starbuck.
Do you want to send me whatever that screenshot was?
I'll show you in a second. Hang on.
My mind wasn't tracking back to the boat, but...
Let's play. I'm curious. Let's just play this.
At 30.
Well, you know what the first thing I thought of is what is that show? That like Mormons in Space show? It's about like humans get attacked by the evil robots and they have to go across the universe to escape the evil Cylons. Yeah, it's like
No, not 30 minutes. Sorry.
I immediately started thinking of the namesake, I believe, of that character from Moby Dick.
It said it was 30 minutes short, but it doesn't look like it's 30 minutes short to me. I don't know what that is compared to.
Yo, Galactic News Network should be like Battlestar Galactic News Network. Maybe that would be.
So what timestamp?
I don't know. I would assume just when he starts covering the.
No, because that makes your name too long. You can't have a name that's too long. Like no comment check. It's really bad.
Okay, I'll look in the.
You should make your name short and memorable. Like Starbuck.
Ah, stop. Nope.
Yeah, I was confused because I think in Battlestar Galactica, Starbuck's a girl. Expanse had Mormons in space too. Yeah, Battlestar Galactica was like written by a Mormon, and like or somebody that maybe had grown up as a Mormon and then like stopped being a Mormon. But regardless, they were like influenced by the Mormons, you know, migrating across the US and And so they decided to, I think that's where the idea came from.
No, come on.
Just jump through the VOD until you find him talking about the FD Signifier video. Like it'll come up.
The original actor for Starbuck hoped so hard about the new Battlestar Galactica Starbuck being a woman. He waxed poetic about the good old days of playing misogyny, man. Oh, wait, is that what his character was? Oh my god.
Right. You should have it on screen.
Oh, he doesn't usually. Wait, I'll just try this one more time.
Hang on.
Doesn't say. Weird. Okay, fine. Lefty media takes, maybe?
Hey, Tyler, why do you think lefties have such dog shit takes on superheroes? Okay, I did get this.
No.
Wait, when he says 30 minutes short, hang on. Did he cut out?
Look, it's not that, like, leftists have bad takes on superheroes. It's just like, you know, fascists are more naturally inclined to dream of Ubermensch.
I wonder if he cut out the coverage of FD Signifier. Hang on. Wait.
Because I searched
I wonder if that's
it's like a reverse causation.
If you look at the duration on the screenshot, the
Pretty sure that's not actually what reverse causation is, but whatever.
It shows a longer time than the actual VOD. But I'm not seeing that. Hang on. So I'll show you here, okay? So this is the search that he gets. Oh, I see. Hang on. Ah.
No. That's the laugh of pure evil.
What?
Oh, you will love this. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Put this on the screen. I just got it. Put it on the screen. I'm gonna point it out to you, okay? Make it big. Make it cover yourself too. Just cover the whole thing. Okay. Now you'll notice the VOD we looked at was 4 hours and 2 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the actual VOD was. So the screenshot and the time it shows there is correct. Read the text.
Oh,
Civil War
4
Theory,
hours.
Westside Tyler, 38 minutes. Dissecting FD Signifier's White Rapper's video essay. It is pretty. We don't know. But I think he cut out the...
Oh my god, did he have a critique or disagreement? Did he have something not, like, nice to say about, like, one of FD Signifier's videos?
Of FD Signifier's video, that's why we can't find it.
Oh no, he's doing his deduction. Tyler, this guy is like he's like a private dick. I mean, he's a public dick, but he's a private detective is what I'm trying to say. He's doing like... He said, get off the screen, pawn. Basically, I mean, there's a lot of that in this video, right? There's a lot of Aiko getting, like, thrown under the bus here. Yeah, he's a private detective. He's like... He's hard-boiled.
What is...
He's in a noir. He needs to be black and white. He should film himself in black and white. That's the perfect... And he should dress like a motherfucking detective. That I would watch, all right? If it was Sunday, goes on his fucking drama detective, you know, find the secret bad thing that Tyler's done. And, like, we know he did something bad because he deleted a video and it's some kind of take about FD Signifier, so it's gotta be... We got the smoking gun right here. This is like... This is some Rachel Maddow ass shit right here. This is...
Weaselly little bitch. I will note this. Okay.
Shai Halud, can you get the full description? Can we expand that? What does he say?
He's a Monday to Friday 9 to 5 hater. He hates for the community on weekends.
Cause is this?
I think he. So I think we have a hint as to what happened. I think he went through his content back to his previous VODs, and I think it says bad, but it's pretty bad. So I think he went through his previous VODs. And
you're hot on your trail, Tyler.
I think he just pick and chose people he critiqued, and he buried those so that he can pretend he was always cool with them the entire time. This guy's a fucking psycho.
Yes, he's the psycho. True. That's right. That's right, Sunday. Him.
Like, this is like...
It sucks that you can go back and, like, just edit things like this in VODs.
Actually, I kind of wonder. Did he have the wherewithal to open up an Odyssey account.
Oh no, Sunday's using the dark arts. How does he know about that website?
How do you, what is...
Did I miss what happened to leftovers? No, no, Soul Life. We're maybe 64% of the way towards seeing the real reason for leftovers.
He does that, but still has Demon Mama's docs in his vid. True.
That also confuses me. Like, that is actually blatantly against the US. Did she just, like... Did they just leave all of this? Like, one of the things that really grosses me out about this whole thing is, like... The strategy of Vosch and company and all the people in that circle legitimately is just, don't do anything. People will forget. It doesn't matter. The ants don't have a memory. Like, it's fucking creepy. Like,
yeah.
Like, it'd be... Like, here's what I'd respect, okay? I didn't know about this about my partner, and this is a separate person. Doxing me is not above board, etc., etc. We'll be, like, pushing back in. That'd be like, okay. Okay, that's a human response. It's not the action of, like, a manipulative creep. Regardless of what I think about the rest of it. This has just been it's just been so gross. Just so goddamn gross.
The video got cracked for having music in it? Lol. He legit said that he was hypercritical of FD's work to his face. Yeah, what happens when the older content is recontextualized by new stuff?
Well, that's interesting, actually, because apparently he badmouthed me a lot, too, and I looked for it, because I was curious.
And
I couldn't find it, and I brought it up in conversation with us once. I was like, hey, so your chat says you had, like, some choice words for me, but I forgive you, it's okay. As a joke, because I don't really give a shit. But I didn't think to look. And I have a suspicion that at the point where he started glazing me, he probably hid his content criticizing me as well. I think he just does this. I think this guy's like an actual, just a worm. Like nothing else.
I won't read the things out loud, but if you want to join my Discord, you can DM me with like your links, receipts, etc. Because this is such a this shit drives me crazy.
See, here's the thing. At different times and different places with different streamers, right? This kind of shit would be considered like what they're doing. The sort of like, everybody get in, we're going to fucking get the goods on Tyler, right? This is like... This is not okay behavior. And it's like only justified because they somehow look at Tyler as like a... What is it, like a... valid target or something like that? You know, it's like...
crazy, and also is my favorite thing to do. Is pull up the things that people are hiding.
Oh yeah, and he accused Doe of...
But that's bad, Aiko. You shouldn't pull up the things that people are hiding. I remember this being a bad thing in Twitch poll.
Of stuff, of what Fawn did.
Yeah.
He didn't delete it, didn't edit it. His after this being pointed out to him in his, when it was members only, he just put a note of it in the...
Is it me, or does he look unwell? That's what I've been saying.
After it was published, generally. Like, it's comical. Like, this guy is so incompetent. That's the punchline of all of this. It's not that this guy's like...
Oh yeah, that's right. It's easier to take down a video when it's copyright ID'd, content ID'd.
Like a House of Cards type...
You're not losing anything from that.
Shark. He's dumb. Like, really dumb.
I'm not an internet expert, says Spring Tigress, but what these guys are doing, is it an example of A-logging? I believe so. I believe so. I believe that at this point, that's somewhat of an understatement.
And without fail, every single time he's had a meltdown, I've noticed this, is when he is in a position where he can't keep up with the conversation.
He does not look okay.
And his reaction is to lash out at the people he can't understand.
But yeah,
I kind of like, I was.
That's right, Sunday. He's the one that's lashing out.
I was trying to play nice to him, so I like, okay, we'll do the monkey war thing. It'll be funny. Like, monkeys can't go to war. We'll have like a long, like, we'll make a meme out of it. But like, in all seriousness, like,
wait, what's the monkey thing? The monkeys can't go to war?
Hostile and anti-intellectual.
Okay, we got a Leftovers fan.
Like this.
We got a Leftovers fan. Putting down, look at that. Leftovers has now got 53. No, not 532. 53. It's got 53% now. And that means that this has 95%? No, not 91%. 95%. There we go. I can do math, just not very well.
Guy isn't just like, ignorance is one thing. Stupidity is an attitude.
Thank you, former Leftovers fan.
Stupidity is a personality flaw. Everybody starts knowing nothing at some point, and there's nothing wrong with not knowing something about something at any point.
I gotta say, I've really enjoyed Leftovers a few times. I was there for the like debates and the drama. I mean, it got really, yeah, it did actually get, the drama kind of got out of, and like the
life.
Yeah.
Like, maybe can make you unfit for certain things you need to do or whatever, but like, so long as you have an attitude where when someone presents you with new information, you can integrate it and learn from it and become better, that makes you brilliant. That makes you the smartest person in any room if you alone can do that. And he's the opposite. He will know nothing.
I need some sparkling water.
And his immediate response to encountering information he's not familiar with is to defend his ego and
from all problematic white people equals all of them.
To call everybody else just a lying hack because he can't keep up. Sorry, continue.
No, yeah, true.
NCC, Sunday, Tyler, and another dude got in an argument. Wait, NCC got in an argument? NCC got in an argument? Wait, NCC got in an argument? Got in an argument over whether monkeys could go to war without human-level intelligence? Well, NCC, to be fair, she's always starting arguments. She's always causing trouble. I feel like she's at the root of every scandal, really. It's probably her fault.
I was just searching, but okay. Should I go back to the talk from today?
Yeah.
FD?
Yeah.
Was it a direct message? Yeah.
We'll give it 10 minutes because the FD Signifier is violently boring.
Give me just a second.
1.5.
Leftovers.
Right. Cool.
Thank you, Soul Life.
Yeah, just let me go peek out. Okay. Yeah. Let me go peek out my window real quick just to see what's good.
No, all good. When I get this pop out.
Okay, now he's on screen.
How long are they gonna watch this? Because like a lot of this is just like Sunday and FD kind of like trauma bonding over the fucked up situation with the cops, and then just like a wholesome conversation, far-ranging. Some of it talking about career stuff, which I can't imagine is gonna be well received by Sunday.
This got real very quickly.
He turned on his camera to walk out the room. That's amazing.
What's going on?
To check
What is happening?
to check on the cop situation.
Yeah, but turn your camera on when you come back.
I'm on cam. Okay, he's back.
I suspect Tyler might not be a good writer since he announced that his Starship Troopers essays are around 5 hours long. He had to ask me. He had to ask me for advice. Hey, I want to do a section on the war with Carthage, and he had no point of reference. I
mean, I feel like we really need to do like there needs to be a Battlestar Galactica video essay now.
Starship Troopers essay is largely bullshit. I don't think he knows anything. I think he's been pumping it for a while. I don't think there's anything there. I don't think he has anything there. I don't think it's coming out. I think it's happening. Sorry, continue.
About Atlanta police because of
Look, I'm amazed that anybody's ever able to get like a video essay done at all with a when they're like a full-time streamer. Like that's actually kind of a challenge.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're City, right?
Turn the speed back to normal. I can't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
No, pretty easily. I'll be honest. Like I
Is this
it wasn't
okay?
anything super
Bears Beats and Battlestar Galactica.
It was made clear just by a handful of minor things, as well as major like police and law activity in the city, that being as visible as I was and like being as anyway involved in that was just not safe. Because they RICO people.
Yeah, the RICO on that was crazy.
It is the most asinine thing. He's back.
I haven't been watching. I haven't been watching the chat.
My neighbors are hippies.
I should be reading every single word that comes up.
They're like hippie plant. They literally have like farms, and they have signs that say "Don't kill."
No, I mean I've been reading my chat. Don't worry, I'm reading you. He had to ask me for advice. Could you imagine stooping so low? It's an Office quote. Wait, seriously? Bears Beats? I need to watch that. Or do I? I don't know. Wait, do I not like? I think I don't like Steve Carell or something. Is that right? There's like a reason I haven't watched The Office. I think.
He's like standing in the grass, and now another neighbor walking past. This is a fun conversation, wasn't it?
I feel like I'm an M. Night. Like,
I am so bored. Can we end this? I understand why his views were so low for this. This is a boring conversation.
That is bothersome.
Wait, let me just
for all reasons you said. And I often think about like the social media of
leave it. We don't know what they're talking about, so jumping around is not gonna help.
It's when Gemma's pretending to be Dwight.
And I
No, I should probably watch The Office.
Anybody to actually go watch the video where I defended him. To kind of critique.
Everyone has to watch It's one of those things, right? You have to watch it.
But one thing I will be very clear.
There's no choice.
That video, especially now in retrospect, was just very content brained.
Wait, is he talking about his?
Okay, so where are we at? We're like, oh my god, chat! They keep on watching for like, they bring up bro's social blade.
No, we haven't heard him talk for more than 5
No,
seconds.
I'm sorry.
Economy.
Sunday is angry, yeah.
I know I fucking make the things. I can't fucking get away from them. And I'll just realize I just lost half an hour watching clips from a show this asshole doesn't own. I'm watching somebody just put in like 20 minutes of, Gangs of New York or some stupid shit. I'm like, oh, I watched that 15 years ago. And then like, why am I watching?
You get 30 minutes in, it's like, you're just summarizing.
Show me the end.
You haven't told me anything I don't already know. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. And so like coming full circle, I think about
the last FD Signifier video I watched was an exhausting slog because half the video was just him summarizing movies. It was like, holy shit, say a point, like say anything interesting.
I gotta get water, chat. I will be right back. But I'm gonna hydrate. You should hydrate too.
Like having this ugly ass fight and hearing some of the most horrible shit, mostly coming from black liberals, if I'm fair. Like some of the black liberal responses were awful. But the average non-black person, I think Kirsten Devine said this. It was like he was like under one of the guys' video, he was section. It was like, fuck you, Kamala, you petite bourgeois cunt. And it's like, whoa.
Damn.
Whoa.
That's a little much.
A little much. Like I can't be okay with you calling this woman a cunt in like your comment section. It throws off everything possibly that could be gleaned of use from this conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like, but social media does that. Like, it's so normal for people to say really awful things. Or just straight up.
Really, was there a person in a comment section called Kamala? Was it Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris, the C word. Okay, and like it's a comment section. What planet are you fuckers on?
I'm trying to figure out if he's talking about his.
I don't know. If it's about FD Signifier's video, I cannot care less.
I thought he said Palestine. I thought he said.
You get used to ignoring it after a while, but some people don't. The fucking
you know what Kamala Harris's party did to Palestinians? Just FYI, Mr. Signifier. Like they sent metal tubes into their playgrounds and they exploded. And when they exploded, you know what they flew out of them? Bunch of little flyers saying CUNT on them everywhere. You would not believe how many of those things. That's what's happening in Gaza right now. They've been picking them up for like the last year. Just no end in sight.
Narwhal by Nature says, please make it stop.
No. Check your privilege, sir. Sorry, press on.
It pissed me off. That guy specifically. No, please go ahead though.
But no, I feel bad for him because I did like his video.
Has Sunday never watched somebody talk about movies or film in a video essay before?
I actually put a comment on a video and said, hey, all right, it's over, come back, you'll be fine. But like that was such a bad thing to do, you know?
his thing with me is, I think it's the same thing like what you're talking about.
Hey, he doesn't care about FD. Why? This is his. Well, I guess it's his first watch through of this conversation, but for a guy that doesn't care about FD, he's watched a lot of FD.
He felt way too punching down in the worst possible way because he felt justified about it politically. Because like my wife is from Appalachia, I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio River Valley. Like the people he started talking
So
to.
Gravitas says, not that it matters, but in the FD Signifier segment on the Drake thing,
Okay.
FD Signifier, Tyler, covering FD Signifier's video on that, says that FD's tastes were suburban, that his opinions on Drake, his knowledge of rappers was not that of someone in that world.
What do you think, chat? Should I make it stop?
That's not. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily an appropriate thing for this shiny onion, wet onion boy to say.
Shiny wet onion. I will have you know, Aiko, that women at the gym look at his crotch and smile. Okay.
No, look at his dick, not just his. They look at his dick and smile.
Which is shaped exactly like his face, by the way. Press on.
Oh, but what was I saying? Oh, I wonder how FD would feel about that, considering I believe he did grow up in the suburbs.
Well, according to I don't know. It sounds like he was sort of.
It sounds like you guys are on a weird fishing expedition, and maybe it's not even a fishing expedition. Maybe you're looking for a whale, and you're just like single-minded in your search. And like any evidence of like, I don't know, bubbles on the surface of the water is making you think that you've got the whale. You finally.
Semi-implying that he is a cracker.
Yeah.
It's not like he think, it's like you see somebody in West Virginia, they're racist to like 100%. Like, dude, there's all sorts there. There's like small black towns in those hills. You know what I mean? Like, there's all kinds.
Appalachia has a radical tradition, in fact.
I actually am so excited for this to see how this goes down.
It will be glorious. It'll be glorious.
Sunday has a cutout of my face on a sock in his bedroom. Yo. Look, I don't know. That might actually be true. I can't tell. There's there's something weird going on here, isn't there? Right? This is not average drama here.
Tyler and FD Signifier. Oh,
what?
We will eat so well.
Yes, especially the more that comes.
And he's always got these weird Vor references too. Like whenever he talks about other content creators, he's like talking about he's like the Alex Jones of like debate bozos, right? Like he's literally always looking to eat your leftist ass.
Comes out with stuff that Tyler says, the more pressure that FD will get, and it'll be fantastic.
Tyler Mule is going to be sublime.
Oh my god.
Blair Mountain stuff, and kind of just feeling obligated to hand.
What? I don't even know what he's saying anymore. What is he saying?
Wave that and just use those people as a punching bag to attack a guy who doesn't also even live there. He's in a different part of the state anyway. Which is extreme. And it's not like I don't hate him.
With the AI was meant to be horny after all.
I hate that video. I hate that sentiment. But I even said this with Vosch. I don't know if you're listening to that chunk. Like, if you just stop doing the thing that bugs me, I will literally stop.
What's Aiko's issue with Tyler? I don't know. I would assume that it's just that like she's friends with Sunday. But I mean, I don't think you should drag your friends into shit like this, right? If you've got this kind of hate boner, you should kind of keep it to yourself. Maybe. I don't know.
Talking about it. All you gotta do is, I understand what I'm doing. My bad, everybody.
Wait,
and then
what?
I stop. It's like, okay, we can move on. But I feel like I gotta ramp it up when people.
I'm sorry. What did he just mention? Vosch?
I didn't catch that.
Anyway, we're just extreme, and it's not like I don't hate him. I hate that.
In fact,
it's Blair Mountain stuff, and kind of just feeling obligated to hand wave that and just use those people as a punching bag to attack a guy who doesn't also even live there. He's in a different state anyway. Which is extreme, and it's not like I don't hate him. I hate that video. I hate that sentiment. But I even said this with Vosch. I don't know if you're listening to that chunk. Like, if you just stop doing the thing that bugs me, I will literally stop talking about it. All you gotta do is, I understand what I'm doing. My bad, everybody. And then I stop. It's like, okay, we can move on. But
I thought he was gonna go after all of the deep. What happened to fucking reporting shit to the authorities?
What happened, Aiko, is in 30 minutes of conversation, he ended up having to switch from, I didn't ask leading questions. How dare you? Wait, I never said asking leading questions was bad. And then he realized it wasn't for him. Because if little old me asking, hey, can you show me your source for this thing that you claim is enough to break you?
Two white folks saying a black man doesn't know about struggle is a wild take. I mean, welcome to fucking Twitch poll, right? Welcome to Twitch Pull. This is like freaking political streamer YouTuber community. And it's called Twitch Pull because everybody's roughly like related. Like Aiko, I think is on Twitch here. Sunday is on YouTube, but his the guy that he orbited starting out was on Twitch, right? This is all just like a weird hangover from a fucked up political moment on Twitch, which for the most part is over, which for the most of those creators are gone and they've moved on and they're doing better things now. But yeah, I mean, like Sunday's still fucking that chicken.
Then journalism isn't your forte. He's a deeply incompetent, useless person. I will not speculate as to how this bears on his performance in any of his previous careers, but as far as all of his current ventures are concerned, he has not been able to follow through on any of them. Case in point, I had conversations with people in my circle after he was going after Lore Lodge. Why? Because he actually found something kind of interesting with Lore Lodge. He actually managed to point out that, oh, they didn't have sources for this thing, and they corrupted the message on one of their sources. Now, actually, he didn't catch this. He only caught them out on not providing citations. Brooks and I caught this, Brooks more specifically. But the conversation we had was based on, okay, so judging from what we're seeing, Tyler's actually probably lucked out on something here. He's actually found someone fairly big who's doing something fairly unethical. It's fairly widespread. It's a good example of a thing to pin down, which is content mills that are putting out potentially harmful misinformation because it's efficient to collect views. But Tyler's too dumb to do anything with this. So all he can do is he can get them into a conversation, yell at them so they can't talk back, because he can't keep up if there's an actual back and forth. Words are not a thing that Tyler is good at. He needs to have space so he can laugh to fill the void while his brain can catch up with the 5 words a minute pace that he sets. So we will follow what he's doing, and we will make content on this as well, because we think there's something interesting there, and he seems to have sort of like cracked the surface a little bit. But he abandoned it. Why? Because he didn't know what to do. He has no clue how to actually like follow through on anything. All of this is just a get-rich-quick scheme. Every single thing is a...
Sunday wants him to A-log. Sunday wants him to like A-log on this Lore Lodge.
Get-rich-quick scheme. If this doesn't work...
Like, it doesn't matter if you don't fucking destroy somebody's fucking, you know, existence online, right? Then you haven't really done anything, right? It's not enough to just do content.
We'll move on. We'll trade this guy.
You gotta destroy people.
Oh, no, we'll trade this guy. Oh, shoot, we said this thing over here. Quick, delete the old VODs. Delete the segment. That's it. Yeah, was he doing a White Forest expose? He's not doing a White Forest expose. Now he's working with Dylan, who has a White Forest account. He's like, none of this is real. He's a chameleon. Like he just reinvents himself every month, depending on who he's decided he's able to focus on for 4 hours.
Yes, a chameleon, not an octopus. Octopi are able to...
I'm sure that he's not mad at Dylan. It's got nothing to do with the fact that he looked like an asshole on Dylan's show. Clearly, it's just completely unrelated.
Blend into very complex. So,
are we still on the same thing? Yes. Should we move on, chat? Are you? We are hitting that sub goal. Although if I add it up right now, wait, let's see, plus 35 equals 91. Wait, I can't do it. 91 and Fallout's at 112, so it would technically be Fallout at the moment.
I just want... Don't aim for a chameleon, aim for octopus.
Oh, I feel like I'm slandering chameleons, because the problem is he's not good at this either. Like there's a reason why he's commiserating with FD Signifier right now, and he's not in bed with
He's commiserating? Who's commiserating?
Anyone who has actual momentum. He's not in with Destiny, he's not in with Vosch. He's not connected with anyone interesting. He's connected.
Is that who you would like to be in bed with? Is Destiny and Vosch? No, sorry, I'm not saying it like that. I'm not saying it like that, chat. That's not what I'm trying to say. I just mean like it, you know, is that who you would like to be orbiting? I guess is the word. Orbiting.
With failed streamers who are trying to bring back the good old days because their channels were demonetized. Like that's where we're at. Like his biggest connection right now is Dylan Burns, which I hate to break it to you.
Wait, Dylan got remonetized though.
Nobody got big being on Hippy Dippy. They won Hippy Dippy because they were already big.
He was very bad at moderating the...
Well, that was he didn't moderate it.
I thought I was supposed to be the Dylan hater.
No, he was turning people's volume down. Like
Oh, was
the
he?
most fucking the most obnoxious.
Is this worth watching?
No, it's
Okay.
not. I stopped because it was boring, but I saw the thing that he was doing to whoever I don't remember who he was doing, but you know what I'm talking about, where he just like turned
Oh no, sorry. She's saying that about Tyler.
someone really low and up and down just to fuck with them. He was doing that.
Oh yeah, with the lore lodge thing, he only watched the first 10 minutes. Like he didn't bother. Like the guy's lazy. This whole thing is just like, how can I make content fast without doing any work? It's
Yeah, I feel like President Sunday. Look, I'm saying this right. There needs to be a hype house, right? Queemon, Chud Logic, Sunday. They should just all live in the same house, like Destiny and whoever who lives with Destiny. In my mind, Erudite, what's his name, Lycus, and Harkdan all live in Destiny's house with him.
It's why he's dumb. It's why he can't keep up with like actual conversations. It's why I really want to see him have more higher profile debates. Because regardless of how dishonest people like Destiny and Lonerbox are, they do their homework so that they can perform in the debate. Even if they're not like good on the facts, or even if they are being fast and loose with the facts, or even if their like theoretical knowledge or their ability to actually interpret facts is really not great, they can keep up in the debate. And if you are just making shit up, they're not stupid. They'll catch you on that. And I really want to see him. I really want to see him pull this with people like that.
I would love to see him on the real Hippy Dippy too.
Oh God, like I want to see him. I want to see him as a contestant. I want to see him I want to see that actually happen because I think he'll do good against who's that chicken nugget looking guy who accused me of botting? Like people like that. I think he'll do great.
Captain Gibbs.
Captain Gibbs. I think he'll do great against Captain Gibbs, homeless guy.
No idea who Captain Gibbs is.
I think he'll do great against those people. I think he'll be beautiful.
That would be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Admiral Gibbs.
Admiral Gibbs. That's it. Yeah.
Well,
Wait, I said Xander Hall should be in there too. Wait, Xander. Oh no, that was the hype house. That wasn't the hype house. That was like going to be like a reality show where people that hate each other have to cohabitate. What was it, like Destiny and Hassan?
That's an upgrade.
Xander Hall and DJ Mule. Yeah, it was Xander Hall and DJ Mule would move in together. Sunday ran from the. That's right. President Run Day.
Yeah, exactly.
But not only did he run, he ran after making fun of like a homeless vet.
Okay, all right, back to.
And Dylan called him out on it and he ran.
I feel like I gotta ramp it up.
I just voted Dugan, but MAGA communism is interesting too. I mean, they're kind of related. I thought Sunday was cool. I mean, look, he's definitely not cool, calm, and collected right now. He's a little mad. Somebody that he used to be friends with and now hates has gotten a really big interview, and he's not really dealing with it super well.
When people don't, and you know, if I'm wrong, then I have to do the same thing too. I have to.
And that's kind of like one of the things in the video is like you get content brained.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Fallout has been rolling over, and I kind of like owe it to you all. But like I set it up so that if we exceed the Fallout meter, then like whatever that takes place. If people like really want to see like real reason Leftovers ended, for instance. Like if that outdoes it, that's why I'm keeping on watching this. Also, I'm kind of this is like a beautiful train wreck, and it's horrible, and I disavow it. But at the same time, I got to see how it ends. So I'm giving it a little time in case the Leftovers people want to make a play for it.
And which you already get. Thankfully, it's mostly just like Cockney accents and like you
a 100K plus van.
Going off on a.
That's a nice van. That's a really nice van, but that's still like homeless.
Rant for a second and just kind of committing. You be in there, which is good. Like I appreciate the commitment. I don't know. I appreciate the commitment.
I do that regardless. I would be doing that with the camera off. I have rabbits, bunny rabbits. They all have voices and they talk to each other and they make fun of me and it's like a whole thing. But my wife loves it. She's like, all right, watch him. I'll talk to him.
I am suspicious of if his wife still is around or if...
And I was trying to explain this, right? When you go to the hippy dippy and you're a leftist, you're not necessarily in friendly turf, right? Dylan and Destiny and people like that, they tend to think of leftists as like there's like a stereotype, right? And it's like you probably like Russia, you probably, support Russia in the Ukraine war. Right, they've got this whole thing. They got this whole thing worked out of how they think leftists are, and generally they're not super keen on leftists, right? So when you roll into the hippy dippy and you're like the only leftist on the panel, the target is very much on your back. And I mean, Sunday just gave, regardless of what the situation was with the guy that he was making fun of, like he, you leave yourself open for that shot. And yeah, everybody's going to jump down your throat, especially if you're like the living embodiment of the trope of the leftist that doesn't actually care about people that are poor, people that are in a fucked up situation, right? Sunday just like literally served that to them on a silver platter. And there's just no way that they're not going to take that shot when that happens, right?
She is in.
Although with Dylan, like it kind of sounded like, he was actually kind of put off by what Sunday was saying based on his own like experience growing up.
Just throwing that out there. Keep an eye, everyone. By the way, Admiral is still below President. Yes.
Each other again. I'm not doing any of the voices right now. They're too embarrassing. They're little rabbit voices.
No, we respect our servicemen. Admirals are all above presidents. Continue.
Rabbit voice.
that dude was in a truck, Mark Harrison. That guy